crazy, man. It was like,
Hello?
I'm part of the WoW community, right?
Hello,
So,
hello.
Train is here.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello.
Good, man.
Hello.
Everything at this point can be heard. So please discontinue all Social Security releasing numbers. Thank you, guys.
So the reason why Doc was banned was actually because
Okay, yeah, welcome. Just give me a brief moment. I have a very scuffed introductory setup process here. I have to put 10 cameras of myself because I still haven't,
Okay.
I haven't gotten any blockers, I feel like we're missing one. Hold on. I think I'm missing one blocker. But where the hell could it be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, why would I have 9? Shouldn't I have 10?
Are you the 10th?
Yeah, but there should be. Hold on. Oh, because mine doesn't need a 10. I get it. Yeah. Okay.
There's 11 total, right?
Yeah. We're completely good. Yeah. That's right. I am the 10. Thank you, Adept. Okay. So let's go ahead and open this right here. Okay, I believe this is it, right? And then not to grab me, but which one's me? See, that's the problem. Which one's the big one? It's this one? Oh, it's this one. Oh. Hold on.
But you only have 8 on your screen.
Yeah, but I'm the 9th. The 10th is me. So since I'm me, I don't need one for me, you know? So you see that? The 10th one is me. You see? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're good to go. Yeah, that's it, right? Sweet. Okay. First, I want to start with thank you all of you for coming on, each and every one of you. I wish I had a more eloquent way. As we need, is there any oh shit. Okay, top left
We're in
corner.
really trying times, and we really appreciate you coming on and lending your voice in such a troublesome time.
Thank you so much. Yes, exactly what he said. Thank you. Top left corner, standing at a whopping 5 foot 4 inches. Awesome, great. Fuck it, man. Welcome, Adept. Okay, let's start over. No.
You're missing like 8 inches.
Okay, let's start over. Standing at a whopping
fucking tall.
5. Hey, how tall are you, Adept?
5'11".
Standing at a whopping 5'11". I'm like scared to do my old introductions. You feel me on that? Fuck, I'm going in. I'm going in. Fuck it. You're right. Top left. Staying at a whopping 5'11". Beats me in every goddamn video game I've ever played with the boys and the girls, and is also extremely outspoken, very confident in what she says, and it's one of the reasons I reached out to her, because I believe she speaks her mind, is not scared to speak her mind, even if she's 1 versus 15. So I thought she'd be a great fit. And also, realistically, if I ever spoke anything and said anything to her, she'd knock me the fuck out. So I thought it should be great to have on. Welcome, top left corner, Adept.
Hey.
There we go.
Hi.
That felt way better. That felt way better. I like that. Thank you.
That was good, man. That's
Thank
that
you.
good energy.
I was scared. I was scared to go in, because I'm like, okay, hold on. Okay. To the right of Adept, we have a very special guest. I hope you guys treat her with the respect she deserves, because she has literally, with a blindfold and both hands tied behind her back, put into a room with no lights at all, where she can't even see the board in front of her, and still she is absolutely dumpstered. We're talking 100 points to 0 points. Dumpstered Hikaru, dumpstered Magnus is a Dota 2 character.
Other way around.
Oh, Magnus Carlsen, and shit, fuck. Welcome, Botez.
Thanks for having me, Train.
Thanks for coming on. Shit. Well, it was decent, right? I tried.
You tried.
Thank you. To the right of Botez. Do you mind if I call you Boats?
No, you asked that last time, and it's okay to ask again. You can call me that.
He will ask
good.
you again.
I just want to clarify, because people are going to say, oh, he has her on, but he can't even say her name correctly. But I know your name correctly. It's Botez. But I feel like Botez is like something if I was like your drill sergeant, Botez, get over here, right? But realistically, I like Boats because it's like we're close, we're friends, right? But then again, I don't want to never mind. Okay. Anyways,
it works.
Thank you. Okay. To the right of Boats, we have a very, very intelligent man. Shit. To the right of Boats, we have a dear friend, a longtime friend, and honestly, I wish I could just turn my voice off and have his voice in my place, and I'd literally stay out of so much goddamn trouble. Welcome, one of the most eloquent speakers on Twitch.tv, one of the best friends I've had, defending me since day one. Welcome, Asmon Gold.
Oh, that was me. Okay. Hi, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being on. Thank you.
I know. I thought he was introducing me again.
Yeah, I like the suspense. I actually can't tell who he's trying to suck off right now.
Okay. All right. All right, Triax. Just wait. Just wait. When you come around, I'm not going to suck you off. I'm going to give you a hard one, okay? But when the goddamn articles come out, I need defense. To the right.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Wait, shit. We just revealed you're here. God damn it. Okay, anyways. Fuck. To the right of Asmon Gold.
Got him.
To the right of Asmon Gold, we have another very special guest. And, you know, obviously her, we've taken the drinks out of this one because she is one of my favorite cast members. I think she's awesome because she can joke, she can take jokes, she can fuck around, and she also is outspoken. But this time we made a deal, no drinking, and I think she agreed. Well, actually, she actually came to me and said she's done drinking before I even said anything. So technically, she made the decision herself. So welcome to the right of Asmon Gold, Bose. Big Boss Bose,
Right,
welcome.
We're back. Except for, Devin, thank you. You know, Train, every single time there's that one thing I have to do, I have to draw my eyebrows on still.
All right, well, I'll introduce you last. Oh.
What? I thought you did. I mean, can I just...
Oh, yeah. Oh, are you in a new house?
No, not yet. Next week.
Why does it look new?
Well, I'm packing up, so there's some stuff that's missing.
Is that where you've been sitting the entire time?
Yeah.
All the other podcasts?
It's like down a little bit because I need to put my eyebrows on, Tyler. I need my eyebrows.
I just saw your eyebrows.
All of my power.
I just saw your eyebrows.
Really?
Yeah, you have eyebrows without drawing eyebrows on.
They're like this big. I need
Okay.
water.
That's fair. Okay. Oh.
Just get water.
Yeah. Okay. Shit. Oh, shit. Apparently when you turn off your camera, it repositions you. Okay, it's all good. To the right of Oh, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's not a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
To the shit. Give me a second. Okay.
I didn't think it would do that.
It's okay. Wait, what happened? What fixed it?
I put it back on.
I don't see it. Does anyone see it?
Oh.
Does anyone see it? Am I bugging?
It's broken.
Podcast guest, are you speaking? Am I lagging out? Hello?
What? What do you want? What
Can
do
you see Adept's camera?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
You can't see it on your show for some reason.
You hit it on Discord.
Yeah.
Click on it again.
I'm scared now. Hold on. I'm going to hide just in case.
What do you think she's doing?
Yeah, she's just sitting there.
No. What if I click on that and somehow it minimizes and then I don't know what you guys talked about in the body of the message. Like, in the previous podcasts, you guys have shared Twitter links and things you laugh at, and sometimes it's like a big cock that comes out. I have to be careful.
Yeah, it's true.
You got us, man. You got us red-handed.
Wait.
It's good to be careful.
I will say I narrowly dodged a cock the other day because I was
Really?
looking at some PS5 troll threads. All the PS5 photoshops that happened when the PS5 got revealed physically.
Yeah.
Bro,
It's a cat and mouse game, man.
I'm an idiot because I was scrolling through. I was like, "Yo, replies! Let's check out the official thread," and it was like just
Yeah.
freaking. I don't even. Just
Yeah.
almost caught that one. So
Yeah, it's crazy. I've seen photos of cocks that were melded into the picture where it looks like a normal picture, but there's just a fat cock right in the middle. And it's like, I've literally had to like tell my Reddit mods, yo, you need to look at these pictures and actually stare at them for a moment to realize that there was a cock hidden within the mess. You know what I'm saying? It's some fucked up shit out here, dude.
No, they troll hard, dude. The thumbnail will be an innocent picture. If you click it to expand, it's literally cock everywhere else in the full expand.
Yeah.
That's the worst one, dude, is whenever they have like a girl and it shows half of her ass and then like the other part of it is like a dude with his dick out. Man, that gets me every time.
Have you seen the ones with like it's a really old man and he has like saggy skin, and then like you look at it for a moment and you realize the chin's actually a ball sack? No one's seen that? Okay, let's move on. Okay.
It's Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, apparently no one's seen that one. Below Adept, we have one of the #1 political commentators on Twitch.tv. Him and I have known each other for a very long time. He's been here since one of the first podcasts. So he's one of the OG crew. Welcome to the podcast. One of the best duos I've had in Blackout. Unfortunately, Warzone is just not like Blackout at all, and that's what we keep talking about. I guess one of these days when we play, we'll see. That grappling hook needs to be added back. That grappling hook is everything. I'm telling you, we need a goddamn grappling hook in Warzone. But anyways, welcome to the podcast. One of the top political commentators on Twitch.tv. Welcome. Standing at a whopping 6'11", with a beard and a piano and a picture of Goku in the back that I never noticed until now. Welcome, Destiny.
Hi, thanks for having me on, bud.
Thanks for coming on, brother. Okay, listen, guys. I need some more energy than that. I need some claps, some good stuff. Thank you, guys.
There it is.
To the right of Destiny, we have the co-host, co-producer of the show. Pretty much any sort of organization or work into the show or any sort of professionals into the show is attributed to him. Everything else that's bad, you can just go ahead and make a hate thread and blame it on me. Welcome to the show, co-producer, co-host, Devin Nash. Welcome, brother.
Good evening. It's an honor to be here.
It's an honor to have you, brother. To the right of Devin Nash, we have another longtime friend, also a prominent figure in World of Warcraft and other FPS shooter games, which also, by the way, very underrated in Apex. I actually, there was times where, I had to be careful teaming up with her in Apex because there's memes always, it was just, she'd be at like 74 kills, I'd be at 1. But I guess that's my games with everybody, with Nick Merckx, with Swag, with Crim. So I guess I'm just fucked all around. So actually, very underrated Apex player and awesome World of Warcraft player. Realistically, anyone who plays World of Warcraft, Asmon, I gotta give you fucking credit too. Whoever plays World of Warcraft to this day, every day, there's got to be a Nobel Peace Prize for you guys. That's like a level. It's a level of patience and strength that is such an underrated thing that no one talks about. To play WoW to this day in 2020. That is some shit where I think you're that qualification already beats every qualification Trump has for president. Do you understand where I'm going with this? It's absolutely fucking crazy.
I unfortunately do.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, Fandy.
Thanks for having me on, Train.
Thanks for coming on. To the right of Fandy. Okay, hold on. So he made a comment of sucking off. To the right of Fandy, he looks extremely tall and jacked when he's on his computer. But I met him. He's fucking short as hell. He's skinny as fuck. Unhealthy as shit. Look at him. He needs fucking glasses. He can't see a foot in front of him. What kind of testosterone man is this clown? Welcome to the podcast. I'm embarrassed to say and embarrassed to have him on. Welcome, Trihex.
What's good, baby? What's good?
How's that for sucking off, huh?
It was a blowjob with more teeth than saliva, so I gave it an F on it. So you achieved the purpose.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's start that over. I don't feel comfortable. To the right of Fandy, standing at 6'4", jacked as hell, will literally lift 3 men. Wait, why did I specify? Will literally lift 3 humans. Oh shit! Will literally lift 3 humans with consent, if they consent to him lifting them.
Absolutely.
Fuck, this is awkward now. Welcome to the show, one of the best speedrunners on the platform, face of one of the most popular emotes on the platform, and also absolutely fucking jacked. Welcome, Trihex.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, reminder again, y'all. TwitchCon 2017, I carried then much heavier Greek down 2 blocks and it was on camera, so chat knows it really happened. That shit was intense. That's back when Greek was like what, comfortably 300 plus.
Yeah,
it felt like it. Shit.
I think it. Okay, shit.
Well, that's a compliment, man. No, Greek looking amazing lately, dude. I've been seeing him on his little journey. Not little at all, actually. His big journey of.
He's actually jacked now. Yeah, it's crazy. Fucking Greek's laughing. Yo, Greek, I need you to resub, bro. I'm hurting on subs. Okay. Is our final guest here, or like is the camera staying off?
She's getting ready. I just texted her. She should be here any minute.
Okay.
Just keep going.
Well, until then, let me introduce. Let's start over with who's did I not do well? Let's see here. Let's go ahead and do. Let's go ahead and do.
I'm gonna call her real quick.
Yeah, let's do Asmongold. To the right of Botez, to the left of Big Boss Bose, we have one of the most prominent figures in World of Warcraft and on Twitch.tv. One of my most dear friends, longtime friends, and absolutely great, amazing man. Intelligent, great speaker.
Yep.
Welcome, Asmongold.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for being here, dude. Well, this is real awkward.
So when are we gonna get into the shit?
As soon as our 10th guest gets here, I think we can get started. All right. Yeah. I think we can get into this. But anyways, I hope everyone's good. I hope everyone's well. Thanks for coming on. Triax, it's been years. I fucking miss you. I know these times are absolutely late. Fortunately, tonight you have time, and I'm gonna take every moment of this podcast with you. I'm gonna spend it.
Baby.
I'm happy. I'm happy you're here tonight for quite a while. So please, everyone, hearts in chat for Triax.
I'm in it today, dude.
My man.
I promise you, it's not a cloud thing or anything like that. I've been trying to get my my stream swag together. I'm trying to get like you, man.
Triax, I know it's not a clout thing. If anything, I get more clout from you than you get from me. So if anything, it's the other way. Like, you're completely good. I never for a second thought about that. You're completely good. I just want to have you on here like the old days. Those are the good old days. Remember those days? Those late night talks, the bantering we'd have. It was me, you, Destiny, and then those are the good days. Asmin, all the OG stuffs. Yeah, that's right. What did I say?
Olden days.
What was that phrase? Was it okay, asshole? Chat, what was that phrase?
Hey asshole.
Hey asshole was what.
Hey asshole, that's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah, okay asshole didn't sound right. That sounded way too nice. Hey asshole was more me, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the good old days. Wow. Scuffed podcast 98. Can you guys believe 98 weeks straight? Boats, how's everything been with you? You've been absolutely killing it in chess. I think a lot of your worries from what was that 4 weeks ago of chess, going down. Hey, we're here now, and if anything, it's doubled or tripled.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going well. I can't really complain. I feel like we kind of did hit a peak for now, but I've been having a lot of fun streaming lately, so can't complain.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy. And same with Hikaru. He's doing amazingly well as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still like actually competing seriously. He's bringing on people to commentate while he's doing it. And then he comes back right after his like 4-hour games and keeps streaming some more. He's just been a beast lately.
Yeah, I would love to see like a short film. Obviously, this is asking so much, but like I'd love to see a short film of like what exactly, like when he's looking at the board, what's in his mind. Like I'm picturing one of those like those scenes where, have you seen those like movies of chess where like he like envisions and in his head the chess pieces move, and like I envision that happening like in like 6,000 different variations. And then he comes back to reality after like 1 second's gone by. But to us normal humans, it seems like 3 hours has gone by. But that's like his process of thinking in one whole fucking second. Like that'd be an amazing thing to see.
Yeah. Or like even if he could just start off with an eye tracker or something like that, and GMs have done it before, it's very impressive to watch how their visualization process goes.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder if in any way that would give away their like tactics. Like think like others could study that and give away tactics.
Not really, because most of the things that people wouldn't be able to do, they'll learn after the game, where it's like opening preparation. But if he's playing it, people would know already.
True. Yeah. I guess it's yeah.
Yeah. So it wouldn't really give away anything. Like at the high level, winning is like by such a small difference, and you kind of figure out why you lost after that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And that was actually my fault. I actually got a message and I rudely responded while you were talking. So then I said yeah to hide the fact that I didn't pay attention to the last part. Yeah, that was actually my fault.
Thanks, Train. Appreciate it. Cool.
No problem, Boats. Okay.
Last guest is just a couple minutes out.
Okay, great. So I think we can. We have a couple minutes to burn here. So I guess I could do what I do and do my professional stalling. Yo, Devin, how's everything?
This is your time, man.
This is my time to shine. It's what I do every fucking stream. I just stall and I make absolutely nothing into something. So realistically,
you are the hero we need most right now.
Yes, Devin. So we've seen pictures of you, when you first started streaming. You've been absolutely, it's crazy. Your skin was something I'd see on a Neutrogena commercial. Your hair, something I'd see on a Pantene commercial. Your entire motivation, something I'd see on TED Talks. Now I look at you, there's a huge bald spot you don't even care about, just sitting there looking at us just deep into the eye, right? Your skin's aged at least 25 years, but I can't talk. I've aged about 40, right? It really shows what Twitch streaming and everything overall has done. Any comments?
I fucking fell asleep at the office. I'm in the same shirt as yesterday. My fucking life is like just an existential nightmare. Like the whole world's like burning down around me. The fucking business world is like, I'm getting like 100 DMs a day. I'm going insane. Yeah.
Devin, I binged your last like 3 YouTube videos. They're so fucking good. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Holy shit. Thank you. I'm trying to take it one step at a time,
Yeah. No, they're super informative, and I love how you just get to the point. Anyway, sorry, that's it.
That's huge. Thank you.
Let's reset this. Do you see how it's like grainy for some of you guys?
It's like a.
There we go. There we go. I think it's fixed. I think that's better, right?
Did you change regions?
Yeah, I changed the US something.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's way better. Chad, is that better? No Slasher. Yeah, Slasher fell asleep apparently. He just woke up. He'll be replacing one of the guests when they have to leave. I have one guest that has to step out for something. Yeah, so other than that, I think we're pretty much ready to start the podcast. I started much earlier, but now we're back to exactly where we usually start. So it's absolutely fucking great. Yeah, honestly, why don't we just get started with a couple topics, and then when she gets here, we can introduce her in.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the best way to go, right?
Good.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, sir.
I say we start
Chief
with
Train. Sorry.
No, not at all. Chief Boats. Yeah, we're both Chief. We're both okay. Yeah. So Devin, go ahead and take it away.
Dog, I don't have any light topics this week. I tried really hard, but it's like the fucking like mixer shutdown was literally Monday. It's been like 4 days since then, and it's been an absolute shit show.
Okay,
I forgot all about that. That's how fucking crazy it's been. I actually forgot like Mixer got shut down.
Yeah.
Damn. That's how insane. That was literally 4 days ago. Is how insane we are right now.
I think
last guest is here.
Here we go. Last guest is here.
Hey.
Oh, whoa.
But you're not supposed to say
Yeah.
anything yet.
Not yet. Yeah, not yet.
Cool.
So,
everyone knows it. Good job. You fucked it up. All right.
Sitting.
Oh my god.
Sitting to the right of Botez. See, this sucks. Now I'm calling you Botez. I don't know why I'm switching to Botez now. I feel like Boats was. It doesn't matter. So
it's because I call you Chief.
Chief, yeah, like Chief. Yeah. Okay. To the right of Boats and to the left of Asmongold, we have another very special guest. She's been on the podcast before, but it's been quite some time. Another lead and top streamer on the platform, I believe, with a big platform and a big voice. And based on her second Twitter account, I think she, is pretty well informed about all this stuff, and she's been vocal and talking about it. So I thought it'd be a good idea, and so did Devin, to have her on this show. And I've done IRL streams with her, and she's been a good friend. So to the right of Boats, to the left of Asmon, on top of Devin. Okay, that sounds really bad. I'm so sorry. Above Devin, I'm so sorry. Above.
Just keep trying, buddy. Let's keep going.
Hey, read my last message. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Amaranth.
Hi, guys.
Welcome.
Thank you for coming to the show.
Hey.
Super cool.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Yeah. Welcome. Okay.
Your business Twitter is like super legit.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's very good. Like I like reading it for like all the industry stuff on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on there I don't talk about on Twitch. Different audience, but it's a good read.
The tease right now. Your business Twitter? Is it
Yeah,
just
It's
like
personal Twitter, but I do talk about business on there.
Oh, okay.
There was this actually back in April Fools. There was this joke that her and I were crafting about her like some of like the OnlyFans stuff and like the top creators, and I like her and I were talking about making it me and like 3, 4, or 5 other like figures. And I remember when she posted it, I think it was Poke. Poke actually like freaked out. I was like, "What the fuck? I've never done this." And everyone else got it except for him. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. It was such a good April Fool's thing. Shit.
Yeah, it was funny. It was his idea. It's my idea.
Oh, it was both of our ideas. Yeah. Or it was her idea, but it was okay. Whatever. It was my idea. Yeah, it was my idea. Okay, it doesn't matter who was. The point is, okay, shit. Take it away, Devin.
How are you guys all handling everything this week? You hanging in there?
Yeah.
Everyone else have like 5 friends that got accusations. I was like, fucking hey, dude.
Yep.
No.
You mean like people you didn't think had that kind of like character, and then you were shocked whenever they were accused by somebody?
Yeah, especially because like some of the stories I read were so heavy. No, actually, it's like I felt like I could see them doing that once I read it, but I just didn't expect it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, Method Josh is in my WoW community, so you know, it is what it is. No surprises here.
I don't know why the cameras are really fucking up. Have you guys noticed that?
Have you tried using Zoom instead for video and Discord for voice?
I do. Cope.
I think you
do
just switched
understand
the
that?
server.
I did switch it, but it seems to always keep reverting back. Like it's weird. It's
Discord is not really well set up for like 8-person calls. We'd have to like buy a subscription to Zoom or something that has like a bunch of other problems too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We could do that if you want sometime, but not right now.
We probably need to.
Yeah.
For the next podcast, we can do that.
All right, I'll look into it.
Okay, great.
But
anyways,
for now it's a little bit grainy.
Yeah, it is grainy, but I'm sure it'll fix sometime somewhere. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I mean, is that based on my internet connection or is it based on Discord's?
It has nothing to do with yours. It's a connection because Discord hosts everything, right? We don't get to actually host anything.
Yeah. Now, what I will say here, I do think that if you actually made a Discord rather than a group DM, you get a higher bit rate on audio and video. If I recall correctly.
You get a higher bit rate, but right now the problem is the stability of the server, not the bit rate, right? Like we have the bit rate.
We said the grain, so I figured the grain was like the video bit.
I have one. I actually have a podcast server that's like ready with all that stuff that we can get into and do that with, but I don't know if it'd be worth the swap.
I mean, everyone would just have to have an account already to be fast.
No, like on Discord, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking Zoom still.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, well, anyways, continue the conversation. Sorry about that.
That was the conversation.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah, I mean, the one that hit me the hardest was the Hassan one, the Twitch partnership leader, because he's such a nice guy. I really was like, man, I wanted it to not be real, but ugh.
How was LSF right?
They weren't even right. It was actually so much worse than the fucking meme. Fuck that piece of shit.
Well, the meme isn't right still because he's not part of moderation, was he? At any
Doesn't
point?
matter. There are separate teams
right.
at Twitch, but if you have a partner manager that's going to go hard for you, they can cross boundaries. Everybody that works there are all friends with each other. Like these aren't like completely and totally autonomous divisions that have no crossing over whatsoever. They're all humans at the end of the day who all have personal friendships with each other. So of course people can pull for you.
So they fire him?
If they haven't yet, they will soon. There's no possible way.
Yeah, I mean, he's been quiet, so it's been like a...
Did you cross-check that? I know you were doing research on your stream, Steven. Did you cross-check that one and like look it over?
I've already known about him. I've already seen screenshots of him trying to like lure girls to hotels and shit. Like I knew about that for a long time.
Yeah, that one really didn't surprise me. Like the accusation of him did not surprise me because it was just such a not before I even knew of LSF. I'm kind of new to LSF and Reddit as a whole. And even before that, like everyone kind of like, oh, just get to know that guy, talk to that guy, and he'll give you partner. Like that was like something that was talked to me about multiple times back in the day. So it wasn't very shocking to me. I didn't think to this extent that things were going on, especially the part that really irritated me, like that just got my blood boiling right away. Of course, the whole thing is really just like messed up. But the part that really bothered me was like sharing confidential information about streamers.
Yeah, definitely.
Because we put a lot of trust in our Twitch partner managers and everything. And like to hear that going on, just sharing info randomly, like, I don't know.
Just screen sharing to pretend like he's a big shot, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Letting him know how important he is. What a fucking...
Is that
oh,
the one
man.
that actually the one that got me the most from Hassan's particularly was the sharing of nudes? Like
That was really fucked up.
major
That was
trust
just
violation.
stupid.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's just like that one burns me really hard there.
With her best friend too, right?
Her friends, yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it'd be one thing if like you show like your best friend, like obviously it's not good, but like with her best friend, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Who
That's
does
so
that?
odd. Like trying to shame them like to her own peers or something. I didn't like that.
Jesus. Yeah.
I think Twitch is slowly getting better about like accountability. It used to be that a lot of the AMs had basically total freedom to like look over all accounts and review everything, and like everyone kind of knew everything. And nowadays, Amazon has like put a lot more HR constraints, but you still have some of the older guard that can do like a lot of this stuff. And it probably in a system like Twitch where there's a lot of private account information, having AMs like segmented to specific streamers is better, right? Like so that kind of stuff can't happen or happens to very few people before it gets caught.
Yeah. The reason there were so many pauses in between is because I'm not sure Devin, go ahead.
I thought you were lagging out for a second.
He
thought...
is, but just mentally, not digitally.
Exactly.
I'm just not sure, like, you know, I'm not sure, where to start. So much has happened in this last week alone, let alone the last month, let alone the last 2 months, 3 months, this entire year. And I'm not sure where to start, what to start with, how to start.
It's just so overwhelming.
It is
even in the last week, like since we've had this podcast, it feels like it's been a year. With the amount of things that have happened, I mean, we simultaneously had some of the largest organizations and agencies disappear overnight, and and simultaneously had an entire platform announced as shutdown within 30 days, and then after that had the largest outpouring of sexual allegations and misconduct in the entire history of gaming.
Yeah, Devin, didn't you say you were going to be gone off Twitch for a little bit, grinding your game, and then you came back to all of
I
this?
did, yeah. So I really was looking forward to the Path of Exile League, and I had about 1 day to enjoy it before I got pulled back into this Cthulhian nightmare.
Into this shit show.
Yeah, this total shit show. I mean, I didn't have a choice. I mean, like, I woke up after I was like grinding till like 6 a.m. and I had 100 DMs. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what is happening? And it was just downhill from there. And I mean, because I'm on the agency side, the first thing that really happened was OP Group broke up. And that was 75 streamers within 6 hours. Like, and big personalities like Co-Carnage gone. And a lot of those people had income and brand deals tied to that arrangement. And so they're also losing like a good percentage of their income and don't know what to do. And yeah, my life has just been like, I've been sleeping in the office. Like I look worse than I even normally do. I'm so tired. Like I'm fried as fuck. It's just.
Are you talking about them leaving that group, the agency group or whatever?
Yeah. They've lost like 85% of their talent so far. And that's just the ones that have like publicly announced it. They've just outright terminated their contracts and dropped.
Jesus.
Well,
Was that proven to be like a systemic thing or just the CEO?
It's just the CEO in that case, but the problem is that when the way that he set up the company, he was kind of just like him and his wife were sole equity holders, and that it's like you can't separate. It's kind of the same problem with Method, right? It's like you can't really separate the executive team from the organization. So unfortunately, like the only way for talent and players to vote is with their feet.
I don't know. I just think it's really respectable for them to walk away, because if you read, are we able to talk about like specific stories that we read over, basically?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
So in that one where you read Molly's story, and she talks about how like he's telling the girl if she wants to enter the space, these are the nasty, raunchy things that you have to do as a woman. Do you know what I mean? Like he was he was trying to set her on the path with his own like agenda.
Create an expectation.
So that's why I think that the streamers leaving this is a really strong and good thing, because who knows how many other people he sent down that path. Who knows how many other, and when, if it ever stopped, or if it was ever going to stop. I don't know. I didn't, I think that that's a really scary thought of how many girls and how many young women he's leading down like that path.
For sure.
Yeah.
It was incredibly brave of them, especially since it's sometimes 40 or 50% of their total income is tied to it. And because of the way that those agencies do their deals, they're doing deals with the brands and the agency itself instead of the brand and the streamer. So those deals were tied to those organizations. So when they leave, they either have to individually negotiate those or pick them back up. So it was incredibly brave of them to do that. And I just think it's so disturbing, like to get people on that narrative, like, oh, like if you want to get ahead in this industry, hey, it's like a male dominant industry. Like you've got to, you've got to do certain things. Like it's just totally untrue and sets people up for such a terrible time. That power dynamic thing has been a huge consistent problem in a lot of these cases.
Well, that's one of the worst things about it, is like you have these guys that are in a position of power, and then they use it to take advantage of people. It's just disgusting. I think that, though, what Devin was saying is actually really true, is that a lot of these people that are leaving these organizations, especially some of the first people that do it, oftentimes they're losing literally tens of thousands of dollars off of their income. And these people are not like millionaires. So this means a lot to them. Some of them have families, parents, other dependents, and them leaving these organizations is leaving that money on the table with no real expectation that it's going to come back. I mean, there's a hope, but there's not really an expectation. So I think it's really commendable for people to take that first step and really do something that they feel strongly about.
Right. Devin, what does it mean for Nerd Fusion, you think, with all the other agencies under attack? Like, does that ruin the image of all gaming-related agencies, or does that make yours more valuable since yours is, like, still standing and not accused?
I'd like to think that I'd like to tell you that we are going to become stronger from this, but the real fear for everyone in this phone call is that all of the brands see the gaming industry like on fire like this, and the industry starts to become radioactive to sponsor for a certain amount of time, because all these brands just go, yo, we're not going to touch that. Like, we'll spend our advertising dollars somewhere else.
Gosh, that pisses me off.
Yeah, but that's like the real fear of this is.
Yeah, the hard thing is that if we go by like precedent, especially since this whole industry is so like, there's no one really fucking knows, the older people, like what's going on. It's reminiscent of like the adpocalypse for YouTube. It wasn't like advertisers came in and started selectively like choosing who they wanted their ad dollars to go to. They just pulled out completely. Right?
Yeah, and I think we're going to see something similar happen here with when you have two agencies. I mean, Method is effectively an agency. A lot of people think it's like an esports team, but in terms of contracts and the way that they contract players, it's very similar. So when we see two agencies like that blow up overnight, and then simultaneously all of these allegations come out, it's going to be difficult even for endemic brands that have been in for a very long time, like MSI and Corsair and Asus. Like even them to be able to pick up people, they're going to be more careful about it. And I don't want to take away from the power of this movement. I think that this has to happen, and I think it's really good that we're getting a lot of these really shitty people out of the industry. But like, no one at an agency level can totally comprehend what's happening. And like for us, like we're a boutique agency, right? We select influencers really carefully, and we try to like really take care of those individual influencers. We can't onboard 150 broadcasters, right? It's just not something we can do. There's no hope there, right?
Devin, have you seen or do you see kind of like a vetting service coming up for influencers? I was working with a company a couple months ago, and they were so excited to show me their roster. And Albert, the magic trick guy, who had literally just had a cheating scandal 2 months ago, was literally the 4th person on their roster with all of his stuff. And I'm like, did you guys vet any of this? Like, is that a thing?
I don't. That's a really good question. I don't think that it is right now. I'll say that, like, and I'm not proud of this. It's really kind of haunts me right now. But we do background checks on all the people that we contract. I try to like to think that we look into people. We had a person that was really widely known in the industry, did a lot of shows. We got them for an 8-week event this year. That person was one of the people that came out with 3 rape accounts against them and a police report filed. And like, it's haunting. Like, sometimes I don't know how you can tell. It's like our vetting systems and our systems of like a lot of people, like when I've been talking about this over the week, right? They've said, well, we should just be using the justice system. Like, this system of social pressure isn't good. But like, I would argue that like it's one of the only systems we have to hold people accountable and get them out of the industry when other systems have failed us.
Another problem too is that there is so much money in this space, and there are like 50 million different smaller talent agencies. If the bigger ones did have like a little bit more of a thorough vetting process, these guys are still going to find their way onto other teams, and they're still going to find their way with like big deals too. Like, this money is like thrown around, like, I would say, like fairly haphazardly in terms of like the deals that just get tossed around, where there's just like millions of dollars being thrown at like whatever industry decides to pick up whatever ad campaign or whatever. At least that's the impression that I get. That's what it feels like.
Just to me, it sounds like an unoccupied lane that is a service that could be very prevalent. Like, background checks are necessary in regular working jobs. And I'm surprised no one's kind of come up with a social media kind of background check. Maybe we wouldn't be able to filter out these allegations because we don't know. But I mean, like, people like Albert that had such a big cheating scandal, brands would probably be very upset to find that was just 2 months ago. And I just haven't seen that service yet.
Well, it's the same thing with Method Josh. Like, he had a bunch of fucking public discords and shit where he's talking about, underage girls and stuff. And Method never, for some reason, picked up on this. And now they are where they are.
Also, like, I don't know. I feel it's a little extreme to throw, like, cheating on a girlfriend in the same lane as like, yeah. I just think that's a little extreme because
I don't think she's saying it's like comparable. More just like, this was something that was so visible in the industry. How did you miss it? And then so
exactly, like, yeah. I think that's more like the focus is like just someone having like a negative image at that moment. But like I don't know. It's like I just felt it's a weird umbrella personally. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, like, I don't think most people really give a shit about some sort of like cheating thing unless it's really bad. Whereas like people are going to care a lot more about a lot of these sexual allegations and everything. And I mean, to a brand, that's really what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
But something that I kind of wanted to bring up that was related more to what Devin was talking about earlier, how like, sponsors are going to want to like sit back for a little and watch and not really throw their name in the hat just yet, if that's what I'm understanding, is kind of, I wanted to get your guys' take on how you feel. Do you think that all of these allegations are coming to light in the gaming space so heavily all at once because we're so interconnected on Twitter and we're so vocal and present on Twitter? Because I feel like this happens a lot in every workspace. And it's something that I've known as a woman growing up my whole life. Like, and I've had to deal with a lot of sexual harassment and stuff. So I think that that's crazy and almost hypocritical that sponsors are like, well, we're going to step away from the gaming because they're calling males out on their nasty, disgusting behavior. Do you know?
Well, brands, I mean, they're pussies. I mean, let's be real. They're all pussies and they don't give a fuck about you. And the only thing they care about is some amorphous idea of what their image is. So, I mean, of course, they're going to do whatever scummy, slimy bullshit they think is going to help their bottom line. But besides that, I think that, yeah, obviously having it be interconnected is why it's happening. You see one person saying it and then they're getting a positive response. And like I know in particular, you know, with Annie Fuchsia, she told me that exact same fucking story 3 years ago at BlizzCon. And I told her, I was like, listen, you need to fucking tell people this. And she's like, well, I'm not ready to do it. Basically, I forgot like specifically what the story was, but it was basically something to that effect. And I think that once you see one person come out and then they say something and they're vindicated, then it empowers other people to do the same thing. And it's kind of like the idea of the straw that broke the camel's back. Mm-hmm. It's like one person, it happens, and then everybody else, it just pops out.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The problem is that like nobody wants their like what is for some people literally the worst moments of their life to be the focal point of the entire media sphere for a week or two. Like nobody wants to relive that moment over and over and over again. And then more than that, you're going to have to argue it and defend it because there are inevitably going to be people that come out and argue against you. So there's like it's kind of like a strength in numbers thing. If somebody comes out, you can add your story alongside theirs. You feel a little bit more empowered. You don't feel like you're the center of attention and like you're the only person that's going to have to be talking about this. And it's like a strength in numbers thing.
I really like what Destiny said with like having other people come with you at the same time, because the first person that this came out with was this Omid guy, right? And that was the first one I at least saw was the OPG group, the CEO guy. And like
it wasn't the Destiny 2 community.
Yeah, I thought it was Destiny.
Yeah.
Maybe
there
it
was a guy like Snaps or something. What was it?
Ooh, okay,
like
maybe
that.
it was, but
I don't know the name exactly.
What I'm trying to say is like once one person comes out with allegations against one guy, then I feel like other people feel more comfortable coming out with those same allegations and saying like, wait, I had a bad experience with this person too. And then I had a bad experience with this person too. And then it's like at some point, then someone's like, well, yeah, you guys had a bad experience with that guy. Well, what about this other guy that I had a bad experience with? And it just kind of compounds on each other. And we are where we are.
Right. Because like the biggest nightmare though is like coming forth and telling your story and feeling like no one would care or believe you. So I think that's what the movement does really well, is it empowers people to all share, whether they would be like scared or not alone. It's like not a problem anymore because now they have so many other voices to unite them.
Yeah, a lot of the women are terrified to come out, especially with these bigger streamers. They think, oh, he's got a legal team. Oh, his fan base is going to destroy me. And then once they see one allegation, they feel a little bit more comfortable telling their story. And this is actually really important for them because a lot of times the shame is the biggest part of the trauma. And by telling the story, it takes away some of that shame because you're finally able to say it.
Yeah, externalize it.
I think something else that helps in this situation is when you feel like people are actually listening, and this is a topic that people care about. So when I started seeing all of these allegations, I talked a little bit about my own experiences in the chess world, and this is not something I would have ever brought up because I thought like most people literally don't give a shit. So to see so many people coming out and speaking about it and people actually responding somewhat positively gives you the strength like, oh, okay, maybe actually people do care about these concerns.
And I'll say something else, like the way that the community has handled it, I think has been pretty good in terms of being able to like listen to what people were saying and then at the same time be respectful and understanding. I think that overall it's gone pretty well. Like there was like an instance with like WoW where like they dropped somebody without even letting them respond. I wasn't really a big fan of that, but like besides that, I think the community in general has actually done a really good job with this. Much better than what I would have expected.
I think it's good that people are like able to talk about it and be taken serious because like I've had experiences of my own where I literally like filed a police report and everything and they did not take it take it serious.
No, the police don't care until you have a threat and by then like in person at your doorstep and by then it's too late.
I had evidence and everything, showed them like messages and they were just like well,
right. No, they don't care if it's online. Yeah. No, they have to be at your door doing something to you in person or else the police don't care.
He was, but
oh, he was? It wasn't just screenshots? Oh, yikes. Yeah, that's even worse.
I'm sorry.
I haven't really talked about it. It's not like Twitch related, but that's why it's been hard for me to like read a lot of the stories that have been coming out. But I think it's good that like people are like banding together and like actually like supporting girls where that have that kind of experience because it's important to help like heal and get over it. So
I also think their courage for sharing their stories is so important because they can recognize that pattern of behavior that a lot of these like predators kind of share. You know what I mean? And also the feelings that one gets when this happens, like Bose was saying, the shame and all of that. Like there's no reason to be ashamed because you didn't recognize that pattern or that behavior, or you try to justify things for them or make excuses for them.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is so right too, because one of the really common things we're seeing is women that say they don't even realize they were abused until like years later, because they kind of just try to deal with it in whatever way they can. And then when you read the stories and you see the patterns of how people acted, like whether it be the abuser or you, like there's something very common in assaults, which is called the freeze. It's when you give up, you feel completely powerless. And some people reading these accounts, it's making them realize things from their past that maybe they've hidden away. And I think that's also why this is snowballing so quickly.
Mm-hmm. And I actually talked a bit about this on my stream, but like, especially in the chess world, it's been normalized to the point where it's like, oh yeah, like sure, I was 14 and he was like 23 trying to get me drunk and doing all these things, but that's like totally normal. And you've grown up in this environment that's so bad that you just assume it's okay.
No, they're just being boys. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Normal.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of girls are told that that's just boys. Boys will be boys.
Exactly. Or it's like, oh, but you know, you're flirt. Like you talk about it, and it's always just brought back to you. So then you just like grow up like after hearing that for like 3 years or so. I guess it was just a situation, and you internalize it, and then you never really bring it up again until other people start talking about it.
Sometimes suppressing it too is a way that we try to control our emotions, because sometimes the experience can be so overwhelming that if it's at the top of our mind, it just destroys us literally day to day to day. But if you just push it down and bottle it up, you don't have to deal with that anymore. And I think a lot of people just bottle it up.
You guys have kind of compelled me to share a tiny bit of something that was pretty like extreme for me. I'm not going to go into detail of what it is because I just don't feel comfortable doing that. But you guys are hitting a lot of strong points, especially Bose when you mentioned like the freeze factor and give up. So basically this was many years ago, and it's not Twitch related at all. And I was in like the big party city, and basically it was like just kind of experiencing being like a full-grown adult and not always being so strict and not always being so paranoid of every single guy and situation and thing that is being said to you. Okay. Because I'm a very like paranoid person and very critical of what people say and do, but I tried to, justify and make excuses and, just overlook certain things. And next thing I know, we were not headed to the place I thought we were. And I knew that because I know the area kind of, but I didn't know where I was. So I didn't want to call the cops because I was scared. My parents were actually nearby, and I didn't want to call my parents because I felt like I was gullible and I was being lied to. And I didn't want to scream for help because I didn't know who was around and if they were his friends and going to come in and make things worse. And then when I walked in, I saw that there were drugs on the table, which was terrifying because at that point I'm like, okay, well, what if rage happens and I die? And I just kind of, like you said, it was just a freeze and then try and find my way out of the situation. And I felt I did that. And, I didn't tell anyone for months and months. I didn't tell anyone. And I actually never touched that outfit again. And I didn't do laundry for like 3 months because it was sitting in there and I knew it was there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like you're saying of like suppressing things, like I did that. And I don't know. I'm just like, you just compel me to share that, and all the stories compel me to share that. And I haven't talked that much into detail about the whole thing just publicly in a long time.
Thank you. I'm sorry I had to go through that.
Yeah, that's really heavy, especially the outfit thing. That's so fucking heavy.
That is fucked. Very fucked.
I don't get this boys will be boys shit. Like, that's what you say whenever somebody gets dirty. You know? Like,
they start girls.
Yo, I've never fucking heard of like, who the fuck does that?
True.
Like,
Boys
that
will
starts
be
as a
boys.
dress code things in school. People are like, no, you can't wear that top or you can't wear those shorts. You have to have sleeves. If you have your shoulders, boys will get distracted.
They
You
get
know how boys
distracted,
are. It's like,
For some reason, the moment you said boys will be boys, I thought of a Tide commercial where he like the dude wears like jeans and he like gets the green grass mark on his knee, and then the mom's like, boys will be boys, and here's Tide, gets grass marks removed. Like, that's what I thought of. Like, I didn't realize it was being used to like justify shit. That's insane.
No, it definitely is.
Yeah.
Not to like do like not for any like super political topic, but when people bring up like the concept of rape culture, that's kind of what it is. Like, you're supposed to get a girl super wasted if you want to fuck her. You're supposed to keep pushing because girls are just playing hard to get. Like, that kind of goes into that mentality. That's where that idea comes from. I would hope that if anything, like over the past like week of revelations, people see that like it's not just a meme, or it's not just like an SJW meme or whatever, but like there's like a very real pervasive idea that men are supposed to be like incredibly sexually aggressive, and that kind of like using positions of power or using the fact that she might be uncomfortable or in an awkward situation is like an acceptable way to kind of push somebody into some sort of sexual action that they wouldn't otherwise say yes to. I think that is a pretty normalized part of our society, and a lot of people don't like to talk about that a lot.
That's so weird. Like, because to me, it's like, if you have to do that, it's like cheating. You know, like it's just so fucking weird, man. I don't get where people get that idea. Like, I mean, I get where they get it, but it just seems fucking stupid.
I think it's also validating for some people, and this is not limited to men. This is common in women too, where if they don't want you and it's like not so outward, it's kind of a challenge. And if you beat that challenge, if you get them, it validates you. It means that you're good enough. Some people like that.
True.
Yeah. And in my experience too, just being hit on at like the store, some men don't take no as an answer. They take that as a challenge. They don't respect that.
Where that's something I talk about a lot. Like, people wonder, like, why do women ghost guys all the time? And it's like, well, a lot of the time, when you say no to a guy, it's like an invitation to debate you out of how you feel about it. Like, and people will do that. Like, oh, I don't really want to hang out tomorrow. Like, oh, well, why not? It's like, I don't know, I'm just not in the mood. But we can get in the mood. We can drink something. It's like, oh, I don't really feel like it. Well, why do we do this? What do we do? And it's like, you can't just say no. And then eventually it gets flipped onto you. It's like, okay, whatever, you fucking stuck up bitch. Like, Bone's like, what the fuck? Like, I just don't want to do something.
No, yeah, my dad has seen it happen on my live stream.
Every guy at the club.
When I'm doing IRL streams, it happens.
Yeah, and then at some point, it's like, it's just easier to ghost someone. Like, why would you even open yourself up to like going through the whole fucking hassle of like trying to say no when it's so difficult sometimes?
Yeah, I saw that clip. I like that a lot. Go ahead, sorry.
I said I have a boyfriend, even if I don't, to get them to leave me alone, because it's like one of the only ones that sometimes works, and then even then they'll be like, well, they ain't gotta know. They don't have to know. And I'm just like,
yeah. Well, if I can here, I from seeing all these things this weekend, it's had me thinking like a couple of things actually. One is that I'm really curious of what like future gaming, I guess, community events are going to be like. Like, you know, like what will the next TwitchCon have like a major tonal shift in the post this weekend kind of world? You know, where it's like maybe more Me Too-ified. Because I also thinking here, like, how, ladies in the call right now, how safe do you actually feel at TwitchCon? Like, do you feel comfortable whenever you're there, or do you feel like you have to like subconsciously like do things that maybe some men aren't aware of to like be precautious, or just to not feel like you're at any threat at any point, whether it be at a Discord party or any of the after parties?
Watching your drink is a good one to start.
Yeah.
Never always have an eye on your drink. You never put it down ever, or look away. You know.
Also, if you can get a security guard, that works. That helps a lot too.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I mean, personally, like I said, I had a lot of experience, like, I don't know, partying, like, growing up and everything. I grew up in, like, LA, so it didn't feel different than that. If anything, I actually felt a little bit safer because I know I had so many friends around me. But you still, like, you're careful for not only yourself, but your friends and even just random people. Like, if you see a guy just being creepy, like, you have to watch out for them. You have to speak up for them and watch their drink for them too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
So-
like we watch that kind of stuff, and I've like definitely seen a girl look uncomfortable before and like helped her before.
I guess to answer your question, Trihex, like I hope more people are that aware and that like it's like a call to action now. Like, hey, we've all experienced this. Let's all keep an eye out for each other and speak up.
This is really positive. I've actually just I've gotten invited to some chess events where I'm like, I'm gonna be the only girl, and there's like 60 guys and they'll be drinking, and I'm just not going to any of those straight up because I don't believe this like feel good stuff, watch each other's drinks. Nope, just not going anymore.
Train,
understandable.
do you remember? I just remembered this shit. Do you remember that one fucking weird dude that was with us at DreamHack?
By weird, explain what you mean by weird, because I'm gonna be honest with you. At DreamHack,
There's a lot of weird dudes.
Yeah, if we're talking,
not really narrowing it down here.
No deodorants, maybe there's some like,
So I actually haven't thought about the story for like a year, but there was this girl that was with us that was hanging out with us. I'm pretty sure that you were there. And basically we went back to like, I think it was either your apartment, and we had found out that she went with this other weird guy who pretended to be part of our community, but he actually wasn't. He was just like a predator that was just like getting it on, trying to at least with this girl. And he ended up like creeping her the fuck out. And like, I don't remember like what all the real details were, but it was like really bad. And I like, if Esfand was here, he'd be able to probably remember more than I do. But I haven't even thought about that in a long time. Because like usually, like I was thinking, I was like, oh, well, I've never heard any of this stuff happen. But actually, yeah, I have.
Do you remember? I don't know if anybody's mentioned it in the context or anything, but do you remember that one girl? She was like Asian streamer girl. I don't know where she was streaming at, but there was the guy. I think it was a mod or a donor that showed up and like turned her camera over to like start talking.
I remember
Yeah.
that.
So she was like
Oh,
IRL
yeah, I
streaming,
saw
talking to some guy that was being like really, really like kind of a little bit too creepy, but like maybe he was just being weird. It's hard to say. But at one point he tried to like turn her camera off or turn it over or whatever and like try to like get her to go home with him. And it was like, holy shit.
I remember that. It was on, I think it was on Livestream Phil, correct?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yeah. And she noticed that and she freaked out. And yeah, that was very weird. Very, very weird.
Another thing you have to figure too, because like people will point out, well, this isn't most interactions with guys, it's just some or whatever. Even if it's only like 5%, like that's more than enough to taint every single interaction you have too, right? Like if you know that there's like it's really, really weird as a guy because you never think about this, right? Because if anyone's getting killed, it's usually the girl that happens in the situations because of like physical overpowering and everything, right? Like even if only 5% of your interactions have a chance to go like really, really, really fucked up, like that's just something you don't consider as a guy. But as a girl, like it'd be like really scary sometimes, like where every single date is like a potential like disaster waiting to fucking happen or something,
That's like how people develop racist tendencies too. They have like a bad experience with somebody with another race, and then that just gives them that feeling of everybody of that race.
Yeah, it could.
But yeah, I mean, you're definitely right.
I have a question for you guys, specifically more the dudes in here. Like if you were to witness maybe someone acting inappropriately or getting grabby or something that just made you feel like either you were uncomfortable or the girl or whoever was uncomfortable, like what goes through your head in that instance?
In my mind, I would look at how to, like, I would try to talk to her, like get her away from him for a minute.
Yeah, avoid the conflict.
Yeah,
avoid the confrontation. Just kind of
because
like
I don't want to have a conflict at all. If there's a conflict, you never know that, like, oh, what if I just get up and I stand in front of them? I like fucking confront him directly in front of everybody. Who's to say that guy's not going to take it out on the girl later on? So like, this isn't some kind of like hard ass, beat your chest, feel good about it thing. You could actually be hurting somebody. Yeah. So I'd try to get them by themselves and be like, listen, do you want to go home or what? That'd be the first thing I'd do.
One of the most intelligent things, I think I also saw this on Reddit, was there was like a guy that was following a girl, and they were saying they were obviously like really trying to, she was trying to walk away from him. And so one of these guys walked up and was like, hey, what's up, man? Can I take a selfie with you? And he's like, oh yeah, let's. And they take a picture together, gives time to the girl to walk away and get to her friends and then leave. It was like really well done.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I love that.
yeah, that is 5 head.
There's a lot of little like tricks like that to get people away from them, but the truth is for a lot of these encounters, like these are people that they know pretty well. And it can be really hard. Like you can even pull away somebody from somebody that is maybe like being abusive towards them, and they'll be like, no, like it's my friend, like it's okay, he wouldn't do that. Because for a lot of people, like a lot of people genuinely don't think that anything bad, is going to happen until it does, or until there's like a tipping point. So like really for a lot of this stuff, like if you know friends or people that could be in these situations, like you're the best one to keep an eye out for it. Like like if you've got a personal relationship with someone, and unfortunately the way that it works with abusive relationships, you can't just force them out, right? You just have to make sure that they know that you're available if you ever want to talk about anything, and like sometimes that's the most you can do. But like it's really about like holding friends accountable and not having to rely on like a stranger hopefully intervening, and then hopefully having the person being abused have the wherewithal to go with the other person or separate themselves from the event. Like that's a really hard thing to do as well.
I have a question for the guys. This is kind of a very specific one, and like very open-ended. So there was a specific instance, and I think it was the Haley baby was talking about this guy named Satellizer, and Satellizer tries to defend themselves. Haley puts out another statement, but what ended up happening was there were 3 other really big kind of YouTubers and Twitch streamers that came out and they told their side, and they said, Haley's telling the truth. I was there. And every single one of their accounts said, I was there and I saw it. Is there anything that you guys would do differently in a situation now, knowing all these stories, if you saw your friend kind of doing something and you were unsure about it?
Maybe ask him.
I definitely will act differently as a result, and I hope that extends to a lot of the people that are watching. I guess I'll I think maybe hopefully give some people some courage here. Like I didn't really understand, I think, how pervasive this is, and just like how oppressive it is for women in everyday like life. I know that like Amaranth, you and I have talked about the gaming industry and a lot of the trouble that broadcasters have. Holy shit, in real life like this, and some of the stories that Amaranth told me when we were talking about this, just about your everyday life, going to restaurants, like things like that. It's so I think the awareness of these issues is so important, because if you can get, I know I will act differently if I see a guy being super creepy to a girl. Like I think that's something that I might have passed over before and just been like, it's probably fine. I don't want to get involved. Or
Dude, when I was in my 20s, they would say, "Oh, bro, you're cock blocking." Like there's literally like a word for that, and people can say that, and then they're like, "Oh, bro, I'm sorry," but like you could discourage something like somebody from making a difference in something bad that could really happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it sucks because oftentimes, like, depending on how you approach that and how desperate the guy is, like that might be the end of your friendship, depending on how you try to resolve that. So like, yeah, people can take it like really, really, really poorly.
Yeah,
I think one thing that I'm gonna try to do more is that, like, the girl and the guy in this situation, they were happy and hanging out together and everything was chill, and then they left, and that's whenever things went bad. So I think that trying to follow up with people after they get isolated by another person, because it's like, from my perspective, she's having a good time with this guy. Everything's fine. Like, why would I expect anything different? She's smiling. She's happy. Everything's okay. And so, like, what really went wrong was what happened whenever they got alone. And I think that following up whenever that happens, that's really what I think I'll probably do differently.
How do you realistically do that, though? That sounds so difficult.
Like, for the women in the call,
I have an idea.
What do we do? Yeah. Like,
okay,
how do we help?
so I actually kind of tweeted about this the other day, so I'll just try and reiterate it. But basically, before they leave, like if you have the chance to talk to them, or maybe you have their number and you can message them, like, hey, if you feel uncomfortable or weird or anything at all, like maybe you could come up with a code word, or like, because now I'm making it more this scenario based, but maybe you could come up with a code word, like just text me this word, like I won't question. Something that you need to explain to them is you won't question them. Like, oh, well, why did you go there if they said that they were going over here? Or why did you let him do that? Or, well, why did you, like just make it very clear that you're not going to judge or question them, that your number one concern is just going to be removing them from the situation. Because sometimes I think when assault is beginning to happen, I think that a lot of people pick up on it but they don't want to admit it fully, and then they realize that just something is wrong, you know. And even though they can't pin it, and then that's when they really don't want to speak up, because they're like, I don't want to look crazy, or I don't want to look like I'm scared for no reason and make this guy a bad guy when he's not. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, that's something that you can warn them about before they even leave, or if they have left, just send them a message.
Yeah, like be the bad guy for her. She doesn't want to be the bad guy. Be the bad guy.
Yeah, a lot of women in the moment are afraid to say no out of fear of what will happen if they say no. The guy could follow them home. He could, you know, do something to them there where they don't have any way to get help either. It's just fearful. And yeah, it's definitely a thing that is helpful if you are going to a place with girls already, to let them know that you got their back and to have that safety net. Otherwise, they may not do it when the time comes, whether they're sober or not.
I would say something that like is general advice for girls that are doing like Tinder hookups and stuff is usually before you go to, especially to some other person's house, is usually you have at least one friend that you're supposed to check in with in like 2 or 3 hours at a given time. And then if you don't, that friend calls you with a reason to leave if you don't say anything. So if you tell a friend like, hey, like I'm going out at 7, like I'll text you by 10 or whatever. If they don't text you by 10 and you call them at like 10:01, it's like, hey, listen, I need you to come home real quick, so that they have like a call, they have an excuse to leave or whatever, like stuff like that. And you always give like addresses and names of like places you're going and who you're going with.
Exactly.
Always give an address of where you're going to be.
Always.
Yeah.
No.
And even like, honestly, there are times where even if I'm just Ubering to the store or something, I'm like, hey mom, I'm sharing my location with you for the rest of the day. Do you know what I mean? Like, because there are times where I just feel uncomfortable and I want this to be tracked. I want someone to know exactly where I'm at, because like I said, they can give you an address and take you somewhere else. And now your friend has the wrong address.
So that's actually what I wanted to chime in with earlier. Way earlier when you were asking about what would the guys in this call do if given that scenario. And this was like my woke moment on this whole thing here was whenever I realized that like my girlfriend, when she needs to like, whatever, get an Uber somewhere, for her, it's much more complicated than me as a male. Whereas, I'm like, okay, Uber, whatever. It's like 11 p.m. I'm stuck, down wherever the fuck because of some, let's say in the middle of TwitchCon weekend, right? I'm at some party like 8 blocks out. I get an Uber. I don't care, whatever. We move on. As a female, especially if you're alone, whole different scenario there, right? You're like hesitant. You're looking for a buddy to go with. Like, you don't want to be the only woman getting picked up by the stranger you don't even know. The accountability here is very, very low, especially getting an Uber randomly in downtown San Jose or whatever, right? So it's like,
and
really,
especially
really
with all like every time I get into an Uber, it seems like they have stories of their female relatives and friends experience sex trafficking with Ubers who aren't very, very
every time I go someplace, if a girl is like Ubering around with me, like she'll like call like rideshare or some shit. I've met a surprising number of girls that are like, oh yeah, and I'm like, why do you use this fucking app? And it's like, I've had really bad experiences with Uber, or like a guy tried to drive me like 20 minutes out of the way before, and it's like, oh, like yeah, that's a pretty common experience, or maybe not common, but like it happens enough that like people are worried about it,
Yeah, definitely. And so that's something I never thought about. I was just like, oh shit. But that's like a couple years ago when I realized that.
Yeah, I think that's like something that a lot of people miss, because people are always like, oh, like you should never be in this situation. Like you can always blah, blah, blah. And like to some extent, yeah, there are precautions you can take. But man, like not everybody is like fucking on guard from like crazy shit 24/7. Not everybody wants to feel, like, oh, well, how much did you drink when you go? I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, as a guy, if I drink too much going out, the thought is never like, well, if I drink too much, I'm going to get raped. Like that's nothing I ever think about in my entire life. And the fact that people point is like, well, listen, man, how much did you drink? And it's like, well, I don't know, not enough that I deserve this, but people like act like, yeah, that if you don't take the precautions, it's your fault. Like it's the same thing as inviting basically like vile behavior, which is really fucked up.
Rationalizing the behavior, I think, is the most disgusting thing.
Yeah. It's a huge problem as a result of like the last week or so too. There's so much justification that people are trying to do around all this.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, Adept, that's what me and my girlfriends did. My friend got married last year, and we went on a bachelorette party in Vegas, and it was just all girls. So we all were in like a group chat, and we made sure that we shared our locations with each other the entire trip, and that we all stayed like in a group. And if we went to the bathrooms, like one of us went with them. Like we never went anywhere alone.
Yeah, and I usually don't give into chat, but I saw like when I said that there are some idiots like paranoid, but fuck that. If you're reading this and if you don't be afraid to be paranoid, okay? because being paranoid, you might just feel happier that you're paranoid instead of another feeling. Okay. And the thing is, like,
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you're good.
I was gonna say, what do you like? Anybody that thinks that being paranoid, like, what do you think the odds of something bad happening are? Like, realistically, what are the odds? Like, I'd actually be curious to see what the chat's odds are for that. 1%.
The point is,
guess how many 1% chance drop mounts I have in WoW.
Yeah, or if you're doing something like every single day.
1% chances happen all the time.
1% is enough to justify paranoia and cautiousness. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
People are actually a side thing. Like people like psychologically are really bad at dealing with probability. You know, actually, I guess you being a WoW player should be a lot different. But like, because in real life, you know, 20% chance of something happening, it's like never happening. 20% chance that fucking happens all the time. Are you serious? Like, if you're farming rare drops, 20%, that's not even rare. Like that's like common. You know. Yeah, people have a really hard time like mentally understanding percentages.
I think also the discussions that we're having about like how we conduct ourselves at conventions and things are really, really important, because I don't know about you guys, but I was raised very, very Christian, religious, tiger mom, strict household. I wasn't told, here's how you conduct yourself at a party. It was just don't go to the parties.
Same,
so from my teenage years,
Definitely.
until 18, 20, I had to learn how to navigate through parties through experience. And I'm like, I think it's also on us as, you know, parents or people in the sphere to talk to younger girls and tell them, hey, here's what you do, because your parents are going to tell you, just don't go to the fucking party. You need to know buddy system, location on, don't drink too much, keep your drink by you at all times. People really don't talk about this to young girls. So unfortunately, they have to learn through experience and trauma.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I worked at a club and they gave us a rundown when I like the first day at the job. They're like, so if you think someone's following you home, make sure you change your route and call someone and come back. Like, he gave us a rundown because apparently it had happened a lot. Like, I think the day I started, like someone had got like found like all chopped up or something like that, and I was like, oh my gosh, what am I getting myself into? So
jeez.
I learned it from my mom, because she like grew up in Mexico, and my mom has like kind of the same level of paranoia dealing with things. And since I was a kid, I've been almost kidnapped by a guy in a van while walking home from school. I was sitting at a magazine center waiting for the school bus, and some guy asked me if he could give me a ride to school because he claimed his daughter went to my school too. And I had to lay down and hide in a ditch one time from some guy following me in his car, and I was like running, and it, like, I don't know, these people saying 1%, I just feel like are so out of touch. Or maybe they just live in a different kind of community or something.
The reason why I asked that is because I think everybody knows that it's higher than 1%, but that's the number that probably comes to mind. And even at 1%, if you play any game that has a drop chance, like probability mechanic, you know that 1% happen all the fucking time. That was the point I was making, is like 1% is not that uncommon at all.
No, I agree with you completely. Yeah.
Jeez, sorry, I've been moderating my chat. I apologize.
You probably got quite a task ahead of you.
I do. I'm in a group. I'm in a message on Twitter with some of my moderators, and we're like banning a lot of stupid fucking shit. I got one.
Let me ask one more thing here, actually. So another thing, for the ladies here, have y'all ever like taken a ride share and like had to like lie about where you were going because you didn't want this driver who you don't know or don't trust to know explicitly where you live or where you were specifically heading?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah,
I always try and pick the corner instead of the place.
Right.
I'll get dropped off at my house, but I've had people be like, "Oh, you live here? Do you have roommates?" And I'm like, "Yep."
Yep, always.
And a
big black dude, yo. He's super territorial. Yeah.
We're gonna start being like the Home Alone movie with like people moving in the window, you know, like the cardboard cutouts.
I'm gonna say I got 3 boyfriends and they kill people. My boyfriends are angry. They will fucking kill you.
Yeah.
That's a good idea to do with anybody in any situation, not like anywhere. Like a lot of times, like if I ever hung out with like a shady group of people, I would always get dropped off before because I wasn't sure if they're gonna rob my parents' house or they're gonna do some weird shit. So I always got dropped off in the corner. And not to mention, recently I had someone come to me and I realized for like ordering apps, you know, the food ordering, I think you should like actually like change your name and like make it way more anonymous. Because I had someone ordered me, and they left this comment saying, "Yo, Ape Gang, baby, hell yeah, glad I got to deliver your food." And instantly in my head, I thought, okay, this dude definitely rubbed his dick in this. Like, but I was so fucking hungry. Honestly, I was so hungry, I ate it anyways. So I just said, fuck it. But like, realistically, it was a little tampered with. But I was so hungry, everything else closed, the delivery app closed. I said, fuck it, I ate it. But like, it's sketchy out there. So.
Yeah,
good thing it wasn't a hate watcher.
Shit.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like the way I talk, especially like the way I talk is very like, you know, it's very aggressive, and I talk in a way where like I don't mean it to be that way, but that's just how it is. And I could see, like, I'm hoping to God it's someone that understands my humor versus someone that's like getting mad. If it was someone that gets mad, he definitely did some fucked up shit to that thing. But either way, it was good. The other spices overwhelmed whatever he did. So I guess fuck it. I'm not sure what happened. Yeah. Yeah, and the problem was I ordered tzatziki sauce on it, so you guys know that's just probably, you know. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
I kind of have a question for the guys.
Go ahead.
This movement was a little different, in my opinion. Have you all ever had a time where a woman has made advances to you that made you uncomfortable, but you didn't feel okay about talking about it or saying anything because you're like, oh, I'm a guy, this is a woman, I should be able to handle it?
Good question.
The most that I've ever had to deal with is just people that I just think aren't genuine. They just like want something. I've never had any kind of experience like where I felt like legitimately uncomfortable.
Is genuine a different word than genuine, or is that just your pronunciation of it?
I think I'm just saying it weird.
No, because
he really likes the singer.
No, because I think Genuine's a rapper. Yeah, I believe Genuine's a rapper. Yeah.
I'm too old to know any rappers, dude. I don't know. All of the rappers these days have like numbers and letters, 25 beavers, 31 coins. I don't know, man. I'm too
in
old.
every single color.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you saw this here, but there was a female at one of the Twitch like parties. It was like the VIP Twitch like after party thing. And she was like touching Felix's leg while he was almost passed out drunk. And I didn't want to get too crazy because I was like, okay, these Twitch people would probably have no fucking like they wouldn't care if they banned me. You know what I mean? Like they'll keep inviting Felix, but if I punch her right now, if I punch her straight in the fucking face right now, they'll ban me and I'm gonna look like the bad guy. And do you know what I mean? Like, even though I did the right thing, I'd still get in trouble. So I stopped her and I looked at her friend and I said, you better take her out of here now before I beat the shit out of her. I'm giving you 2 seconds because of the place, but you better take her out right now.
Girl, I would have been gone. I would have grew an extra leg and been out that bitch real fast.
She did. She went and she got their friend so fast because her friend was like 5'2", like just, I mean, she would have got her world rocked. Like if it wasn't a Twitch party, it would have been over. And I don't even like hitting people, but the fact that he was almost passed out drunk and she was taking advantage of him like that just set me off. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little event that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So we were at TwitchCon and Mizkif was there. I think Mizkif can probably corroborate the story too.
Wait, which year?
Like last year.
Oh, okay.
And so there was like this drunk chick that we were with, and like her arm just seemed to make its way, and her hand make its way onto my leg and onto like my thigh. And to me, it's like I'll be honest, this doesn't make me uncomfortable at all. But it's also, I know that like you're probably not supposed to do this either, and it was pretty fucking weird. But I just kind of ignored it. It was like, and she at some point I think she was like almost fucking dual wielding, you know, like Mizkif was sitting on one side of her, I was sitting on the other. It's got 2 hands, you know what I mean? It was just kind of weird.
Dude, I saw a lot of, there were some women on the spreadsheets. Like
I know of women to women uncomfortability. That's not my story to share. And I'm waiting to see if they're going to come forward or not.
Oh, shit.
I am.
Okay. So this movement is so different to me because there have been kind of Me Too movements and I've always felt exiled from it. About 2 years ago, I shared my story and I was taken advantage of by a woman when I was much younger. And I mean, it was it was almost essentially a full-on rape. That's really what it was. She was trying to turn me out, even though I was straight, for her own validation. And my sexuality is not a pawn for your validation. And I came out with this story on a podcast with 250,000, 200 or 300,000 views, and literally nobody fucking cared. Not a single person said anything about it. And it just kind of like destroyed me. And I didn't know how to heal. So I actually ended up calling this woman directly and telling her everything. And that was very powerful and very healing for me. But in this, what it felt like was 2 years ago, the Me Too movement felt more like I hate men, kill all men. And I wasn't included in that because my abuser was a lesbian woman, and it didn't fit the narrative that some of these people were trying to push. So for the first time, people were actually talking about female abusers. And I think it's so important to talk about that because there are probably men that have been touched by a woman or even a guy, especially when they were younger, and they don't feel comfortable coming out about it.
Right.
So especially because the communities that were supporting this before were very liberal, very LGBTQ. And so as soon as you accuse a homosexual man or a lesbian woman, they don't want to hear your story. And like this week, it's been a lot different. And I'm finally able to actually kind of get that healing and associate myself with this movement. And I even saw some guys come out with their stories too. And I think it's really important to talk about that.
Yeah.
Well, the worst part is like whenever there's like some fucking middle school teacher that's getting it on with her 11-year-old male student.
I was just thinking
and they take a picture of her and she's like a 6. And you have all the guys in the comments are like, oh man, dude, what a lucky guy. And meanwhile, this kid's fucking traumatized and it's just, it's so fucked up.
Yeah. The last time I was on this, actually, we were talking about that. And then that one girl left the call.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think we talked about it because it's like.
Oh, yeah. That's why that one actor girl just had to go immediately. I remember that.
No, she. Well, she left. She messaged me. She left because she had like Adept said in this situation. It's not my story to tell, but yeah, there was something like in that ballpark with her, so she left. But yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, last time I think we talked about it, and I went over that as well, and I was saying that it's not my place to say how he felt, and
here's what I think is different.
If it was damaging for him, but like there was a point like way back in the day, and I think what made it seem like oh yeah, my man, like you know what I mean, like good shit, right? Like what made it that way is like, especially in our age, in our time, is porn. Right, like the way porn was viewed in our time was like, these are the like true like leaders of right, like and like since like this was glorified,
here's what it is, man.
I think that's why it was seen this way. Even by me, it's like there's times where I had like a teacher where I'm like, damn, like right. So I don't know. It was just.
I don't think that's what it is, dude. I think that it's the difference. It's like, whenever you see like a picture of a McDonald's hamburger and a fucking like a commercial and it looks delicious and amazing. And then you get the McDonald's hamburger and it's this nasty ass floppy piece of shit.
Yes.
And so anyway, it's kind of the same thing with expectations and reality. So the expectation is to have like this like hot relationship with this like really, hot fucking, sophomore in college, like student aide. But the truth is, it's like this really weird predatory thing that scars you for the rest of your life, and you're just like not happy about it at all.
I like
so.
It's
like I think that's the reason why people think that is that they don't have the empathy to put themselves in the position of the other person, and that's really what it is. But I think the main difference with what Bose is saying is this time around, I feel like the main reason is because the men are allies and not enemies. And that's been a very big it's been a very big focal point in my mind, seeing as many guys come out, and instead of trying to rationalize it, and also there's no place to rationalize a lot of these, they're just fucking awful, and actually like listening and being helpful and all of that, I think that's why it's been a lot different, and I think that's why it's also been more productive.
I think I've noticed too, like 2 years ago when we were seeing these posts, they essentially said, kill all men. Men are disgusting. Men. and it just kind of grouped everyone together. But
Right.
a lot of us women in gaming, we've had strong relationships with men throughout our lives, so we kind of knew to draw a dichotomy between those men and the men that we know, love, and have supported us for years. And I think it made more people feel inclined to men to support the movement because they weren't thrown into a bucket with all of these dudes.
Right.
What's also like these guys, you see these fucking posts, and these guys, it's fucking embarrassing. It's genuinely fucking embarrassing.
Like how
Like the
desperate
way they
are?
act towards women.
Yeah.
The like it's pathetic. Like and like nobody, like this is me, right? Asmongold sits in my room, plays video games all day. I feel like Frank Sinatra. I feel like a pimp next to these people, and it's so sad. So like you immediately get like all of these guys thinking, oh my god, this is actually really bad. This is so terrible. And that's the first thing for me. Like I said this before the call, I'll be the first to admit this. I thought it was just going to be some fucking, you know, oh, we had sex and I regretted it, so it's rape or some weird shit like that. And I assumed it was like just girls making up bullshit. That was like kind of where I started. And I started reading these posts, man, and I was wrong. I have no problem admitting that. I was fucking wrong. It was way worse than I had ever expected.
It was so heartwarming, kind of in an odd way, but it was.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
If you still want to hear more about like have men been on the receiving end of these stories, I think was like the question we were on forever ago, right? Not quite, not really has happened to me, but what I can tell you about that might make this like perhaps applicable to the situation is that particularly for me, because I went to high school in the South in Louisiana, rural Louisiana at that. And I don't know if this is like a uniquely a Southern thing or just like a generalized like high school thing, but like virginity shaming was like a really, really big thing. Like you were a fucking loser if you were not chasing poon and crushing puss every weekend. Because all the dudes would just like brag about that all the time. And it didn't matter how it was done. Manipulate, lie, whatever you had to do to get in them draws.
Isn't that ironic?
Was how
of Southern
like,
females.
Like literally just
like
toxic locker room
opposite.
rhetoric all day long, complete objectification, all that nonsense. And it like, dude, there were many times where it was like, you know, it would have, I guess, been my turn to brag about whatever I did that weekend. And I didn't do shit other than like, you know, did the Asmongold special here, just play games all day, you know, nerd up in my basement or whatever it may be here. And so I was just kind of like, I was like uncomfortable and I would kind of just pass because I had nothing to report, quote unquote. And I'm just like, man, this is like normalized shit right now. It's so freaking weird. And I can tell all of them like kind of made it a competition. They would all make it like, you know, a race. You know, how many girls can I manipulate and slam and just add it to my trophy wall? And I hate that was really that was a thing, but that's definitely like the thing that I saw that made me like, I don't know, uncomfortable.
That shit always made me
the
so
beginning of it.
uncomfortable, man. Like people did that where I was at too. I never liked that. That's weird.
I feel like a lot of people grew up in that kind of culture, though. What made you shift away from that?
I was never in it.
It was
yeah, exactly.
It was like again, my question to you actually is that a Southern thing, or is that just like, is that most high schools? Is that like a rural?
I think that's like a whole like international thing. I would argue that's still like a pretty widespread thing today. I don't think that ever went away.
Yeah,
maybe our priorities might have shifted a little bit because we're a little bit older now, but that's definitely still an ever-present thing.
We see it glorified everywhere, whether it's music or anything like that. Like it just comes down to, right? Like in my opinion, we have to be careful with. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not even trying to explain that part, but like, I think what you're referring to when you say manipulate to add to the trophy wall, are you just talking about the game? Are you talking about like, you know, back in high school, there was, you know, the cool dudes, the cool girls, and the dudes would brag about who they slept with. The chicks would brag about, you know, which captain they were with. Like, are you talking about that game?
I'll tell you an example here, right? So yeah, I had a person I knew, and he would just call girls and just lie and say anything to get them to come over, or to allow, or, you know, the goal was to either she comes over and they fuck, or he goes over to their crib and they fuck. You know, that was like but of course, you know, everyone's like 17, 18. Someone has like vehicles. They're trying to like figure out where they can go because most of them live with their parents one way or another here.
Yes.
So for him, it was all about just like saying whatever he can say to get him to say yes. So it was in that regard. If we can conclude that lying or putting up a false narrative is manipulation in some factor or in some form, that's what he would do.
There's a spectrum, but yeah, I would agree. I mean, like, I think that the one silver lining on this is that I know a lot of you guys probably had friends like that in high school, and now they've got like 2 kids who fucking hate their life, and like with 2 different girls that they're paying child support to, and they have to deal with these fucking kids, and then the 2 girls hate each other, and it's constantly a problem. Like, I have a friend that lives up the street from me. Fucking, he's always pissed off. Always.
That's why.
Sometimes I always push back on this though. You're gonna meet some genuinely horrible people in your life, and they're actually gonna have great lives. They're gonna have great wives. They're gonna have great jobs, and they're gonna like do better than you in every single way. There's not like a global karma that like keeps track of horrible actions that people do. Like sometimes this is one of the reasons why it's so important to hold like people accountable, because there are a lot of people that do a lot of fucked up shit growing up that never have repercussions for it. They make it through their entire existence just fine. But I know that like, cause sometimes it sucks really hard when you look at somebody that was like horrible fucking piece of shit in high school, and you go check on their Facebook now, and their life is like perfect. Paul. Like that happens. What? Like Logan Paul. Yeah, basically, yeah. And they can continue to even do those things too.
That's why on my stream I always make so people refer to the people you're talking about are the Chads of the high school, right? And I always refer like when people refer to like older men or like our age as like who the Chad is, I always say it's actually a bad thing. I actually make fun of those people because like it's not good to be that. What you just explained right there, Asmin, is literally what every Chad in high school ended up being, right? Like ended up having 2 kids, like didn't plan right, like everything peaked at high school. That was the Chads. That's why I always make fun of kids who use that as some sort of compliment.
True.
Yeah. But I don't know. I guess it could be.
I don't know. I know a lot of people that were pieces of shit in high school. When I look at them now, they're working at some bullshit firm because their dad got them a job there because their family's always been wealthy and connected, and they seem like they've got like a wife and they're doing fine. Like I don't know. I see a lot of those people that were like pieces of shit in high school that are doing just fine later on in life. I think that if you're looking for like if you're looking for some type of good feeling that they got their comeuppance, a lot of the times that'll never happen.
Oh, luckily I went to a ghetto school, so half of them are in jail and the other half are working at
So
McDonald's.
it sounds like your edition of Facebook follow-up Destiny is a pretty boring one. Mine is always like juicy because it's out again. I was in a rural area, so for those who never got out of that small country town or whatever, they it's always like Asmund Globe was saying here, just like 2 kids, just completely unplanned baby, probably obviously. They look pissed off all the time. It's just
they complain about each other on Facebook.
Yeah, you go to each other's wall. It's all that stuff, like hanging all the dirty laundry, like.
And they're usually
and of course passive aggressive quotes that you can infer have something to do with their dysfunctional relationship.
And they're usually
details that nobody wants to hear.
And they're usually Trump supporters. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay,
Jesus, you're doing so well.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, no, but
go
ahead. No, you go ahead.
I guess I know that what Destiny is saying is true. I want to believe there's like a global karma tracking system. I mean, I don't know. For some of the people in the gaming industry that I had that feeling for a long time, like, I don't know about this person. For this kind of stuff to come out and to confirm that, what was kind of vindicating, I think, and hopefully was for a lot of people, because there's a lot of people that will never work in the industry again after this, and that they absolutely should not have been there in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm definitely on the side of Asmund for a lot of things he said. And with that said, I think it's important that we don't entirely blanket situations. But the stories that I did read, I was very surprised, man. Like some of the things that I read, the detail, like there was one specific one that I read that was some graphic shit. Like it was
the
really
Poopernoodle one.
That one was the hardest one for me to read.
I'll be honest, I haven't read it because I feel like I kind of know her a little, and I don't know. It's just hard for me to read it. I didn't want to open it
because I was told like a completely I was told a completely different story and like given a different set of circumstances with like different evidences like way beforehand. And when I read that, like everything it was some fucked up shit, but really bad. But like I think it's still important to step away from that, understand that, man, that was bad. That was really, really bad. Man, I don't know.
That was crazy. Like I remember first time I heard about that, man, I was like, well, how do you know Josh is even telling you the truth? Like, that was the first thing I wondered, because it's like, I don't know, man. It's like whenever it's like you walk like a duck, you look like a duck.
If it looks,
you start quacking, and you know what? Maybe it's a fucking duck.
Start shitting
I love
everywhere,
that.
you know?
Yeah. I say that like way more than I should, but it's always relevant for a lot of shit.
Well, you
And that's exactly how I feel about that guy.
You have some truth to it. So
But that guy, and even the situation with her, she had mentioned it and referred to it a lot. Like, that's kind of also why I didn't want to read it too, because I'm like, I already know. I know, and I don't even, like, I don't want to read it, and I don't want to have that in my mind, basically. But I already knew. I think a lot of people did.
It was pretty bad. Like, I mean, it was really bad, actually. Like, not pretty bad, it was really bad.
Yeah.
I was surprised, honestly. Like, I didn't expect it to be like that. I thought it would just be like kind of some...
Like Adept said, I knew beforehand as well, and I had like, and I was given a completely different like account, and I still read it, and it was like there was so much that was left out and missed, and it was really bad. That was man.
How do you guys feel about there's some men that are taking legal action against the allegations? I noticed that there was a really huge allegation from OMG It's Firefox that was actually removed today. And the guy that she was accusing made a statement that said that he had lawyered up. And to my knowledge, I think if his attorneys were to send her a cease and desist, she would have to delete the post, which I think would cause skepticism about whether her allegations were true or not. And I'm kind of wondering, like, what do you guys see coming on the horizon with guys trying to take legal action against these?
Well, I think that
honestly, real quick, just so we have an understanding of like the legal terms, because I see a lot of people on Reddit lawyers that are saying different things. So a cease and desist is basically just putting somebody on notice that if they don't cease a certain behavior, you're going to take them to court. A cease and desist, like in and of itself, doesn't mean that you're suing somebody, or doesn't mean in and of itself you've taken legal action against them. It's more just like if you're going to take somebody to civil court, usually a judge wants to see like, hey, have you tried to resolve this before just throwing, a court case at this person? And usually a cease and desist is the way that you go about doing that, right? Like, well, look, I've told this person to stop. I sent them a cease and desist, it was signed and everything, blah, blah, blah. And now I'm taking them to court because I haven't stopped. That's the first part of that. And then the second part is that if you were to take somebody to court for like a false allegation, if there's no like police report or whatever filed, then these are all going to be like civil cases as well. I don't know how important that'll be to the upcoming conversation, but go for it.
Oh, of course it is. I mean, like civil court cases are, they're much more gray, I feel, than like criminal cases. I don't know a whole lot about that. But yeah, I mean, I think obviously if you're a guy and you're getting falsely accused of something, you should absolutely lawyer the fuck up, shut the fuck up, and do what they tell you to do. And that's a smart thing to do. And usually whenever I see a guy that like after the allegations, assuming like how credible they are, instead of just immediately disagreeing with them and like writing a whole thing, they just shut the fuck up. I will usually take that more seriously than if somebody just starts going and like, trying to like argue it and like they're opposing Twitlonger, basically.
You really think so? I feel like for some of the responses to some of the allegations, I feel like the guys did a really good job of putting up like, this is what happened, this is why I disagree with what's going on, and then this. So I think Badger was one that had put up like a decent number of documentations. Like, okay, well, hold on, this is what was going on. Like, I disagree with her characterization of that. Sometimes I feel like the silence looks really bad. Like if there's like a really big accusation comes out and the person has nothing to say at all, I feel like, okay.
That's kind of I agree actually with what you're saying. Yeah, I do, because I know whenever the accusations came out against Swifty, there were a lot of people who criticized him not responding to it immediately. And I think it just matters about like how much actual proof you have,
how you respond. Like Swifty basically came out and he was like, well, actually my mom and my sister and every girl I've ever met says I'm a gentleman, so suck it and bye. And then he just like screamed.
Also, remaining silent for too long, people have already labeled you that for so long, they're not going to change it. Exactly. They're not going to look at your evidence. They're not going to look at the report. Nothing. They're not going to look. That's it. You're done. You're over in their eyes. And that is a majority of people, because majority of people are kind of lazy and don't care that much, but they will care enough to criticize. Yeah.
I think in order to keep this platform that gives a voice and gives justice to so many different people, there needs to be an oversight and accountability. So sure, the number of false allegations versus accusations is way smaller. It could be even 1% to the 99%, but that 1% still needs to be held accountable, and there needs to be an oversight to that. If they're not held accountable, then it's only going to chip away at the credibility of the overall platform and take away the platform from people who actually need it. And that's one thing I haven't really seen many people talk about, but I think it's very important. And that's my 2 cents for that.
I think a lot of people talk about it.
I agree completely. I'm also worried, though, about people that use that as a shield to keep women from coming out and telling these stories. And I kind of like, that was like one of the big arguments that I, like when I kind of got into this with my chat and was trying to explain why this is so important, that like these systems of social accountability exist so that we can, because when these other systems like the justice system fail us, that don't work for like things like sexual misconduct. The big argument that I got was, well, there's false positives. You know, there's like, we have to consider all these people that might be getting falsely accused. It's like, well, we do need to acknowledge that. And I think Twitch, for what it's worth, like so far has been doing a pretty good job of removing people that they have credible evidence towards and then investigating the rest. And I know the trust and safety team is very hard at work doing that as we speak. I worry that that certain people might not understand the gravity of these situations and use that as a shield in order to like sort of justify that we shouldn't be having these conversations at all.
Mm-hmm. Right? Well, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, like, and the funny thing is that they just come out and they fucking admit it. You know, they just admit it. What happened?
Did you see that?
Yeah,
No.
I saw it.
Look at his hand.
No, we can't see what's in his hand.
You're gonna get a chair and come sit, or what? You already disrupted them, scaring the shit out of me.
Is that an egg? Is that an egg in his hand? Is he eating a cactus?
Crackers.
Oh, I was gonna say, who the hell's eating cactus?
Quackers.
There's celery crackers.
Does he have celery crackers? What the fuck is a celery cracker?
Also, I just want to point that like the main point of a lot of that is just because someone deleted their tweet and all their proof doesn't mean they were lying or that it didn't actually happen, okay? Because like Destiny said, they have to take all that stuff down or they will go to court. And sometimes even when you are involved in like a legal proceeding, you're not allowed to talk about those details anymore. They have to be only discussed in the court and stuff, so...
I think more people should say that because I've seen so many people that as soon as the tweet gets deleted, they use that as ammunition to be like, yeah, I told you guys it wasn't real. It wasn't real. Like, no, when it becomes a court thing, sometimes that stuff gets screen capped and then it's gone.
Yeah. Felix wants to chime in too.
Well, I saw Asmund say like, lawyer up, shut the fuck up. And I feel like that would make sense. The problem is that whenever you're in hot water, you're not only in one case or one battle. You're in a battle maybe legally, but also a battle with the fucking public code, whatever,
community,
with the people.
Yeah, that's what
basically, it's like a ticking time bomb, right? If you don't like diffuse anything like on social media, or whatever, you're kind of like losing over time. And even though at the end of the day you'll be right, it won't matter anymore. You'll suffer so much damage that you'll be wrong.
Pro Jared.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we said that too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You bring up a good point.
Asmund said you bring up a good point. It's okay. I was like, yeah, we kind of talked about that a bit.
I have to go, by the way. It's very late for me. I usually stream early in the morning.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Goodbye,
guys.
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks for your input, by the way. Like, honestly,
really glad you could come here.
Yeah, of course.
Is Slasher available right now, Devin?
I believe so. Yeah,
I think we want to go a little further into this doc situation.
Peace. See you later.
Yeah.
I love you, Asmund.
He left already. I was gonna tell him to come get his laptop because I still have it, but he's already gone.
Let's get let's get Slasher in here.
So we can get the big guns.
Oh,
I want everybody to hear this.
Whenever
he wants something from you, or info, or a leak, he's gonna be around. Hey. But whenever we want something from him, fucking disappears in the wind, dude. Yikes, this guy, dude.
Yeah, how did Slasher take 15 hours to write a tweet that says, I know, but I can't tell you? Like, what the hell kind of reporting is that, Slasher? Well, let's bring him in here.
Well, he said that, I mean, he said what he knows, right? Well, he knows he knows part of it.
Did he?
But yeah.
Yeah,
like,
he posted it during this podcast.
What?
So Slasher posted just during the podcast while it was going on. He said,
"Oh yeah."
For several hours now, I've been told from credible sources the reason DrDisrespect has been banned. However, due to the importance and sensitivity around the subject, I've refrained from going on it. I don't feel comfortable with it currently.
I mean, he's just trying to be a responsible journalist. Like he's wanting to get the information right before something comes out.
Yeah.
Oh, Devin, I did have a question regarding the ban of someone like DrDisrespect.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a contract with Twitch and then they ban you, do they try to get their money back from the deal, or do they just have to pay that out regardless?
So with the caveat that I have to be really careful that I'm just talking in general, okay, and not
right.
In
Like in that kind of situation, right?
Yeah. This would be most likely considered a for-cause termination in that there would be some kind of set of agreements within the contract that say if these kind of things happen, which could involve some kind of serious ethical or moral violation, some kind of federal or state level crime, right? That would then trigger an immediate termination of the contract with no other deliverables served. And if we're to assume that the information about DrDisrespect is correct, that this is a permanent ban, then that undoubtedly would have happened.
Mm-hmm. In almost every contract you've ever signed, if you actually scroll down and read it, almost every single one will include an opportunity for both the signer and the person giving the contract to escape the contract if the other party fails to meet their obligations. And then usually those are done obviously without compensation. If you fuck up really hard or either end fucks up really hard, there's generally a way out of that contract where nobody is compensated. And sometimes you might even have to forfeit depending upon what type of agreement was made in advance. Like if you were delivered some cash up front, you might have to forfeit that, for instance, depending
That's
on...
what I was mainly wondering, if he would get to keep what the payout gave him, or if they would find some way to legally claw it back.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think there's more information to come, right? One of the things I think I'll say that, again, just being very careful, but one thing that I don't think ever seen is Twitch refund subscriptions across the board for a person, right? So that indicates
that is true. I don't know if like that is necessarily indicative of the seriousness. That could just be a back-end upgrade that they finally made, right?
That's true, but even in the case of like recent indefinite bans, they haven't done that. Like the subscriptions run out at the end of the month. Like the actual refund, I don't know. Like I guess it could have been in the last we'd be talking about something like that happened in the last week or two.
Because people, I don't know if this is true or not, but I've got people in my chat saying that they did do this for Mitch.
Yeah, I believe I got this did happen with, I remember it happened with someone, because I got refunded for someone else as well. I'm not sure who it was. I can't remember exactly, but there was another instance where I was refunded for someone else. So this has definitely happened before.
Oh, and if I can here, there's a little bit more stuff here as well. Has anyone already brought attention to the fact that he also Doc lost his Discord partnership?
Yeah, and he lost another sponsorship.
So far, it's only been like Twitch, focusing on Twitch's reaction to whatever X event is, right? That led to the ban or suspension or whatever. So it's like, if Discord's also doing that, does that provide more context towards like a ballpark of like
seriousness? Yeah, for sure. The people that were tweeting about this earlier said that Doc is done in this space forever, which makes it sound like it's...
I saw somebody tweet that, that he's done like not only on Twitch, but like everywhere.
Yeah.
So that would make sense.
Wow. I mean, to play devil's advocate here, you guys remember Hitbox TV back in the day? You could be anybody and go to Hitbox. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know how big the allegation is, but there are some platforms that are totally shameless. Like, who knows? Caffeine might offer them a huge contract and be like, come over here.
Yeah, while that's true, though, the question would be, would somebody who's attained Doc's level be willing to go stream on like D Live with no sponsors and no subscriptions? Like that, I mean, he'd effectively be done, right?
And after something like that, and no offense, but also like of his age, I think.
Well, hey, calm down.
I feel like the real question might be, is there another streaming platform that can afford it and will be willing to take the risk after seeing that viewers do not leave Twitch to follow you? Example, Ninja and Shroud from Mixer, they got like a 4,000 person viewer each return at the end of that buyout. Like, I don't think that's worth it for a lot of platforms, and do the platforms that would be willing even have the money to afford that?
Well, DrDisrespect wouldn't be asking for any payments up front. He's just looking for some place to host him, right? This isn't going to be like a massive buyout or something. But it's kind of like the question earlier, where it's like, do we think that, like, why can't we have like a more strict vetting process for, you know, creators? The reality is that there's going to be some company that will hire some talent if they're getting viewership, no matter how horrible they are. And it's just the same is true for social media. We've got Gab. The same is true for streaming. We've got DLive. You know, there's always going to be these off platforms that want any popularity any way they can get it, and they don't care who they host.
True.
Slash will be joining us in about 2 minutes from his last message.
But that is something like I was saying earlier, how we all need to speak up. Like, I'm sorry, but there's maybe we can't stop it, but we could all definitely speak against it should something like that ever happen with anyone that would be in that situation. Does that make sense?
Wait, say that again. I didn't understand.
For what situation?
Like so let's say, obviously it's something pretty drastic, something really bad, right? I mean, I guess we could speculate that, maybe not obviously, but we can speculate that. And if another platform did pick like that very, very problematic streamer up, or a very, very problematic streamer up, like, we would all have to kind of denounce that as a platform and be very against it and be very vocally against it. So
any press is good press. That's what they say. The louder we are, the more it's going to push viewership over there.
I also think it's, I don't know, maybe I'm an idealist. I think that the industry, if the issue is as serious as what we're contemplating, you know, that the industry won't tolerate that. Like, while there will be some,
that's what I mean more.
There will be like some website that will host like it's effectively a full-blown, like he's effectively finished. He might appear in some place in some form, but as a shadow of what it formerly was.
He would be. He would, if he is anywhere, it's going to be on one of these really off content places that are not really relevant. Yeah, like DLive will host literally anybody. So
you see his wife's response on her Instagram.
Yeah, it makes you wonder.
Yeah, you might want to tell people, though, for people that haven't seen it.
Yeah, so she says, the outpouring of love and support, strength, and kindness from the arena has been truly overwhelming. You all have made my heart full, and I cannot thank you enough. No one better out there than the Champions Club. You guys are amazing. Much love to you all. Heart.
What is the arena?
That's what he calls
like DrDisrespect.
That's what he calls like right. His channel is the arena, and then the Champions Club members are watching in the arena. He's comparing to like a stadium, you know, for sports players. He's equating his chat and his thing as the stadium, which
this is taking an incredibly cynical look at things. But I would hope that whatever is going to be reported about him, I would hope that this occurred very recently and it didn't occur months in the past, and Twitch only feels comfortable acting on it now because Mixer is down and they're not going to lose another big talent to Mixer. I think that would be really, really gross. But
I didn't think about it, actually.
Yeah.
What was? Oh yeah, I think Triax, you put your hand up earlier. Is there something you wanted to say before I continue to be?
It was back before. What was I gonna say? It was something about Twitch parties in general. Oh crap! What was I gonna say about that? So yeah, Destiny earlier was saying how like there's always gonna be a platform open to hosting garbage people because, you know, metrics and opportunity to grow above like any kind of like consistent morality code or standard of ethics or whatever, right? And in that regard here, I feel that that's definitely something that we can also apply to. Hey, I keep bringing back here to TwitchCon, but it's kind of the thing I feel like I understand the best is like the thing that I attend that women may be the most vulnerable at is TwitchCon for me. I don't really go anywhere or do anything else otherwise throughout the year as a streamer, right? And it's funny because like if I were to agree that these TwitchCon parties can get pretty wild, not just the TwitchCon party or the partner Mixer, but the Discord party, the Red Bull Lounge, the Monster Cat Ball, the whatever. There's like 5 parties every single day of the whole 3-day con, right? Yeah. And there's a lot of opportunities for women to be like, you know, picked up on Ubers or awkward followers or known female broadcasters who have like, you know, awkward stands that don't know when to like let go or go away and all that. And there's been like this idea in my head. It's like, okay, well, what if we have like tighter regulations on like making the environments more safe, you know, so that way the next TwitchCon and our post like Twitch purge of Me Too progression, you know, we have everything like more tightly knit down. But then I thought, kind of like what this is saying here earlier, is like we could have these like pristine parties that like have like super regulated rules and all that. But wouldn't like one of the parties just be like, you know, hey, we have open bar, we don't care, we're relaxed, get in here, and y'all just go buck wild. So I feel like it's always going to be this case of like the lowest common denominator of like.
Yeah. Another problem with like a lot of the way this works is that for some reason we still have this idea that like rapists are these like creepy people that hang out in alleyways that like jump out of nowhere, and it's like, oh, this is wrong the whole time. The problem with a lot of these circumstances, and if you read a lot of these stories, you'll get this over and over again. It's not even that they realize something is wrong as soon as something gets super fucked, but it's like sometimes it takes a while afterwards to realize like, fuck, I was put in a position that I probably shouldn't have been, and I started saying yes to things that I didn't really want to, and now I realize that like my judgment was like super warped and compromised like after I've got some distance between me and the event. So for a lot of these things, like the only thing you can do is change the culture. Like all the different security in the world isn't going to change, you know, some guy, you know, that might decide whether or not you're getting a sponsorship or not, you know, trying to fuck you later at a hotel. Like all the security in the world isn't going to change, you know, when you go to a bar with a friend, if he like slips something in your drink or tries to get you maybe more drink than you should be because he knows he can get you to agree to something if you're just drunk enough, you know?
No, and a lot of it doesn't even happen at parties. Even as like a startup creator back in 2016, I would go to TwitchCon and I would get older, like more established streamers in my DMs inviting me to their hotel rooms. One of them invited me to sit with him at the League of Legends Worlds Cup happening next door, you know, with wine in the picture, wanting to get me drunk. So it's like there's definitely like things that happen that aren't even at parties. Social media is too powerful for that to be something that if you take precautions will kill it completely. There's still going to be ways that guys will try to approach girls and take advantage of them.
I was going to say at TwitchCon, I'm pretty sure last year, wasn't there like a big thing about a lot of people getting roofied at the party and then them also serving drinks at an open table?
Correct.
Oh, with the drinks open.
That was nuts. There was that huge...
The partner mixer out on the outdoor street that was closed had just like bulk prepped beer and red Solo cups.
And these
like,
giant tables just like sitting out there for hours. That was just so bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking to my my business partner, and we were thinking like, so we're gonna probably sponsor an event that like it's just a no alcohol event. I don't know why more people don't do these. Like they're cheaper anyway. You don't have to buy out a bar or anything. And just like have something like that happen, you know, so that there's like an option for people. Like I don't know how many times I've been at those parties and I've been like, fuck, the music is super loud. I sound like that fucking like
no.
Preach. Like I sound like the dude like in the corner, like, oh, the music's too loud. Like, but you know what I mean? Like the music is too loud. I can't hear myself think. I can't network. I can't talk to people about shit. I'm not here to drink anyway. Like, why is there not a place with not like no flashing lights and like. And I'd like to like see that actually happen.
I've been
man, you guys say that. Like, every time I get to talk to people.
Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Every time I talk to people that say that, they always end up fucking like. I remember like because I'm the exact same way at events. I don't like to go to play. If I've got to shout to talk to somebody, I'm just not interested at all. I don't give a fuck. Same. I get frustrated and then I just leave. And I've had so many people invite me to parties. It's like, oh yeah, it's really quiet here. It's really cool. And then finally, you might have even done this to me before, Devin. And then finally, when I drag my ass out of the house or the hotel or whatever, and then I go down, it's still the same fucking stupid, loud fucking shit. Fuck you.
Well, I guess that's why I got to do one myself, Destiny.
That's done that to me as well, motherfucker.
I've been so embarrassed to like admit that part because I thought it was a product of old age. But even for restaurants, when there's a live band, I immediately like just want to get up and leave. It's like when I'm eating, I want to look at my food, enjoy my food. Like food is just like when you hit a certain age, food is all you have left. You understand? Food, right? Food is life. Food is everything. There's nothing
food will
more.
Never judge me.
Yeah, there's nothing more to look forward to but food. You know, it's just the greatest thing ever. And when you're sitting in a restaurant paying for a nice meal, and then suddenly there's a live band playing fucking drums like I'm fucking 16 years old at a rock band concert. It's like, listen, my heart can't handle this. You understand?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking die.
Overload. Yeah.
It's the worst feeling. Dude, when you're at...
never been a moment for me that I'm at a restaurant enjoying my food and I've thought, wow, you know what would make this even better? A live band. It's never happened. I don't know why they keep bringing live bands to. I don't know. I can't.
Have you ever had
Unless
that
you want to like
sinking-
go out and dance or whatever? Like, yeah, there's like no fucking point.
Have you ever had that sinking feeling where you're at like a cafe and like you're having a really good time, and then like someone comes on the stage and you're like, "This is poison!" Like we're here and they're setting up, and you're like, "Oh no!" Like I was having such a good time.
When you get to the restaurant at 8:35 and you don't know that at 9 o'clock it's music.
Yeah.
Oh my god, or the worst is when it's fucking karaoke and you don't know it. Oh shit, I've ran into that before.
Stop, dude.
It's so funny, like
night
hearing
when
this.
you're sober. Ugh.
Oh, that is terrible. That's the worst. That's the worst. I don't like karaoke. I don't.
I mean,
know.
I'll even better. When you're the DD, like in a pre like Uber world or whatever, like when you're the DD and all your friends are getting shit faced, and you're just like, I feel like I'm an adult babysitter right now. I'm surrounded by man children in their diapers.
If you're not gonna drink, don't hang out with people that are drinking. I can't think of the worst way to waste your fucking time than hanging out with drunk people when you're not drinking. Yeah.
Holy shit.
You know what's crazy? Like Mexicans, I'm a Mexican. We hire bands to play very loud instruments, and for one guy to sing very loudly, like right in your face. You pay them to do it, and
The mariachi bands.
Yep, mariachi.
Yeah,
bands,
they like
mariachi.
literally come up to your table like.
Yeah,
You're like, holy
loud as
shit.
fuck. There's no talking when that thing's
So I can
going.
ignore my family.
True.
I mean,
Yeah,
if all of you are like this, I think that even a worse part is when you have that friend or that parent that, you know, on your birthday, instead of just having a nice, classy dinner, they got to go in the back and say, hey, it's his birthday. And now you're sitting there having a nice dinner, and suddenly they come to you, and with the loudest voice in the world, with 7 different people sitting there, you know, getting their voices in tune, happy birthday. It is just the most embarrassing thing in the world.
Dude, just give me my free ice cream and stop fucking singing, please.
You can keep the ice cream, just don't sing ever again, yes.
So, most of you may or may not know, I was a waiter for 8 years before which was my full-time thing. And you can say that happy birthday singing requests are cringe. Honestly, the worst ones whenever you get like the people who come alone, the ones who I guess lack friends, and they come to your restaurant because they know they're gonna get a free dessert for the birthday, but they also want you to sing too.
Really?
Because they have. Oh yeah, dude. I had this like guy like comfortably in his late 30s alone, and he like insisted that we sing for him. I was
really, actually, that's
ugh.
like a, in my opinion, that's a common misconception. Welcome Slash. I'll introduce you in a second after I tell the story. It's actually a common misconception that it's because they have no friends or they're alone. I always, am I echoing? Always, like when I'm at dinner, I go by myself, because it's like I said earlier, like food is all I have left. It's the best, right? And like if I have to waste like these meaningless conversations looking up, and now my food's getting cold because it's rude if I'm sitting there chewing and looking down, cutting my food while they're talking, right? So I have to look at them, and it's like this conversation we could have had over the phone. I just prefer to go alone so I can really enjoy and make love to my food. So I go alone all the time. I set reservations for one, and I have places all around Austin. I just go. I think it's just better that way. Yeah,
You're not alone. You're not alone.
Yeah.
I went to the movie theater alone all the time. I don't need company to enjoy the movie I'm going to go see. So I was a solo movie theater person for a long ass time. Didn't bug me at all. So I got you, baby.
Interesting. I actually give you credit for the movie theater one. I give you credit for that because I'm gonna be honest. So for a long time, when I'd go alone to a movie theater, I was like, that was the one thing I was embarrassed for. So like when I was eating, I wasn't embarrassed about eating. For eating, I felt a little empowered going alone. Like it felt more mysterious. But the movie, I always got 2 drinks, and I put 1 drink in the cup holder next to me, acting like my friend was like in the bathroom.
God, dude.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I don't know if people say they get embarrassed to do this type of shit alone because they're modest or just trying to sound relatable. I don't give a fuck if I'm alone. I'm not embarrassed. I don't care. Like I think I love myself, and honestly, I don't have time to beat around the bush and tell people shit and
That's how I was for everything. I was like that. I don't know why. For movies, I don't know what it is. If it's like a childhood thing, but for movies, I just can't. I don't know. It's weird. Movies are just a little different to me, I guess. But yeah. Anyways, Slasher, welcome to the podcast. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is with you, bro. you know, I've clowned a lot over the last, like, you know, 100 podcasts, but this look you have going, and I said this last podcast, it's actually really good for you. Like the jean button up, the beard, your hair. Like I could see you in like some fantasy dream of mine coming to me and just stripping naked. Like absolutely great. You look good. You actually look good, and that's a goddamn surprise to me. I mean, that sounds rude. It's not a surprise. I'm just saying you look okay. You know what? Welcome, Slasher. He is one of the esports journalists in the esports world. He is the #1 journalist, and he knows everything about you before you know it about you. So welcome, Slasher.
Got to say, given the main topic of discussion today, you've made the worst possible comparison of all time. But thank you, Train, for bringing me on. Great to be here. Not really the end. The world is coming to an end soon. This week has been the longest fucking year of all time.
Slasher, I'm glad that you and I can represent the homeless person looking community on this podcast. As we're both fucking blown out from this week 24/7.
I am proud to do so.
Yeah.
Destiny, what's your excuse?
For what? I mean, nothing here has impacted me. Oh, never mind. Okay.
I'm kidding.
How's everyone doing? I've only watched a little bit of the first hour. I don't really know what you spoke about. Sorry.
Actually,
super productive conversation about sexual misconduct and like some of the trouble that women go through in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as far as like specific cases go and DrDisrespect and everything else, we haven't really brought it up, and I think that's what I mean. You've been reporting on this. It seems like hour to hour for 72 hours straight. So I don't know how the hell you. I mean, I know how you're up, my man. Good shit. But so hey, I think it's good to have you on to kind of clarify and further broaden everyone's knowledge on what exactly is going on and educate people. So yeah, welcome.
Yeah. What a terrible week. Couldn't be worse, honestly.
You know what could be worse?
What?
If you didn't know the secret that how many of us? 43,000 of us want to know? That'd be worse. Just a tiny little tiny bit.
Okay.
Little teeny bit.
Here, I am going to we're gonna circle back, Train. I have some stuff for you. Adept, good. You're not helping.
Okay. Continue on. Next topic.
Which is fine. Actually, I mean, look, we should be able to joke and do whatever. Yeah, of course. I'm just saying, in general, for Twitch chat or for anyone listening, the more that you speculate, it could be a fun thing. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. And I feel like we could still talk about like possibilities, but I don't think it's helpful. On a larger scale, it is not helpful, and that is the main reason why I have not given any indication of the reasoning, and I've tried to keep it pretty curt in terms of what I have reported. So,
is this because you know for sure because you don't know for sure, or you don't want to say?
I mean, I have to make a judgment call based on what I get told in all situations, no matter what the story is. And then I have to trust my sources who are telling me it and then gauge, what they are telling me. And that depends on a few things. Are they first party sources where they are being told information directly from, a place where I want it to be? Or are they getting the information from somebody else who is talking to someone in a position of power? Which I'm looking to get information in. And then I have to make a basic judgment call on what I want to do. Even though I'm an independent Twitter person currently, I still follow general journalistic ethics and wanting at least two sources for every story. I will never post a story that it was only coming from one person or one place of being. So even though I'm like relatively confident in what I have been told, it is serious enough that I don't think it's worth talking about. So I'm not going to say anything for the rest of the podcast. I'm not going to mention anything about what has happened with Doc in terms of reason why. I'm down to talk about like everything, what this means for Twitch or for the future of streaming, or we can make a larger context, but I'm not going to give a reason or any of that.
No, yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting it. I don't think anyone here. I actually wasn't expecting you to say this much, but I respect what you say and the way you're going about it.
Yeah, but like your tone is like dad tone. Like we're not talking about this right now. Like so much so that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait until it comes out.
I'm not trying even on the podcast, but that's just Slasher's tone.
Yeah, this is generally
like,
that's everything. Okay. If Slash
and look, and I don't want to Keemstarify it, okay? I don't think that's a good way to talk about certain things. And from everything I know, this is not going to be a fun thing. So, you know. But it is a big fucking deal, and he definitely is permaban. He is 100% permaban. He's been permaban for the last 8 hours. The removal of the subscriptions and stuff is just the after effect of the decision. And then, you know, his Discord partnership has been eliminated as well. So it is a secondary company that is involved in this situation. You know, Twitch and Discord haven't released anything. Twitch has released a basic statement to a few press outlets outlining breaking of the TOS, which doesn't mean anything because it's just like the standard thing that Twitch says in these certain situations. And then DrDisrespect's wife has posted on Instagram 45 minutes ago, which if you really want to talk about it, that is, I don't even know actually how to process that.
Why?
He doesn't say anything. All of this is happening. I'm not hearing great things. And then his wife makes an Instagram story thanking the Champions Club and thanking the Champions Club is the subscribers, right?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I think the army. Yeah, and the army is like the main
arena
fan base.
Yeah.
Arena.
Arena.
So for her to be making a post which is pretty ambiguous in her post, doesn't mention Guy at all. For those of you who don't know, DrDisrespect's real name is Guy. Or actually Herschel. His real name is Herschel. His then changed it to Guy, and his own DrDisrespect. So it is odd. I gotta say, I don't. It might be connected to like what it is, but it's definitely interesting. He says nothing. Nothing comes out. Obviously, it's a very serious situation. Like I've been yelled at by his PR. That was really fun. That was a fun time. I had a great time talking to CAA and his PR. That was nice.
You talked to CAA about it?
CAA is his agency, and they were thrilled, obviously, about all of this. And they loved to tell me how thrilled they were to talk to me too. They definitely got that impression. They were loving talking to me. So, you know, I don't know. Given all that, the wife's Instagram post is just, I don't know, really out of it doesn't seem normal. And considering the past history, I don't know if it is connected, but it just seems odd.
I thought it was odd too.
Odd in what way? As in, like it sounds like she's supportive toward
supporting
him.
him.
Is that what it sounds like?
I was gonna say it sounds like she's supporting the fan base.
Yeah, the one weird word is whether or not she's saying like she said like my heart instead of our hearts or whatever, which made it sound a little like separated from herself, but that's getting like pretty like nuanced in terms of how you're reading the message.
Right.
Some people have like interpreted that as like she's like whatever is happening is so bad that her and Doc are no longer together. But I don't know.
This is looks like a pretty like heavily edited statement to me, just because of like some really small things. Like it's gonna sound so dumb, but there's an extra space after the word enough and like before it goes into no one. So it almost looks like there was a sentence or something that was deleted. So her statement might have been run by his own PR team too, and they might have asked for her to separate herself from it a little bit.
I mean, the attorney was definitely involved because the first thing an attorney is going to say is don't say anything at all, like Asma was bringing up earlier. But like XQC said, it's tough because there's two different venues or two different areas where you're in. It's not only the legal area, but it's also the space of the public opinion. So the attorney definitely ran through that, and he probably couldn't make any statement. So she asked if she could, and probably, I mean, my assumption is that she could say something about my instead of our, because if you say our, and then 100 other things are assumed that of how he feels toward that, and then it's a big mess. So I'm assuming it's an attorney thing to why it was my instead of our. Does that make sense?
I can give a little bit of insight. This was handled outside of trust and safety.
I don't even know what that means.
Saying legal dealt with it.
Trust and safety is the one that, deals with the ban system within Twitch. And this was not a decision that this was given to them. This was made outside of trust and safety, and it is not DMCA. It is not DMCA.
For just to talk more about the statement that she made, I mean, there's a few things that come to mind. Like, I know that when someone speaks on like Felix, for example, I'm way more overprotective and want to speak out and correct them like immediately than like whatever they say about me personally. So maybe it's protective, but also maybe it's standing by their side too. I don't know their dynamic a whole lot, but I mean, DrDisrespect is a huge person on Twitch, and he is a provider, and sometimes someone stands by their provider no matter what. Yeah. No matter what, it's just gonna happen. And then also, I don't know how to interpret, and I think it's very odd that she spoke out on an Instagram story of all things before anyone knows what's going on. Like, how can the community be showing you love, I guess, when no one even knows what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. There's like a million ways we could speculate about it. I don't think we're going to get any closer to solving anything.
Apparently,
Well, I'm not trying to solve things. I just think it's like, why are you making a statement when no one knows what's happening? Like, let everyone not know what's happening, and that's what everyone is advising, I guess.
Yeah. It sounds like what you said. It sounds like a woman standing by her man. And sometimes, like, if she's like so like overcome with emotion or something, she might just feel like, I need to say something. I need to do something. And you do it on Twitter, it makes a huge splash. But an Instagram story, 24 hours.
Well, I mean, again, this isn't directly related to anything about like why, but did anyone think about how, because it was never really mentioned, and again, no connection could be.
I'm so sorry.
What?
1 second.
What?
I'm so sorry. For some reason, like, so this the program I use for Scuffed, can you just turn off the super alert in general? For some reason, super alerts don't get muted. Yeah, super alerts don't get muted when you mute every other alert. Super alerts stand alone, and they're like immune to any mute. So they just go through no matter what. Just remove the entire super alert, and we'll recreate it later during a personalized stream. Thank you. Sorry about that, Slasher. Continue.
So this isn't connected to the reason at all, but this will be connected to the weirdness of her post, maybe. Yo, Devin? Okay. So did anyone, so whatever happened with him coming on the stream during the situation with his wife, of where he admitted that he had infidelity, how did that all happen? And why did that all happen? We never really found out why that, did his wife make him go on the stream and make him apologize in front of anyone? We really don't know why that happened. That was kind of odd too. I gotta say, the whole thing was just weird. Again, I don't know if there's any connection, but
okay, so I don't know if Slasher is baiting right now, but one of the rumors out right now is that supposedly it was either a Twitch employee or a Twitch streamer that DrDisrespect had some sexual relationship with. I don't know if it was consensual or not at TwitchCon, and people are saying that there was some agreement that was made where they would keep all of that quiet if Doc came out and owned up to it on stream and took like a month break. But apparently that streamer now has gone back to Twitch saying they want to make a better deal, and Twitch was like, no, fuck you, we're just going to get rid of the Doc. That's I don't know if Slasher's intentionally or unintentionally alluding to that, but that's one of the rumors floating around right now.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
But I'm not. Okay. I mean, I don't know that. Whatever.
Well,
comment on the internet.
What was that comment? I mean, why would that? If that individual was scared to get fired from their job, isn't the HR team already comprised of a limited amount of people? So being specific about the detail of being part of HR would already, kind of create.
We're speculating on speculations, like
right?
We don't.
Why even mention that?
There's some dude that made an anonymous post on Reddit. I'm just thinking about it in terms of like, okay, so all that happened. She's been through so much. We have no idea how their relationship is. So we can't really tell, how supportive she, because she's been all his videos.
What you're saying, I think I feel like I get what you're saying. Like, it's hard for us to say, yeah, this is a supportive woman. This is a woman that stands by her man. When, like, if she was the person that made him go live and do that to, like, save their marriage, then, like, really, what is going on in that house? And we don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Slasher, do you have any idea when you think this is going to be public and people are actually going to figure out what was going on?
Nope. It is the weekend. It is the weekend. I don't know if I still am not sure if this is coincidence, but for Twitch, dumping news at 5 p.m. is a very standard thing that most companies do. So they may just not hear. Might not hear anything till Monday.
If there's not an official announcement by Monday, I don't know if there will ever be an official announcement about it. But if this is so widespread that Discord is banning him, I would be shocked if it didn't leak.
Ooh.
Like it would be unimaginable that something of this caliber doesn't leak out if multiple companies. Oh, I'm sorry, because it's not actually just Twitch and Discord. There was a sponsor as well that terminated their contract with them too. I don't remember which it was, but there's no way that it doesn't leak. There's no way that like only 3 people know about it. Like there's going to be quite a few people that know about it at this point, and none of you motherfuckers can keep your mouth shut. That's why Slasher has a job. So 100% like it'll leak like within like a week.
Also,
I would be shocked if it didn't.
Didn't Loaded take them off the site or take them off?
He's not a Loaded client. He's a CAA client.
Oh, CAA. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
From people that I've spoken to, this really is being kept at the highest levels of Twitch and anyone involved in the situation. So out of all the stories that I've ever covered with this company, I've never seen people so tightened up about something.
Has Twitch ever had
I've had more knowledge of the Ninja Mixer deal, like everything going on in that, than I know what the hell is happening right now.
Has Twitch ever had like a similarly large streamer just completely leave the platform like this?
Not in this way. I mean, Ninja moving to Mixer is a business deal, and all the business happenings that are going to be happening soon, again, with Ninja and Shroud, those insane lucky people, they won the lottery. Like that is going to happen, but this is not that.
So do you think there are going to be larger implications on the platform, or this is just a one-off thing that happened with something like kind of like a freak incident?
Depends what it is. It just depends what the reasoning is. I mean, look, there is some chance this is some insane Facebook co-op. That's not what I've been told, but it could be some crazy go to Facebook, break the Twitch contract, and like I don't know, do some weird deal for $50 million. I don't think that is, but I mean, other than that,
that would be so shocking to time this deal around what's going on now. I can't think of a worse timing.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, so unless if it's a business deal, I think it's kind of whatever for the industry. If it's not, if it's like a personal thing, I don't think it makes the industry look great. I don't think this is making gaming look good right now. I don't think it's the point. But like one of the most high profile streamers for the platform, we're going through a very serious, Me Too movement right now in the entire industry, and then have something like this happen, I don't think showcases the industry very well.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's related to what Devin was talking about earlier about how this movement is going to already make gaming look like a less appealing space for any kinds of advertisers. So I imagine adding that DrDisrespect, one of the biggest streamers, is leading is only going to make that worse.
Mm-hmm.
At least for the short term.
Especially when he was starting to get some non-endemic coverage as well, right? Like he had the he had 2 big ones, and I can't remember what's one that he did the commercial for or whatever.
The WWE or whatever. Is that what you're talking about?
But he did do that.
Yeah, he's had non-endemic coverage like that too. Yeah, he was on Kimmel and everything. Oh, Gillette. Didn't he have some type of official? Did he ever have an official Gillette affiliation, or was that always just memes?
I think he did, didn't he?
I think
because that's
so.
a pretty huge non-endemic sponsor. I don't know if he did anything official with Old Spice as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he did just.
I think he did actually with Old Spice.
Yeah, so like these are like massive, like first time I believe non-endemic sponsors coming into the space to sponsor someone, and if it turns out that like that's really 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 rough. Like that's a big lesson for sponsors to stay the fuck out of gaming because it's still like not ready yet for the big time.
Well, how long do you think it would take for them to be comfortable to come back in? What would the timeline be for something like this?
Probably the same as Corona. I mean, that is.
Wait, what does that mean?
Dude, like the coronavirus and everything that's happening has destroyed the advertising industry. So no advertising, they're not advertising on anything online. So there's like a whole, this is only on top of, dude, the world is so fucked. The coronavirus is going back up too, but whatever. We'll talk about
Oh my God, Florida reported over 9,000 new cases
Texas,
today. Dude, we're
Arizona.
reopening in places that didn't even fucking ever actually close or do anything. Yeah,
Texas and Arizona
You
is
got to throw out the right
bad.
numbers, bro. It was almost 10,000. It was 9,600 plus.
So look, Doc just re-signed a huge multi-million-dollar deal with Twitch. So for all of this to happen just a few months after him re-signing a deal to be one of Twitch's marquee stars, on top of this now coronavirus, is it's not great. I mean, it's not like this is isolated to gaming. This movement with women coming out about their experiences started with wrestling early last week, and then it kind of migrated into gaming, starting with Say No Rage and the Bungie situation, and now I've even seen it go to the EDM industry. So this is like a real digital movement for women outing shitty men in their industry.
So earlier we were talking about how like no one that knows can speak on it, but I think a lot of people were like thinking that it might not be related to everything that's going on now, but I think from what we're talking about here and the one topic that we're staying on, it sounds like in a way that you're kind of right, that I don't know how else to say. I mean, there's no one.
Yeah, it sounds like it's related to other.
It sounds like it's related to, right?
Yeah,
Like, I haven't heard a possibility given where it might not be related to any of this. All we keep talking about is this. I don't know.
Yeah, but none of us know, so it's
none
not
of
much
us know
point
what's
in
going on.
like we can just
Like,
guess and guess.
this would be worst case scenario without the specifics of, let's see what would happen. That would be worst case scenario for larger implications of this industry or what is happening.
I mean, we know whatever it was, it must have been pretty serious, right? We can at least rest with that, right? I think didn't DrDisrespect have a deal with Twitch to stay on platform? Him and like 4 or 5 other streamers. How many streamers got those deals?
Tim, Lyric, Doc.
It was like less than 10, wasn't it, Slasher? Do you know that made it public?
It was like 2 waves.
And Summit. Yeah, they were like horrified. Dude, the amount of money that I told that Summit and Tim were offered by Mixer, they're going to want to cry for, I think, the rest of their lives.
Possibly, yeah. So whatever it was, like this was one of Twitch's like few streamers that actually got an exclusive offer like in cash from Twitch. So whatever it was, it has to have been like super ultra fucking serious. Like, yeah. Yeah. Well.
Do you guys believe that Twitch should bring things to the public like this? That like what the policy on Twitch's bans, that where they don't discuss these things with the public? Like, is that a good policy? Should that be changed? Like, what do you guys think?
It's a dog shit policy, but Twitch gets to hide behind it, and there's no pressure for them to change. So they'll always keep it because they're spineless fucks.
There must be some legality.
There's no legal bullshit. No way. They can't discuss bans publicly. What? No way.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with going about it like this and not being transparent with what's going on is that
they leave it open to speculation.
They leave it open to speculation, and also looks like they've deemed him guilty 100%. But if they're not sharing it because of possible sensitivity or a PR team or a legal team, then in that stance, wouldn't we assume that it's still being like fought on a legal level?
Nah, Twitch keeps it secret because Twitch doesn't have to deal then with any inconsistencies or ambiguities in their policy. If they were to start being open about why they do certain bans for certain people, they leave themselves open to questioning. They'd have to defend it even more, and it's just way easier to just say, no, we're not going to comment anything whatsoever on it, because then they don't have to worry about any good or bad decisions they make.
Like, they never commented publicly on Bless RNG and the 4 other streamers that I Am Spoon that were originally banned. Like, I was told they are permanently banned, but it's not like Twitch commented and said that they are permanently banned. So this is not just a doc thing. This is a general way they do stuff. And yeah, Steven is right on the reasoning.
Were these bans indefinite bans or actually permanent bans? Were they indefinite suspensions or permanent suspensions? Because there is a difference between the two, right?
Yes. DrDisrespect was permanently banned. And the other ones, they are permanent banned. Because permanent, you know what's really funny? The way that they worded it in the official Twitch website is permanent suspension, and I ended up mentioning something to there, and I was like, dude, do you know what words mean anymore over at Twitch? Because those two things are the opposite. And I gotta kind of I laugh back, but it is permanent, which is indefinite. It's almost kind of like the same thing because to companies it doesn't really matter anymore. Yeah, of course they're supposed to mean different things. Indefinite is supposed to mean could be unbanned at any time and likely will be unbanned soon. But you have some indefinites which have been permanent.
The way that I've heard this explained behind the scenes at Trust and Safety is the reason why they call it indefinite is because their idea is that anybody could theoretically be reformed and get unbanned. That's how I've heard it explained behind the scenes. That's why they call it publicly an indefinite suspension, because anybody could be reformed and come back. I've heard, I don't know if I saw this first party or if it was just people like you tweeting it out, though, that this, in the case of DrDisrespect, it was explicitly permanent.
It is explicitly permanent. This is
which is meaningfully different insofar as Twitch's suspensions go.
Jesus Christ.
But I mean, those other guys could be permanent. It's just that less people care. Like I am not totally clear. I mean, I know that they are. Yeah, like it wasn't. It was really difficult to blur the line between these two things, permanent and indefinite. So it seems like they're permanently banned. I Am Spoon, RNG Bless, and the three other.
I think with Warwich's case, there were literally messages of him talking to a child. She literally was messaging him and said, "Oh, I just got off the bus," and he asked her about like, are her parents okay with them talking? Like, Jesus I think that guy's perma. Oh yeah. And
wait, which person was that?
Warwitch TV. Like she's talking about getting off the bus, and then later on he says asking something about her teen parts. Like straight up asked her all of this. So I think that guy's perma. Okay. That's why I'm like, how serious is this?
I mean, like I don't speak to him. I haven't spoken to him in like 7-8 years, but he comes from esports. He used to be the main caster for RTCW and for Quake and
Bless you.
And I've known about this guy for, I don't know, 16 years now, but I haven't spoken to him in a very long time. I guess I'm not totally surprised.
You should clarify when you say you've known about this guy.
I like from video games.
Yeah.
Not from this. Yeah, because he came up in the esports scene a long time ago. So this is fucked up. I think they are also permanent and not indefinite. But again, very difficult. Like, they're trying to make it ambiguous as possible. Twitch is trying to make it ambiguous. The reason why people were banned, not clarifying things on purpose. Steven, in general, has a good perspective on that.
Jesus. That is...
Probably avoids, like, maybe more scathing headlines as well. If they explicitly ban 4 Twitch partners for sexual assault, I think that's maybe a pretty juicy headline for, like, a New York Times or WAPA article, right? Like, Twitch bans 4 partners explicitly sexual assault, blah blah blah. Like maybe it avoids some of that bad publicity a little bit. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, luckily for Twitch, the sexual assault problem has been so widespread in video games that it has not just been focused on that company. So, good news for Twitch is that everyone is a piece of shit in the video game industry, not just streamers.
Actually, I'm curious. What your guys' opinion on that? Because with a lot of the news right now, it seems like it's more exactly esports has this huge sexism problem rather than pointing towards Twitch. Do you think the attention is going to move more towards the platform or just stay like this, scattered throughout the industry?
Scattered.
I mean, I've really tried to be keeping track of everything that has happened over the last 4 days in terms of where the reports are coming from. I mean, you have reports coming from almost every single individual community on Twitch. It's not just Twitch. It's like the StarCraft community, the Dota community, the WoW community, Overwatch community. You have like all the Destiny community. You have all of the individual games, which are all huge by themselves. So you have like, different community scandals in all of the games, and then you have a larger problem, which is like Twitch culture, which encompasses all of the games together, which is where Twitch culture comes from. And then on top of that, you have gaming culture problem, which is Twitch. I mean, there's been multiple developers who have been implicated in things. You had the main guy from Ubisoft had to step down. You had Cards from Humanity. The CEO there was outed as an abuser too for sexual assault. So you have a ton of things happening throughout the entire gaming industry, and each of them are like layered inside of each other. Twitch, for sure, streamers have been the most egregious. I think I don't know if you guys talked about all the reason why the gaming industry or dudes in video games are like this, but it's a lot of fucking like ugly dudes that have
Mhm.
never had any social interaction, have
Right.
never spoken to girls before. They don't have no idea how to talk to women. They cannot have a
True.
direct conversation of women. They've never fucking had a girlfriend. They've never even spoken to one. They've never had their first kiss ever in their life. And then they also get
And then they
become
also watch
huge.
porn too.
Yeah,
So-
the
Sure.
way that they speak to you starts with their fantasies, not with what's presently in front of them.
I would
But
also
then
say
they-
to caution
they
that
become
too. It's
huge
not
on
just a like guys in gaming. Like this is like an issue that like wrecks like the entire fucking world of business, right? These aren't necessarily things specific to just like gamer
Okay,
bros.
sure, Steven,
Mhm.
you're totally right. But
Mhm.
in a certain context, nerd culture or guys that are into this culture
Can
definitely
be pretty
from,
exclusive. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely from my firsthand, own experience and look, just seeing this culture. Yeah, these guys in this industry do not know how to fucking talk to women more generally than most guys in the world or whatever. Like there's the overlap between all the shitty communities on the internet and fucking video games is usually pretty high. Uncoincidentally. So, the people in this industry, you have these guys that then get fame and become huge streamers and then get money and power. And then there becomes a huge power imbalance between guy who was all fucked up and now has money and power and fame in an industry which is now the biggest in the world, which is video games, surpassing everything else. So with video games and this entire industry getting huge, and then you combine it with how dudes act that are gamers
Right.
online, yeah, Steven, you are right, but then you add on all of the culture, and then you have guys that are addicted to the internet and video games, and they're sitting indoors 10 to 12 hours a day, and they're not having any human communication, and they're not talking to definitely women in the real world at all.
Right. No, that's
to
what I
some
want to
extent,
clarify too.
To some extent, I kind of want to agree with you, but the big problem though is that like when you talk about those types of nerds, these are the people that like are just really bad at like pickup lines or talking to girls or like even breaking the ice. These guys just suck at that. A lot of the behavior and the accusations we've seen haven't been from awkward nerds. It's been pretty predatory behaviors by like men in positions of power over women, and that's like a narrative that has like been true throughout the entire world, probably for all of human history, but like especially now like cross industry. Like if we look at a lot of these accusations, I can't think of any that I've read that I could chalk up to like, oh, that's just, oh my God, the awkward gamer bro thought that since he was the CEO, he could like fuck the girl, like LOL, like just gamer. Like it's not just an awkward gamer bro. It's like pretty specifically like guy is in a position of power, wants sex from a girl, knows that the girl needs something from him, and then decides to like abuse that position, I think.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of the stories I read, I think, or for most of us, we read those and we were like, he knew better than that. Like they knew they weren't supposed to do that.
Or they're just outright predatory, like literal. Yeah.
Like I could see both sides. I can see the awkward nerds not having interaction with girls, like on this, especially on the streamer side, and then their only interaction sometimes is video games where women are very sexualized fantasies, and then they only watch porn instead of talking to girls. But I also see the side where there's men who come from like a business side in the CEO companies who aren't necessarily awkward gamers. They aren't raised that way necessarily. Some are. But they also just are abusing power like men have for years, way before online streaming became a thing.
Guys, if everyone's still here in an hour, I don't know. But if everyone's still here in an hour, I'll come back. But Felix is heading out soon, so I'm gonna go hang out. I'll see you guys.
Yeah, go spend time with.
Goodbye.
that was very abrupt.
Is Michaela ready to come on?
I'm not sure. Let me check real quick.
Okay, yeah. See if Michaela's ready to come on, and I think, Adept should hang out. XQC's his time in, I believe, in America is up. He's going to be going back to the sweet land of Canada.
Trihex, you also.
Yeah, I was gonna say actually, I if you don't mind, I actually like to. I've been up since 6 a.m.
I'm tired.
I put in. I can't even go any further. I'm like dozing off right here right now myself. So, been quite a long day for me too. If you don't mind, is that cool?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I leaked my Discord. Give me a sec.
I thought that was a no.
Yeah, I was like, please, Master Train, can I go?
Oh, man.
Okay, yo, this is not the time. Okay, listen.
What are you doing?
Chill.
Oh my God.
Okay, well. I'll be seeing you guys
my battery's
on...
depleted. I didn't even think about it. I'm sorry.
Hello, what's going on?
I will see you guys on
Facebook.gg/Trainwreckstv,
guys, next time for next stream. No. Yeah, Trix, it's completely and perfectly fine for you to leave. Sorry, the reason I paused for a moment is because I was talking about how I was scared to leak Discord if you guys were talking in the messages, and I just did it right now accidentally. So fortunately, yeah, I was checking messages.
Hello, YouTube. Yeah, can we get that deal for Trainwrecks, please? I think I think it's time. Okay, thanks. All right.
Yeah. Well,
I'm staying for 30 minutes because Felix said he's working.
Okay.
He works.
He's packing his computer and shit.
Oh.
Was he leaving for a long time?
All right. Well, Tri-X, thank you for coming on, brother. I love you. I missed you so much. I will see you soon on another.
Yeah, no. All up. Yeah, when I'm like way less tired. I got you though.
Yeah, I love you, man. All right.
Bye.
Later, man.
Bye. All right. Is Mackie J ready?
I DM'd her. I don't know. Yeah, I'll as soon as I get something, I'll let you know.
Okay, cool. Let me grab. Give me a quick segundo. Continue the conversation though.
I forgot what we were talking about.
I was asking more about like if you spoke about the. Of course, it is all people, but like the larger problem with gamers and this, at least gamers specifically, and what is happening right now.
In terms of,
I mean, yeah, this movement has been widespread, and what happened in the wrestling industry was pretty evident. It seems like there's way more in gaming. Like, do you think that there is a direct relation between how toxic guys are to girls in games and that overall problem? And the larger problem of how women are treated online, and does that intersect with the abuse of power and everything that is happening now?
I don't think that it's like exclusive to gaming or special because gaming, or I don't even know the right words, I guess, to pick, because I think it has more to do with the internet as a whole, because it's not like face-to-face normal interactions, and they feel like they can get away with a lot more stuff and try different things. And I think it's like an internet problem.
Right.
Period.
I mean, I would say it's even more than that. It's like it is definitely an internet problem, but it's a larger cultural problem. Just in the way that we approach and negotiate sexual encounters is like really, really, really toxic. I think in the real world.
Because why do they even want to attempt to get away with it? Because they know that it's prevalent in the real world, I guess. You know, like outside of the internet, and they want to take that to the internet and push it even further because they feel anonymous and safe and
definitely
protected.
Yeah, this has been happening for years outside the internet. The internet just allows us to see it more easily, and for people to be braver about coming forward about it and having screenshots and records and things. But it's been happening way before the internet.
Yeah.
And then also, I mean, it's just that pure raw, like that, the like authority to someone in need or whatever, like that kind of complex.
How did you guys feel about the Twitch blackout that was supposed to happen?
I was just about to ask that. Yeah.
Blackouts are big movements like that don't have a stated goal. Is just, I think it's really dumb. Oh, fuck. Actually, I wish Tri-X was here. He actually had a really good idea. I think a better idea would have been like, for 4 hours, you get a bunch of large streamers on the site to black their screen out, but put a message saying like, we demand this response from Emmett Shear, so that if you went anywhere on Twitch, you'd see that.
Yes.
I think that either something like that, or getting a bunch of people to stream in protest on like YouTube in violation of their contract.
Right.
Oh, really?
Well,
that would be another.
That
Like get 100 big streamers to like go and stream on YouTube. Yeah, that would be one too.
Dude,
but like,
yeah,
if you could avoid legal issues with Twitch, yeah.
You know,
well, that would be the challenge, is forcing them to take legal action, and like, because they wouldn't. Like the headlines, like everybody comes together to protest Twitch's treatment of whether it's sexual harassment or whatever. Twitch takes action against all 50 whatever streamers. Like that would be a nightmare headline for them. There's no way.
Be done, though. Yeah, there's no way.
A lot of this stuff, people bring up like legality all the time. Most of the stuff is fought in like public arenas, like fuck lawyers. Like a lot of this shit is like not gonna ever make it to court. A lot of it just comes down to winning in the court of public opinion, more so than any actual court with a jury or judge.
I feel like the boycotts that are most effective are any kind of financial boycott. And to do a Twitch blackout is the exact opposite of a financial boycott, because it costs them money to run these streams for hours every day. So, I mean, actually, an even better financial boycott would be putting those messages up and people just leaving their streams up for 24 hours. It would cost so much fucking money. And then they're not going to turn those streams off, right?
No, that's true, because staying silent completely doesn't really work, because if anything, you get all the people who care about the movement to depart from the platform for a day, while the people who are callous to it get higher views for the day. It doesn't really work out very well.
But I also think the financial argument is a little bit different because just having one day and not everybody's going to join the movement. It's just like a drop in the bucket for Twitch. So it really has to be something bigger if it's actually going to make an impact.
That's why you go to YouTube. That's why I posted that on Twitter.
Going to YouTube would be way better.
Yeah, you get like 30 or 40 broadcasters together and say, okay, we're all going to go stream on YouTube today. And it doesn't even have to be that many. You just get some of the big people do it. Like Hassan Abi was willing to actually do the Blackout Day, right? He would have been willing to stream on YouTube too. You just
we don't know that. Blackout Day is easy. That's a vacation day for streamers, and we don't lose any fucking money on it. Like, we know you dumbasses are going to stub the next day anyway. Like, it's not like we're actually like making a sacrifice to take like one vacation day off, you know, when we're clocking like huge 6-figure or sometimes low 7-figure incomes. Like, it's not a sacrifice. Like, now streaming on YouTube though actually puts out, like, you put your neck out a little bit, right? Because you know you're going to get some kind of pushback from Twitch because you're technically violating your, not technically, you are violating your contract.
Is that actually true? Because when my understanding of like the non like exclusive partner contracts is you just can't stream to another place at the same time. So as long as
my understanding is that affiliate contracts right now lock you into exclusive streaming on Twitch. That's my understanding.
Okay, so I think that affiliate and partner contracts both, as long as you don't have a custom exclusive contract where you're getting paid by Twitch, are exclusive only for the time and 24 hours after the broadcast. That is I have that on pretty good authority, but I'm not 100% positive.
Can you repeat what you're saying? Sorry.
Yes. So if you were to stream your content, you technically can't. That content is technically exclusive to Twitch for 24 hours. Correct. After which you can then post it wherever. So if you don't stream for a day on Twitch and the next day you stream on YouTube, as long as you don't multi-stream to both platforms at the same time, you should be fine.
My understanding is that the spirit of how that rule is written is you would have to record the video 24 hours beforehand. That clause is written in there to prevent you from multi-streaming unique streamed content, not giving you like a 24-hour cooldown between platforms you can stream on. So what that thing is basically saying is that if I wanted to show like my content on another platform, I need to wait 24 hours to upload it to prevent dual streaming. But I couldn't just not stream for 24 hours and then start streaming on another platform 24 hours later. That whatever I'm streaming there has to wait 24 hours from the time of broadcast to be placed on another platform, technically.
Right. I understand what you're saying. We're getting kind of technical here, but I guess that's the nature of the contract. What the way that I interpret that and the way that we've always interpreted it, because we've done events in esports on like other platforms, and we've been able to do that even though we had people signed to Twitch deals. And the reason for that, I think, here my justification would be, if you are not paying a person to be on your platform and you hold them to exclusivity, which has a value to it, that's it's very strange to me that they
I agree, of course. But like if anybody here that's ever been banned before, Twitch will straight up tell you if you ask them like, "Hey, can I stream on a bot?" They'll tell you like, "I wouldn't recommend it, dude. It's gonna look really bad. Like it's against like they'll straight. You can DM your partner manager and they'll tell you that clause is written in there. Also, by the way, it's a very poorly written clause because technically it prevents you from putting up YouTube videos within 24 hours. Twitch just doesn't enforce it. Yeah, because they suck shit at contracts and most legal shit they do. But the reality is that clause is supposed to be there just to prevent you from multi-streaming. Period. And I do agree, of course, that it's very weird to do that if you don't have like exclusivity deals where you're actually offering cash up front or some sort of incentive for somebody. I could kind of see it maybe for premium partners because they give you better than a 50-50 split for payment processing. I could kind of see it there, but like, yeah, for just affiliates and like low-level partners that aren't premium partners, it does seem pretty strange. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Solely for any live audio, thank you, Vandy. For any live audio visual work that you choose to provide to tell us as user content, your live content from the beginning of the initial broadcast and any such live content continuing for a period of 24 hours following the initial broadcast of the live content. Such live content is exclusive to Twitch.
Yep.
You will not or permit or authorize any third party to broadcast, stream, distribute this in any manner, notwithstanding the foregoing, you have the right to make any live Twitch content available during the exclusivity of solely via Twitch services. Yep. After this exclusivity license will become non-exclusive, you have a right to broadcast, stream, and distribute, exhibit, and otherwise make. Yeah, so I think it's in the spirit of how I imagine it.
No. What it's saying, it's explicitly saying any live broadcast you do is exclusively licensed to be broadcast on Twitch for the first 24
any live
hours.
Twitch content. It says any live Twitch content.
But I'd have to go back and look at my partner contract, but my guess is that content is going to be defined in an earlier section. And what that content is it's going to be any type of gaming or audio broadcast, or not actually non-gaming now because of the newer Twitch contracts. Yeah, you can run it through someone else, but I'm 99% sure that it's saying that any live content that you broadcast is basically exclusively licensed to Twitch for the first 24 hours, regardless.
Okay, I'll try to get a better answer because I think we're probably holding up the podcast. But
sure,
I don't think I know. Okay,
sure.
So for all what.
Welcome, EsfandTV.
Sorry. Yeah.
Hey.
What's up, EsfandTV? Yeah.
I have a topic. I have a topic for Esfand in a second, but you know, in a larger way, it's the same thing with the putting your screen to black for the for Black Lives Matter. I mean, there should be a directed goal for an online movement to have the most impact in how it would affect the real world. And I think sometimes online activists don't really put as much thought into what they are trying to accomplish in the end with whatever they're trying to do. I don't think the putting a black square in Black Lives Matter was a good idea, and I don't think that this I mean, there was a BBC article about it, but it didn't seem like it had a huge impact on either like giving money to the organizations or charities that deal with like women who have been like abused before, or it didn't like have any direct action on making like Emmett Shear do anything, or like make Twitch do anything. I don't think it really actually did anything, and more people should think about what they want to do and how they want to accomplish it. I mean, organizing shit online is not easy. That's the other thing. If you're trying to reach the most amount of people possible, you need everybody to agree. And in both the Twitch Blackout and the Black Lives Matter icon to black, there was so much discussion over whether you should even do it that obviously it was not the right approach.
Yeah, it hurts the movement.
Well, when you're organizing a movement like this and there's not a clear leader because everything is happening online, how do you even start something that's going to maximize impact?
I mean, you would look at like the larger broadcasters that you would hope would be on your side, and then you would kind of hopefully pressure them or look to them to declare some type of statement that other people would kind of rally behind, basically.
So then do you think it needs to come from a larger streamer? Maybe if they would start it off and then gather and use their clout to get other people to do it?
Yeah, for sure.
You're right.
100%.
Yeah.
That's actually why I was like upset at a few different platforms on Reddit that were giving shit to a couple of the streamers on my podcast for the BLM movement for Color of Change. I was like upset at them because it's like, obviously these individuals know they don't, kind of like this podcast. There's a lot of avenues I'm not too sure about, so I don't speak. I let you guys talk and educate others. And for that charity stream, they knew that they didn't know much either, but they knew they had a big platform and they wanted to bring their platform to that podcast and educate them through the other people that we brought on. And people seem to not understand this. They would have rather these individuals talk and speak on something they knew nothing about, instead of just see the bigger picture that now they're, bringing their audience, that's a big one, over to this event. Does that make sense? So I was really upset at that, but people don't realize that. That was just my 2 cents.
I mean, I think that makes complete sense, to be honest.
Well, Slasher, you're laughing because of the beef.
Well, I mean, depending on, no, I don't think having Greek on anything to do, if for example, on situations like this is good at all. I think platforming something like that is bad. And Train, I have a question for you. This is a great segue. This is a fantastic segue. And look, I'm not trying to, by the way, put you on the spot. I really want to have you've had a great discussion around this topic.
He's about to put you on the spot. Here it comes.
It is relevant. I just want to put ahead of time. I'm not trying to attack you. It's not what I do
here.
Wait.
Before you go,
oh my God, this is going to be a savage attack.
Before you go, can I take a piss?
Yeah, sure.
Because I know if I take a piss after you do it, it's going to look a certain way for optics. So let me take a piss first.
For optics. Can't he still hear when he's pissing?
Oh yeah, I can still hear. Continue to talk. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, okay. He's gonna like run back in, like,
So like I was making points of, how what does this affect on the larger culture of gaming or streaming? How should we be trying to deal with this in a larger way culturally, considering these are problems that are persistent throughout all the gaming communities and then the gaming community as a whole? And of course it is like throughout like life or whatever. Like Steven, you are totally right. But if you're trying to deal with it, at least insular, it feels like it's easier to deal with it as, inner communities and people that we know and that's the most amount of impact we're going to have on trying to make gaming and streaming a better place. So I think it is fair to say that this show and Trainwrecks in general has come up in the discussion of how women are treated on the platform, how women are spoken about on the platform, and an overall larger aspect of things. These are things that I've heard. So I'm just taking a tweet from a decently large streamer, Lara with Bird. I think she plays the violin or something from Australia. And she said a few days ago, I have little faith that Twitch will departner any problematic Twitch partners. Twitch lets people like Trainwrecks have a platform. It speaks volumes. I hate having to exist in this sexist space. And I wanted to know what you think about what she said.
Oh, I'm back.
He's like running back from the bathroom right now.
So I think it's,
and I can post you.
Yeah.
No, you're good. There's no need. So I think that's a great question. I think a lot of the times, so in situations like these, there's other streamers in the political sphere that I've talked to Destiny about as well, that have kind of done the same exact thing. And the thing is, when you come to the platform and you see clips and they're at, hold on, you're typing, it's pretty loud. Okay, so when you come to the platform and you're introduced to me through clips and through situations and dramas, obviously the effect of that's going to be very negative, and you're going to see me as a whole through a completely different viewpoint than anyone else. Like, my question is, has this individual came and like watched my streams? Have they seen all the things I've implemented, such as my emotes? I've hired moderators in different chats to moderate my emote usage, the misusage of my emote, places that streamers talk about how this shouldn't be allowed or this isn't allowed, yet they don't moderate it themselves. They allow people to spam imitations of my emote when they talk about things, yet I'm sitting here banning it and paying others to ban it. I've taken a lot of precautions and I've taken a lot of steps, and I've banned a lot of people over the years that take what I say and misinterpret it to some sort of hateful talk. And these things are all dismissed. None of them are talked about. None of them are brought to light because these individuals only judge off of a 30-second clip that the narrative has been written out through the title. The
Are you sure that she's only judging this based on a 30-second clip? How do you know that she doesn't know who you are? I mean, I don't have any. I have not spoken to her. I don't have information of that either. But how can you not say that this is coming from, you know, a real place and not just a perspective from reading OSF or something?
Because I have to assume that because I know who I am and I know what I do on a daily basis during my hours and hours of long streams ranting every day to my community 6 days a week. Like, I know what's going on there. Everyone else knows what's going on there. Other female creators know what's going on there. Like, it seems like the individuals that are talking, all they link are these posts. All they link are these individual instances, but I don't see any broader investigation done as far as like everything that I've done and everything that I don't allow, whether it's posted on my Reddit. Like, believe me, I don't know. I ban a lot of people, and I've set a lot of restrictions, and I've set a lot of like base standards to different usages of emotes based on past rants that I've gone on that have been out of context, or even things that I've said that at the time I may have not understood and I didn't have a good understanding of, and I was closed-minded of. And I think over time I've, kind of grasped a larger understanding. And I think this situation in itself has given me an even like greater eye-opening experience. Like, I understand why the way I talk is perceived the way it is. The jokes I say, I talk like cock all the time, or I'm just straightforward with a lot of different things. I understand how this is perceived now because, like, there are actual people that are, doing some crazy fucking shit that, like, does that make sense? Like, it's, I'm not sure if that makes sense.
Well, no, I think this is a pretty good answer, but I have some like follow-ups. Like, do you think that the emote of like Squad W would have a negative effect on the platform, even though you are trying to reel it in its meaning and do the moderation steps? Like,
I don't think so. No, like Squad W is a popular face emote, and as far as what it's attributed to, I
know what you're saying, and like,
yeah.
If you're looking at it from like a large way, but of course Twitch culture has adapted to emotes, and they understand in certain ways what things are happening.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking, do you feel like that has potentially had a negative effect on how the platform treats women, and would this be a problem for other people? And would love to hear from the women too, but I'm just trying to ask how you feel.
I think the way some people use it falls into the same category of the emote tryhard. And I think that if you, as a streamer, talk about the usage and what you want the usage to be used, or the situations that it's used in, and you take the steps at hand to restrict usage or permaban or set a consequence to this usage, not only in your own chat but your friends' chats and the chats you have power in. I think at that point it comes down to, should the individual, right? We're in a place where there's thousands and thousands of people that are using an emote in the way that they believe it should be used, right? So if Squad W is in that situation, then there's many other emotes that are also in that situation, like Tryhard, Hot Pocket, right? Ming Lee, Anelli, right? Like all these things are misused by thousands of people, yet there's no repercussion. But I'm sitting here taking every position I can to adjust this, but all eyes are on this, but not on those. So I think it's in the same boat. I don't know. That's kind of.
I actually wanted to add on. I mean, isn't Pepe a symbol that like is the most popular on Twitch? But then if you look at the backstory, it also has like a lot of racist ties. It's used in 4chan, and people are still okay with using it on Twitch.
Well, no, it's. I don't think it's. I don't think that's the backstory. I think it's what
it ended up being used for, but not the.
Well, it was
not
adopted
the cartoonist,
by it, right?
yeah.
It was adopted by it.
But isn't that the same thing with Train's emote? It was adopted for this usage.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is fair. I mean, I have previously defended Pepe's usage on Twitch. I've argued that because Blizzard ended up banning like some pro players in Overwatch League for using Pepe, and I say, once you let like white nationalists and the racists take over Pepe the Frog or the fucking Circle Game or whatever, you're letting them win in this stupid war. I understand that symbols can be just taken over, and sometimes you just can't do anything when a malicious group wants to use a symbol. You have to let it go. I'm not totally against that, but I argue that it would be worth fighting for taking Pepe back, because most gamers just know Pepe is Feels Bad Man or Feels Good Man. They have no fucking idea
I don't think
that
most
it
people
is
even
a
know
white
that.
nationalistic or racist symbol for some part of the internet, and they have no idea that that is the case. And then every time you try to ban people, you're just drawing more attention to the racist part, and you're not keeping Pepe for all of the gamers that have no idea what's happening. So I think that is fair. I don't know if that totally applies in this case, but I do know the symbols have been co-opted to be more meaningfully negative than they should be sometimes. I mean, okay, so that wasn't the only example. I figured while you're here, what about things like, and we argued about this, when you quote tweeted Casey Tron for that video?
I didn't quote. I quote tweeted the article of the
True. Okay, sure. But in a larger way, do you not think that maybe sometimes, given how women are treated in a larger way on the platform, that would be taken due to your platform in a more harshly negative way?
Go ahead.
Slasher, you mentioned before, like the girl, my input on this, and I think I've mentioned it before, was I was terrified of Train. Like before I ever met him, I was literally fucking terrified.
Really?
Of him. Yes. So funny story. When I was working at my old company at the time, it was a very squeaky, like clean YouTube channel. And I used to do Raj's show way back in the day, and he would like hit me up to come on, but I was working Monday through Friday, so I couldn't. So one day I actually got permission from my boss to take off of work to judge a Raj talent show. And I was just excited to be there, and they were going to watch. And then right when I get invited, I realize that this Trainwreckstv guy is there. And I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm in trouble because you had just had this Kotaku article about this rant that you had, like this sexist rant that you'd gone on. So I was terrified of you. And then as soon as we got into the call, you were the nicest person ever. Like the absolute nicest. And I was lucky enough that, when we do these shows, we all basically hang out for 2, 3, 4 hours. And I felt like I got to witness your character firsthand. And if it wasn't for that experience, I have no idea how I would have felt, but there's so much hearsay. And a lot of people, they hear things from other girls, or they see clips, or they see articles, and you have so many pieces out there that are defamatory. You don't really have a vessel to demonstrate you're good.
Well said. That is well said. Thank you. I appreciate that. And also, I don't think it's just like you or girls. I get this from actual like guys, like males on Twitter. Like a lot of them, I don't know what it is. If it's like, shit, I don't know if it's a deep voice, the bony facial structure, how I look like, I'm some primitive, barbarian from, back in the, before Jesus Christ walked the earth days. You know,
Yeah,
I don't
you
know
do.
what it is, but there's like something where like people like just like they look at me and they need to bring me down. Like they feel like I'm just too cocky or something, but it's like not the case. It's just like, I don't know. So I've learned to like go around that. And I'm sure my rants at the beginning of stream don't help when I'm sitting there, you know, roasting my viewers and they're roasting me. That probably puts a bad light if someone comes in out of context. So I don't know. I've noticed these things, but then again, you know, I have definitely said things and not realized the effect of them, which I've learned over time. And through all this, I'm beginning to realize like this is like these things that have been going on are exactly why, you know, like people I don't know. It's crazy. It's been crazy. It's been crazy.
Well, I want to know, do Adept or Botez or Fandy or Amaranth, do you feel like Lyra's statement is accurate at all?
Which statement?
Is that the last?
Yeah, it's the one where she says
so
she doesn't have any faith that they're gonna de-partner problematic Twitch partners.
Yeah. Did you feel like Trainwrecks had?
I didn't see the Trainwrecks part. Wait, Twitch lets people like Trainwrecks have a platform. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like, do you
I
feel like this is contributed as women? Do you feel like this channel or show or anything is
no,
contributed
absolutely.
to?
She's probably only seen like a couple clips or like
Honestly,
seen
like,
an article
I
and
feel
it's like,
well, honestly, like
Trainwrecks isn't responsible for the incels and like the shaming of women in general. They've just had an emote to use, and that's not necessarily his fault. He couldn't predict that, you know. Now they just have like an emote to unite under, but I don't think it's his fault directly. I think that's people's choice to abuse it. So
yeah, like I don't know. If I didn't like take if I just allowed it to happen, I could understand that. But like,
no, you definitely go.
Believe me, I freak the fuck out. Like my chat like has created hate threads because I go on hour-long rants of misusage. I have a listen, Scuffed, yo, real quick, everyone spam Squad W. Scuffed, show this bot that we literally coded specifically for this in chats that I've planted you guys in. Like I have some CIA network where I have moderators and viewers that I like pay that are planted in chats under like secondary affiliate, like secondary usernames that can't be seen. And it's a bot that just clears any bullshit out. And if there's a serious misusage, like if there's some instances where I see like hitter Squad W, those are permabanned instantly. Like there is no like.
Have you thought about like raising it to tier 2 or tier 3 so that prime plebs can't use it?
Well, my biggest issue with this was two things, and it upset me. And I think a lot of people thought it was a monetary thing, but it wasn't. My biggest issue was there was people who uploaded it to BTTV, and then these same individuals hung around people that would say that the emote is used in this way. Yet when they upload, a version of it on BTTV and allow their chats to use it in that way, it's only pushing it to be used in that way. So if they don't step up and actually, change this and set this to not be used in that way, it's going to keep being perpetuated in channels that I have no power in. So it was a big issue. And the second issue I had was this channel point thing. The fact that channel points can take an emote and give it to a 24-hour user. I have a lot of people that watch me out of hate. And people didn't believe this at first, but it's a truth. And these people are on new accounts. If you click their names, they're on new accounts. And then they go to channels that already have a bad idea of me. And then this guy is using an emote that, he isn't actually a part of, or the gifted subs as well. Like there's just so many issues that have come across of people gaining this emote but aren't actually a part of the community, don't actually understand the usage of it, and they use it in a disgusting way, which reflects terribly on me. But in reality, they're doing this on purpose, right? It's kind of like when in Call of Duty, people will name themselves after like Nick Merckx, and then they'll hack. And then now any individual will now blame and say, oh, this guy's a hacker, and they'll go and give hate to the channel. Fortunately, Nick's big enough so this won't affect them, but smaller creators will get blamed and accused of hacks because of people that name them. So this happens all the time. But I try to hire enough moderators to go around and find it and stop it.
Right. No, it's not fair because you've done so much work to try and reform your image over the years too, and it's not like you ever put out a statement that says you won't stream with girls or anything. So, yeah.
No, it's been the opposite.
I don't think there was anything problematic with that ninja statement, by the way.
Yeah, I actually don't think.
I think that statement is totally defensible. I mean, I can understand it, but maybe the way that he said it was a little tone deaf. But
he's always put effort to have diversity on his podcasts and IRL streams and all that. So
yeah.
I think kind of, I don't know if I'm going to articulate this well, but I think one of the other issues you kind of run into, Train, is like, sure, 2 or 3 years ago, you did say some off-color stuff, but you've always stayed true to the baseline of like your own morals, which was that there needs to be an equality between men and women, not just completely one way. And to some people, it can come off as tone deaf, or like they're just not ready for that kind of take yet. Like even today, I had somebody comment something that said something like, "Oh, I guess everyone's blaming white people now." And I was like, absolutely not. That's not true. That's still prejudice. Even this whole thing about anti-white cis males, that's fucking prejudice.
Yeah,
like no matter how you spend it. And people they're not even ready to hear that.
I think the biggest thing that I made a big mistake on, and I learned best from, I think even Destiny here, him and I have had our ups and downs, but like the biggest takeaway I've learned from Destiny is the intention versus effect thing. The thing with me is, and that's why like this entire thing that's been going on right now is an eye-opener to me, and I understand why the way I talk is perceived the way it is, because a lot of people who like do these things talk in a certain way, and I realize so many different fucking things now. But I like when I used to go on rants and talk about certain things, I assumed people knew. It's kind of like in real life when you're with your boys in high school or college, and a rap song would say, these hoes ain't loyal or something, right? You knew what they meant. You knew they weren't referring to all women. They weren't referring to most women, some women. They were referring to a small percentage that went right. I assumed that people had like this just basic understanding. So when I said something, I assumed they knew what I meant. But I learned through Destiny and through like different situations that I can't expect people to know this. There's going to be people that take it in a way where it means all. It means like they can't differentiate the context of where this applies and where it doesn't. They just put a blanket like thing over everything where what I'm saying applies to all women. And that's one thing I took away from Destiny through a lot of different arguments and me being stubborn, but finally I think giving in the intention versus effect thing and understanding that I need to be way more clear and specify exactly what I'm talking about to the fucking T. Otherwise, it's going to be taken in any way that person perceives the world to themselves. Does that make sense? That's like the biggest thing.
I'm gonna shoot a shot then after Slasher.
Okay, go ahead.
Why is it that the only thing you tweeted in regards to like all of this wave of sexual allegation shit was basically a tweet saying that some of these allegations are fake? Does that seem kind of weird?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't tweet that.
So you retweeted one person saying, people really be using the stories of abuse and sexual assault victims as a platform to air your dirty drama laundry, and it shows. And that's like the only thing you've tweeted about these. Do you think that might hurt the image a little?
No, I retweeted Renee. It was a streamer that said that, so I retweeted it. I don't understand.
Yeah, but he was asking, why is it the only thing that you've tweeted or retweeted about for the entire week of...
Well, I've liked, if you go through my likes, I've liked everything. I wasn't sure what to... Like, if I retweet one case, it looks like, and I don't retweet the others, it looks like I'm favoring one and not believing the others. So I tried just doing likes across all. As far as the comment from Renee, I just retweeted it because there were.
So is this the like Attack Trainwreckstv podcast? Like I think he's making it very clear that like he by virtue of the fact that he has everyone here and we're discussing these issues, like I think that's a statement in of itself, is it not?
I don't think so. No way.
I think that's fine, Devin. I don't think this has been hostile. I think these are fair questions to ask Train. I think Train is a big enough person where he is part of the larger context. I know you want to, defend as hard as you can, but I don't think this has been unfair or these questions are unfair.
I guess I just kind of don't see the point in the context of what we're talking about.
I'm sure you wouldn't, Devin. I'm sure you wouldn't. But I mean, personally, I thought that Summit made one tweet and I went after him for similar reasons that I think that Steven's question to Train of why is that the only thing you retweeted is fair. I don't think that Summit's tweet as the only thing that he's commented on through the entirety of BLM, through the entirety of Pride Month, and through the entirety of the comments that have been made so far. The only thing fucking Summit tweets is innocent until proven guilty. And that is very telling to me, even though inherently his statement is not wrong. And we can get into that and like what he was saying. I think it is more telling that is the only thing that they wanted to contribute to the discussion. I think that is not an unfair question or something to ask.
is he obligated to?
No one's obligated. I mean, I could go out right now and tweet rape all women. I mean, I'm not obligated to tweet anything. What kind of question is that? I mean,
well, my point is like maybe just say like he doesn't feel like I don't know, like.
No.
Well, so it's just like let's say that there's like a huge shooting, okay, and like 20 people die or some shit, and then somebody tweets out like, "Why didn't the teachers have any guns?" And that's like the only thing they tweet out or something. Like, wait, it's pretty. You're kind of like showing like where you're like what your underlying political thought is.
Well,
I just said like sometimes we talk about how like the problem is like not what we say but the effect of it or whatever, or like, well, you know, people hold me accountable for things I don't say or whatever. But it seems a little weird when like the only thing you've tweeted in regards to all of this was just retweeting somebody that's basically saying some of these allegations are fake, and then that's like the only thing that I ever saw on the Twitter timeline. But
yeah, it just ends up being like a bad look, like where.
But why
Yeah,
not?
I understand.
Why not message me and say, hey, Tyler, by the way, this looks this way. Like, I want to teach you that, you know, this looks this way. You just retweeted this woman that's pretty big in the Twitch community, verified on Twitter, blah, blah, blah. And this looks this way. So I think maybe you should do this. Like, why wait until a 50K viewer podcast and corner it and assume that I intended the worst possible fucking thing by not retweeting any other case and only retweeting her? That's the part I think Devin is saying. It seems a little weird. Like, if you truly
I think that this entire podcast is in the context of talking about sexual misconduct and allegations and things like that.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. No,
and like all of a sudden, this like narrative about how like Train is doing all that, like
no,
what
because
is this?
the hard thing about this is that like we're talking about like changing a culture. Okay, nobody's brave when they come out and say rape is wrong. Everybody knows that. Okay, it's easy to read the stories and go, oh my god, when he forced on the woman, it's so wrong. That's easy. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Congratulations, you don't even get a participation trophy for coming out with that take. The idea is can we change the culture or get ahead of these things before they happen, right? And one of the big problems that comes out with a lot of rape accusations are people saying like these are fake, these aren't real, people are just airing dirty laundry, blah 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 blah. Like that's the front end of somebody getting raped and then having a story to tell 2 years later. So I mean, I'm not going to sit here and come out and be like, why are you not tweeting, or why are you tweeting these certain things, or blah, 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 because it's not my place to say it. I'm just saying that when you act in a certain way, it kind of like makes people wonder, like, what are you actually thinking about, or what's going on inside your head? It's not like a behavior to correct. It's like a behavior that makes you wonder, I guess, is all I'm saying.
And it's definitely not an attack. And Train, I'll just answer you from my perspective. I even responded to Summit saying he asked for people to DM him after he made the tweet and put up the stream. And I made the tweet specifically public and told him that we need to have this discussion in public, and it is better for the community to grow, and it is better to have these types of conversations in the public light than for us to have some fucking DM thing after you've already said something. Because after you have already put something out, and by the way, I don't think your retweet is any, like, Summit's tweet is way more egregious than your retweet, just for example.
Yeah, I don't think your retweet was bad or anything.
Yeah,
like,
I
I think I've actually gone through some
point.
accusations on stream where people are just airing dirty laundry when they call it an accusation.
Yeah, and that is definitely happening. Like, this is happening. Renee's tweet isn't wrong, and there is like merit to Summit's tweet as well. It is just the situation of how it is happening and what has not or has been spoken about before, that there is a larger context to make, and that is why I replied to Summit in a very public way. I even said at the end, I know you wanted this privately. I'm not going to do that. This is going to be a public discourse. If you are already going to put something out like that, you've already gone past the wanting to this to be private. We are now in the public arena of, you know, massive influencers with a lot of influence talking or not talking about serious issues. And I don't think it's like, I don't hate Summit. I don't fucking hate Train. Like, it's not about like that extreme narrative is not good. People need to have more nuance, and that is a larger discussion about all of this. People don't need to like, you can empathize with a victim and what they're going through and how much they had to go through, and then not go try to attack the other person with 1,000 replies and like try to destroy their life. You can empathize with people that need it, who were hurt, and not try to actively, you know, demonize and destroy the other person. That is like a larger aspect of things. I can have it, but don't you? Discussion.
But don't you feel like for example, like, so that's all I retweeted, and I didn't comment on anything else. I mean, I liked a lot of different like, you know, all my followers can see what I like. They see Trainwreck is like this. I liked every, you know, account that was written, and I retweeted that thing by Renee, which, you know, some people saw, but now everyone here is going to go look at that, and it's giving more platform to that thing, right? And
well, so to be clear, you're giving more platform, right? All of us here know that retweets are better than likes. None of us are stupid. Everybody here knows that you, like, I would rather take like one retweet over like 50 likes any day of the week, of course, right?
I think the point is, though, to change a culture, you might have to risk overcorrecting in the short term. And I think that's what we're trying to do here, is change it instead of promoting like the doubt that some people have in women. So I think overcorrecting is a better option.
Yeah, that's a really good, overcorrecting is a better option. I guess what I think is that with this whole movement, so many people were on the brink of like possibly changing their opinions because there were no more people really supporting them, saying like, yeah, no, don't believe them. It was just so like saturated with these stories that were hard to not believe. And so the minute that these people were like, okay, maybe I should look into this, but then suddenly Summit tweets this, or somebody really big like puts that doubt back into them, they don't go to the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't think Summit's tweet was, good at all. It was definitely a net negative, and he had so much support. That fucking tweet, and the people around him. That tweet had 100,000 likes. It wasn't just people like quote dunking him at like me who think he's wrong. Might even be the majority opinion over everything. Right. If you really want to see through the line,
should I unretweet this? What should I do at this point?
No, Train. It wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I just wanted to hear your thinking.
Well,
I'm not trying to.
I'm asking you now what I should do from this point forward, because if I don't unretweet it,
I think personally, Train. I think, just in my opinion, it would have been better to hear you be more vocal about supporting of the women, and then you can also add that in. I think that is more fair. I have tried to at least be more fair in my tweets and retweets.
That's what the that's what the
podcast
was
likes
meant
for.
For.
Likes
I thought a podcast would be the action versus the words.
Well,
right?
You're a huge person now, Train. I really care what you have to say. So but truthfully though, I know you don't think maybe tweets are as important, and that's fine. That's a fair answer, but I don't think it is an unfair question. You could do whatever you want,
So I mean, is the objective here to encourage influencers to go out and use their platform to voice support and potentially to condemn the ones that are not doing that? And I'm not trying to start a fire. I'm just asking a genuine question about like I think this leads into a more productive discussion of like, how do we start addressing these problems as a culture, and how do we fix these things?
You should be supportive of like the messages that are kind of encouraging a cultural change.
Well, define supportive. Like, what action is behind that support?
I don't know. It could be liking or retweeting something on Twitter. It could be talking about something on stream, or giving a voice to a certain person on stream. I could be having guests on a podcast like Train does. Like, there are a ton of different things you could do.
I mean, I do think overall in these situations, and especially with like recently Black Lives Matter, emotions are high, and there should be, if we're trying to be good people, more empathy than more than any other emotion that you can have would be empathy with the people who are speaking out, even though there's always going to be another side of things that happen, whether it's like there's actual rioting or people killing cops in like a BLM standpoint, or there are false accusations here. Like, those things are real, and they are happening, and they can definitely be talked about, and you can have a serious talk about that too. But I've found trying to be empathetic and really trying to understand and be a good ally for the people who are speaking is a better use of people's time. It's a better use of trying to make an active change for good in the movement, even though you need to be fair. And it's not like you should close your fucking eyes and put your hands over your ears about what is happening on all sides, and you really want to be truthful for things going on. But I try to choose the side of empathy more than anything.
Right. I just feel like, I understand that logic of overcorrecting is better than like undercorrecting or whatever that was, but at the same time, like, it's not, that can't be used as a justification or a rationalization to allow like innocent people to go, right? Like, so even if it's a small percentage, like, it's still not, it's not enough, because it falls into other things of exactly what we're fighting. Like, does that make sense? So like, it's not like, it's completely like, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you, but at the same time, we still need a level of oversight and accountability. Otherwise,
no, definitely. I think it requires like a delicate understanding that, like, at any moment in time when an accusation happens, there are two possible timelines existing, kind of like the Schrodinger's cat example. Yeah. Like, you can support the person making the accusations and lend them your ears and your attention and your empathy, but you can also like do that without jumping to irreversibly damage the accused. It's possible to hold off, your views on that before you just attack and ruin their career and let it play out, but you still need to be there to provide support and empathy to the people who are being brave enough to come forward and encourage that behavior, because that kind of behavior does at least make people more aware that things like this happen and hold themselves accountable. Like, holy shit, do I do this to women, etc. It might actually save lives to be over empathetic than just jumping straight to be like, no, they're definitely fake. like what you might want to believe if some of them are your friends getting accused. Like it's actually important to listen to the people coming forth.
I don't know. Yeah.
Wait, so like, again, this is my last one. I'm sorry. I love you so much. So like in going through all of your likes, I don't think you liked a single written statement of harassment.
Yeah, I did.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I see liked of statements of like people that are making like counterclaims.
No, I
of
liked. Keep scrolling. I can go through all of my likes.
Gotcha.
I've really liked. We'll go through it right now. Celine wrote a story. I liked it. Let's see who else. You just have to go through it because it's all mixed with. I like a lot of different things.
Oh no, never mind. You did. You like Jambos? Play with Jambo. Okay.
Plummy.
No, you did.
Yeah. Gothics. Poopernoodle.
Yep, that was fake news. You're redeemed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Get fucked, Steven.
Fuck you, Slasher.
There's a lot. If you keep scrolling, there's a lot of them. And I sent private messages too. I sent private messages to like people I knew, and I was just, I don't know, there's different things I've done. I don't know.
And by the way, Devin, I will say, and to be completely honest to you, Train, I was really concerned, like doing the BLM show a few weeks ago. I was really concerned doing this fucking show. Not even that I fell asleep earlier because of the, you know, what could be perceived as a toxic community and toxic channel and the larger implications. And I gotta say, you did a really great job on the BLM show, and I've thought that this has actually gone really well. I think your answers have been pretty good, and I've personally never really heard too many complaints from women about like you personally. So I think you actually handled this really well. I think you had a lot of growth and are doing really a lot of good things in this way. So, you know, at least in my own personal, you know,
thank you,
interaction, I think you've done well on this. Even though, but I can still have critiques about you.
Complaints from women about me than about Train. So,
Mm-hmm.
so I mean, hopefully that makes you feel better a little bit.
I mean, the fact that this is even by any group potentially perceived as a nexus for that kind of energy makes it even more important that we platform it here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to do, and that's why I haven't talked very much. I've let you guys do the talking, especially in the beginning. I felt like it was necessary, since you guys, you know, are eloquent speakers and know what the fuck's going on. But yeah, I don't know. Esfand, welcome. I'm trying to find a way. I'm trying to find a way to segue this in a non. You know, it's my specialty to make things not awkward by being awkward, right? So people look at me and then everyone else gets a pass. So Esfand, how's everything going, brother? Hope everything's been well. It's been years since I've seen you.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Yeah, your beard's grown out, your hair's still the same, and everyone's beard's long except for mine. And well, not everyone.
He's no longer in method too.
That's true. I'm not. I am.
We could talk about that actually. That hasn't been talked about at all. I'm surprised we didn't talk about that at all.
We alluded to it a little bit, but not a lot.
There's just so much I mean, we haven't talked about Mixer at all. Like
the last. You delayed the podcast one day and got a whole podcast's worth of content in the next 24 hours.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, actually.
Like, it's been ridiculous.
Yeah. What's crazy? What's crazy is, I actually didn't think about that at all until I think someone commented that on like one of my Twitter posts about going live. I'm like, what the holy shit? Like, what if we did go live yesterday? Right. But then again, realistically, Slasher is not revealing anything and he knows. And does Chance actually know, or is that just a meme tweet?
Oh yeah, Chance knows. He told me.
There's no way
I don't believe
Chance
it.
knows.
If Chance knows, so many other people would
there's
know.
Absolutely zero chance that there's zero chance that Chance knows.
No, I'm lying. I'm lying.
Yeah, there's no way.
Chance knows like Esfand knew about Josh.
My
favorite tweets are the people tweeting out like, I can confirm that I've been told by sources that he is indeed permanently banned, but I can't say anything else about it. Like, those are really my favorite tweets.
Wonder where you got it from.
Shannon did one of those tweets earlier, the Shannon Z kill or whatever, and I think she actually deleted it.
She did.
She did because I went and looked for it and I talked about it earlier.
I think it was cool how a lot of people, Esfand like you and a Method, made a decision that could potentially compromise your income to do the right thing. I thought that was pretty awesome.
I mean, the thing is, like, all I said Thursday morning is whenever I tweeted. I mean, realistically, I made a decision Wednesday, right? Like, I was like, there's no way. Like, this is like whenever everything came out, because like the Raiders had talked about it, and like I had gone to the World First Raid, and it's like they knew one part of one thing. Like people like knowing one part of one perspective, one part of one thing, one perspective, just a fraction of all the other stuff that came out was just like, what the heck? Like it was just like machine gun, like boom, one thing after another, boom, boom, and everybody's just kind of like, what the hell is all this? So it was just one of those things where for me it was like, yeah, I even like we were working on a new deal for like a few months, because I was planning on reworking my contract about a year ago, and then my contract technically ended for 4 months, but I still had all the method branding and stuff on my channel, because I was expecting to resign with them, and it was going to be all good, and we've been working just back and forth on like new contract and working the deal out, and it got to the point where the deal was pretty good, and then just right whenever, I was pretty much at the point where I was like ready to sign, or like I guess make a final decision, and then that happened. I was like, there's no way, I don't want to have any part of it, like regardless of how much, I just don't have any part of that. And then I mean subsequently it, like, you know, everything else happened. So
yeah, there was a weird period of time. Sorry if you had something more.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, like, Annie is like a really, really close friend of mine too, and I knew, because she had like mentioned it before, like there was like, you know, she felt a little bit weird about Sasha, but like I didn't know the extent. I didn't know all the details. I just kind of knew she had said in the past that she felt kind of weird about that and method. But yeah, like Annie's a really close friend of mine too, and that was not good.
There was a period of time where similar to what happened with OP Group, like it was the information had come out, and it was kind of like I had this like feeling that if like one influencer left, that was it. Like it would create a domino effect where everyone's like, all right, like we're out. And I think when Wowhead dropped their sponsorship, and they had like an actually really savage statement. I think it was, until Method's HR is unrecognizable from how it stands now, we are ending our partnership. And I was like, God damn, like that's an intense thing to say when you're a partner. And then with you stepping down, I know the PoE team, like that's like Havoc, Zizaran, Steel Mage, they were all talking as well. And then they made a joint statement to remove method branding. And then that was just like the dominoes fell. That was kind of it. And I don't see how method, you know, realistically comes back from this.
Yeah, and I don't know how many guys made a decision like together, like as a group, who were in method, who decided they didn't want to have any part of it anymore. I'm sure the Raiders probably talked about it and some stuff like that. For me, it was like I don't know. It just kind of depends, because like there's different parts of like every org, right? Like they have teams, and then there's like just like people who are just like personalities for an org, right? Which is what I am, right? I'm a part of a team. Like they signed me as like the first guy that signed for Classic WoW, but it's not like there's not like a Classic WoW like esports team or anything. So yeah, I don't know. It's just like people just kind of made their decisions, but I think most everybody's on the same page here, right?
I do want to give some insight into this, because I have some information, because I've been following this, and I've, you know, kind of know this organization. One, fuck Method. All my homies hate Method. Yeah, just like Devin said, this org and OP, both OP Group and Method might be completely done so due to all of this, or depleted so much that they're going to be totally unrecognizable. Yeah, they have lost so many players. 100%. Yeah. So a few things about this that I do want to clarify. I made a tweet that like Blizzard employees confirmed to me that Method knew of this ahead of time, and here's what I will say to maybe clear up some confusion. Method did know ahead of time that Josh had some interaction with minors, but that could not be proven. But they had known that as early as I believe, or early 2019, somewhat in 2018, and they have had people send them over many years that Josh is a piece of shit as a person, and that he had been either messaging underage girls, or he had been directly harassing like individual women. So many different women have come to them over the years.
To be clear, for all of Method's management and that HR lady at the least, those people had all of the information about Josh being in underage Discord servers and like soliciting women and shit.
So they knew about this stuff. They do know about Josh being a piece of shit. From what
well,
I
not
understand,
just a piece of shit. When someone is a piece of shit, that's somebody that like tells you to kill yourself when you lose a League of Legends game. Not somebody that's asking a 15-year-old they can fuck them, right? Two different things.
Yes, no, you're totally correct. I do not have proof they knew anything about the investigation with Poopernoodle. And I think that is a distinction that I do want to make with people. It is known that Method definitely knew everything that had transpired with the minors and all of the different harassment and I would assume this Discord with Josh, but the actual investigation very well could have been continually lied by Josh to everyone, and everyone being a complete fucking idiot and a fool and believing him. That is something which I've seen many streams say that they've never known anything. Is that possible for Sko and Sasha and Dejari? I do think it is possible that Josh lied about the entire investigation and the criminal court and everything that happened, especially because there was no charges given in the end, and lied about everything to Method. I do not have proof that they knew about that aspect.
What about the clip with all the rating team where they heard Josh talking about how he had an active investigation against him?
Okay, so from what I understand, that is true. He did have an active investigation. Remember, he was permabanned from Twitch as soon as all this happened. So from what I understand, the team didn't know what it was about. All they knew was that he was banned, and if he went on stream, they were all going to get banned. So
the owners of the team, I'm just trying to walk through this. So the owners of the team knew that they had a member that had been indefinitely suspended from Twitch. They had no idea why. They didn't think to ask about that. They didn't think to maybe some serious shit happened. They had no idea.
That is a very fair point. That has not been addressed.
Something else that's actually interesting here then is what obligation would Twitch have had to say something there as well? Because why wouldn't do you think that Twitch should have communicated that to Method? Because arguably they could have prevented a lot from happening too. If Method would have found out about that information, then the liability is completely on them. Maybe they would have went public and separated from Josh, and we could have avoided some of these scenarios.
That is actually another very fair point. I have been unable to verify that aspect. I've thought about that as well. Those are two very good points. The Twitch ban was indicative that there was something already major happening. So for everyone, I think the rating team and all those people are definitely just lied to by Josh playing every single day of Josh lying to them. I am unclear about Sasha Sko and how much they knew about that aspect. They definitely knew about everything. They knew about the Twitch ban. I definitely think they had responsibility to not fuck this up. It is definitely their fault that this is happening, or they let this happen. They had enough evidence. They don't need fucking Josh's heels on the fucking team. It is unbelievably such a ridiculous reason to have all this happen. Not to mention that like he was streaming on the Method's Doyu channel this entire time up until 4 days ago. They are completely complicit in promoting and establishing him within the brand on top of everything else.
So just to run, like, just to understand. So you have it on reasonable authority that Method did know, or at least was approached about the issues with Josh way before.
Yeah, because there's already a Kotaku article. There's a Kotaku article. There's multiple
not
things.
Just the Kotaku article, but there were a couple of women that came forward and said that they had shown an email to Method, and that the one lady that was on Twitter acting like she was so good, the Derry or whatever her name was, like, oh yeah, I stand with you guys. She had explicitly sent an email back to the people that had given them the logs of evidence saying, listen guys, unless you've got like an actual fucking police report, fuck off. That was Method's response. Method absolutely knew what was going on, but since there was no police report, they figured there wasn't enough pressure to do anything, so they told him to fuck off. 100%.
I feel like that's the most damning thing out of everything, because like as an executive of a major company, like, you want to address ethical violations immediately. Like, you never. Yeah.
But what happened? What's the difference between Josh now and Josh back then?
I think back then they just thought that they could get away with it. It's sweeping.
Almost. Back then, Josh was getting 15,000 viewers on Twitch. That's the difference.
Right.
I don't even know how big of a company Method was. The last time I looked into their financials, their net worth was less than 100,000 quid. Like, it doesn't seem like it was like this huge, massive cash cow. Like, it seemed like they were riding a lot on a few popular figures, just from what I saw from the outside. Maybe they were more.
It was.
Yeah, but like Josh was basically a huge cash cow back then. They don't give a fuck about if you rape or whatever. Exactly. It's esports, right? And then, but now that Josh is nobody, of course they'll drop him instantly. He's streaming on some no-name Chinese site. They already tried to go through Twitch to get him unbanned, which was verified. They tried explicitly to get him unbanned, but it's easier to drop him now because he's not worth anything. Yeah, I think that's
Right.
what.
I mean,
I think
he was valuable for the
Being a
world
piece of
first
shit would have
race.
resulted in removal a long
So-
time ago if he was a smaller streamer. But because he was such a big streamer, they probably just kept him on as a cash cow.
Yeah, I mean, look at Joker. There was no police report against him for picking up that item, right, or whatever.
There was. Classic WoW fans are very serious.
Yeah, I need to have a stronger response.
I'm the one. Classic WoW fans are very serious.
Have a stronger response from someone who ninja looted an item in a video game rather than the years of abuse that Josh has is so indicative of the gaming industry at large and how certain people value like the problems.
Well,
of
Joker's not on their world first team, like their raid team for that.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
And that's what their big thing was. They had like Red Bull sponsors and stuff with that. So Josh was very critical to their raid team and world first. So it is a little bit like more obvious, like why they would keep him or like try to maybe overlook some things and like listen to what he had to say. And obviously he probably had an answer for everything. But he was a really fucking good healer. He was like a damn good healer. So Joker's not part of like their world first. It's classic, you know. So
yeah, of course. But we're basically just saying that it was a matter of financial stuff. They don't actually care about any of the allegations. And then if you look at the way the CEO ran his shit, it's pretty clear this guy doesn't have any corporate experience in his life doing anything. So I mean, yeah, it all probably blended together for they were just trying to maximize their short-term gain, and they figured nothing would ever come out about him.
Mm-hmm.
But again, not totally sure they knew about Poopernoodle. So I don't think it's again worth like totally condemning them for this specific thing because even I do not have proof that that is true. I mean, you can say that definitely they were responsible for not kicking him before, given everything that has happened and knowing the certain the context situation. But I do not no proof that they actually knew. I mean, I have a larger question. Of course, this is all fucked up and Method is pretty much dead and they all have to believe. I gotta say, we all knew Josh from streams and everything. Is there like a better example of a more psychopathic controlling type of character in an abuse of power and sexual assault than we've had in all of the allegations than Josh? And you tie it together with his character on stream and how he
the
like
problem is that like
or
I don't think you can really do that because you can't really tell the difference between like what's jokes or not. There was only one event that actually happened that should have been like a massive red flag outside of the jokes, and that was that fucking car accident he got into. That was like the big like what the fuck, where apparently he was going like 130 down the freeway or whatever and wrapped his car around a tree with a fan in the car. That was pretty fucking insane. Yeah,
he had a girl in the car and he was like laughing about it. Stuff like that.
But like other than that, like it's really hard to see it ahead of time. Like I mean, like you could take anybody on this fucking podcast, me especially. If you were to take the right jokes, you could like, oh, this guy's definitely like a psychopathic rapist or whatever. Like depending on what you're looking at, right? You don't really know until somebody actually does it. The difference between like what's just jokes and humor versus who's like actually fucking crazy.
Wait, wasn't this the guy that like on a first date told the girl that he wanted to like line up black people and shoot them or something? Or
yeah, that was a story.
Yeah, like it's like I don't know. Like at what point is that a joke? Actually, I had a friend that was hooking up with a girl. It was a girl like in the streaming community, and she on the first date asked him like, "Do you want to watch snuff porn with me?" And like that was like
what is that? What's
snuff porn where somebody is actually killed, not played killed,
what?
murdered.
Yeah.
Wait, like it's real? It's not actors?
It's real.
Dude, it's incredibly illegal. Like people literally die.
I thought snuff was the stuff you put in your fucking lip, like the tobacco.
There are multiple definitions for some words, but I mean like that
Jesus.
Sorry, Train. She literally said that on a first date, and I mean, like, is that something serious question? Is that something you guys would take as, oh, she's joking, or this is a major red flag? Because I feel like that's almost in the same arena as I want to kill people.
Is that like deep dark web stuff, like Tor? Is that what that is?
That's right on the web. Depending on which sites you go to, I'm sure you could find like live leaks or some.
No, it's because like way back in the day, like during like the like war and stuff. Like there's like certain sites for like the I don't want to say the behead. You know what I'm talking about? Like, is that the same sites? Is that illegal to like watch this?
Some of them probably have. I don't think it's illegal to watch it. No.
No. I'm talking about the stuff at like war. You know what I'm talking about? The fucked up shit that scars you for life.
No, like gore videos are not illegal to watch.
Gore,
not in the United States, at least.
The gore stuff. That shit.
I grew
dude.
up on that videos.
What,
Ogrish,
dude? I thought.
Ogrish.net, yeah.
I thought I was, dude. I thought I was being edgy, and I like watched one, and dude, I was like,
I could never watch anything.
I was stripped of like, dude, that really like that's like it really. I don't know, dude. Like, there's like a greater. I don't know. That was. It like makes you realize the bubble like we're living in our. Think about that. Like there was like I remember hearing the screams change. Dude, I was fucked for a while, and that was bad. Like I thought I was being cool and edgy watching with people. Like it was bad. It fucked me up, dude.
Yeah, it's stuff. I remember when I was younger hearing about. I don't know if this is actually a real thing. Have you guys heard of red rooms, where supposedly like there are people like watching someone being like tortured or something like that, and like people online can command what they do? Is that like a real thing, or am I nuts?
I saw that.
Welcome to the game.
No, that was in Criminal Minds. I saw an episode of Criminal Minds where they like raided a place like that, where like everyone's wearing like those. Like their faces are covered in a shadow, and then there's like someone they kidnapped, and they get to like pay for what they do or some weird shit. Is that what you're talking about?
I feel like it's not real. The only reason why I say that is because I've never in my life heard of like a bust like happening where like, oh, police busted a red room. I've never heard of that in my life. It's possible they do exist, but I've never heard of one being like discovered in a legal sense.
Bro, I'm scared.
There's a lot of fucked up shit. Yeah.
Well, anyway.
What was the we're talking about
method. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess we're there, right?
Yeah, method. That those dudes are gone. I think.
Yeah, wait, are they?
Yeah. There's no way they survive.
I don't know. I mean, do you think the org is completely gone, or do you just think it I mean, I think does it?
I
do you
think
there's a chance that it exists, but it's completely like just completely.
At the very least, they need to rename if they're going to stay in any form. But like, I don't think that CEO can stay. Sasha and the SCO guy seems like he probably can't stay. And like the Sasha guy is at 50. Well, he's a co-CEO, whatever the fuck that means to them. I don't know if he's got 50% equity or 49% equity or whatever, and then the other guy might as well. But like SCO seems like he was just as complicit in everything as the Sasha guy was. So I have
of the actual guild, and he's
what?
like SCO is like the GM of the actual guild.
Mm-hmm.
That does like roll first, so I don't know how it's gonna work.
And he was like literally like he was the guy that when Annie wrote that email and she was like, hey, please keep this secret, like I just want to discuss this thing, he immediately sent it to Sasha. And that's why Sasha started to email Annie, like trying to like threaten her with like being sued and everything.
Wow.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I'd be shocked if he stayed. But
I think in a situation like this, I mean, the whole reason why the talent and players have to just leave is because the equity situation is so tied up that even if the CEO does step down, it was similar to like the OPG thing where like Omid is the company, right?
Yeah.
Like if you stay in the company, you're supporting some version of that because it's either him or his wife or his family or someone that's in there. Like you can't separate the business from him. And it's the same with Method. I mean, that's a company that's been under their ownership for 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just too hard at that point. So players have no choice but to leave, and it sucks because of the way that these contracts are structured. It basically means that they're leaving their income behind, because the deals are being done via the sponsor is doing the deal with the agency or the organization instead of the streamer. And so what streamers should do immediately is they should be messaging all of those sponsors, especially the endemic ones, and trying to pick up those deals and saying, hey, like, is there something we can do here?
That's going to be really hard because one, the sponsors probably wouldn't want to deal with like paperwork and evaluating all the people. That would probably be really fucking difficult. Two,
what other option do you have?
Well,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, the main one is they probably just wouldn't want to be attached to him at all. Would be my guess, because you don't know at that point. Like everybody's pretty like radioactive, right?
Yeah, I agree. I just think that I think that some of those endemic sponsors, like particularly some of the like the long-term ones, like some of the sponsors that sponsor Method, MSI, Coursera, those guys, I think they'd be willing to pick up. They sponsor a lot of individuals. They'd be willing to pick up those conversations at the very least for people that are kind of down and out. It can't hurt. I mean, it's something. Yeah. But it's a shit situation. I mean, I think to give an idea of like what the magnitude of this was, with OPG, that was over 75 streamers, and most of them lost over 40 to 50% of their income overnight. I mean, actually, whether they left or not, and that's a fucking crazy situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's more, this is one of the reasons why I avoided teams early on in my esports career. Chances are, if you're on a team, you don't know how to do a lot of this stuff yourself, how to talk to sponsors, how to get deals, like how to set any of that up from a business point of view. Yeah. So a lot of these guys are just going to be fucked.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are going to get other offers. I think the amount of teams that are able to do what Method does, which is like bring on talent that's because basically the reason why Method can bring on that kind of talent is because they were getting sponsored by Twitch to do so, basically, right? So Twitch was propping up those teams with sponsorships, and Twitch has been a little bit more resistant to doing that in this day and age. There's a whole kind of like hidden story of how Twitch has basically sponsored esports in this way over the last since 2014. They've been paying for these teams to do this, and there are still some deals like that out there. So hopefully maybe people can be picked up by other teams, or they can work on these deals individually. Yeah.
You know what? Hey, Train.
Yes.
I'm going to teach you how to be like me. So what you should do to me is and I have really thought about this. Did I have a responsibility to try to out Josh sooner as a journalist and someone in this community? I did a whole fucking Scuffed podcast with Josh during May 2019, right before he met Poopernoodle. Is it my fault that I, as someone who had known about his history, one, should not be doing any appearances or try to platform in at all? Should I have done a better job of trying to kick him out of the community and scene? And I definitely think about
well, did you know that he was flirting with underage girls on?
Well, the Kotaku article came out. I had that information, but I did not have more than that. I never knew about Poopernoodle.
No, not Poopernoodle, just underage flirting in general.
Yes, from Cecilia's work at Kotaku and from my own knowledge. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to it as
was I wasn't on that podcast, was I?
Yeah, you were.
Did I know about it?
I don't fucking know, Steven.
I don't read these fucking articles. They're fucking weird, okay? Gamers are fucking crazy.
I mean, we knew Josh was fucked up. I did not really know the extent of this. No, I did not speak to any of these women previously, but I do feel some responsibility that I should have, probably went after such a lot. He's one of the biggest predators of everyone that's come out. He has the most underage girls and women in total to come out. Yeah.
But I mean, that's good. That's a mindset shift, and it's incredibly important for this. One of the things Destiny keeps mentioning is that there has to be a culture change, and I think it would be silly to say that men aren't thinking twice before they take home a girl or go home with somebody. The psychology of how men treat women in relationships is 100% changing. So it's also really good to see the way that you would deal with someone that has allegations is changing too. Like you're saying, you would deal with it a little bit differently. So it's working. Being loud is actually kind of working.
Yeah, you'd be much more aware if you saw them at an event in the future.
I think the first event that a lot of people go to, they're going to be very aware of any kind of things like that going on.
I mean, that's if we're alive.
If we make it, holy shit.
True.
Yeah,
what's next?
2022.
I mean, I don't think there should be any events just from COVID alone. I mean, these events before, pre-COVID, these events were creating some nasty mutations of basic common colds that we had that were somehow being mutated because of people's lack of hygiene and just weird shit. I mean, I remember I came back with some weird mutation of bronchitis, the flu, and the common cold all wrapped into one genetic mutation, as if Spider-Man, the Venom came from an asteroid and somehow infected me. I was out for 3.5 months. So imagine COVID, imagine the lack of hygiene that these people would have. It would be bad. I think every gaming event should be canceled until there is something that can control it or cure it or something like that, because it's just not a good idea. It's going to be ground zero for a whole other, I don't know. That's my opinion.
I wonder if like these conventions even start happening until like a vaccine is like out and like widely distributed for COVID.
Well, at this point, we're almost looking at that fucking herd immunity, huh? Depending on how many people get infected.
Yeah,
Well,
it's looking pretty bad.
Have they? Wait, have they announced? Like, to my knowledge, I thought that it's not certain that if you get it, you can't get it again. So I don't know if there would even be a herd immunity.
Right now, we don't know. Right now,
We don't
it's
know.
assumed that if you have gotten it, you can't get it again. That's the assumption.
Or you get some lesser version of it, but we don't know. We really don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a stage 3 trials right now for the vaccine, I think, which is like with like 10,000 people in London somewhere. So that's going on, but like still, it could be a very long time until there's like a vaccine or something.
Jesus.
I don't know. I was getting tired of TwitchCon anyway. I'm good. Like, this is like, I was like, man, I don't want to like stay up for 3 days straight and talk to everybody. So I'm
feel like
okay.
I feel like
TwitchCon?
Be in my dungeon.
I was gonna say TwitchCon is 2 days, right?
Well, the EU one was 2 days. The NA one is 3 days.
Okay, because I always feel like events that are only 2 days, they feel way too short. But then a 3-day event, by the end of it, I'm just like totally beat.
Yeah.
Wait,
it's this
real
weird
quick.
thing.
Real quick. I want to show everybody the way Twitch chat works. Just real quick, okay? This is hilarious to me. So hold on. How do I do this? I'm gonna turn. So this is literally Twitch chat in a nutshell. If you're new to Twitch, or if you came from some other site, this is literally it. You see one comment literally right there. You can get it again, 100%. 4 down, wrong. If you get it, you can 100%. Wait, no, you can't get it again, and you can get it again. And so
right now, my understanding is
the dichotomy.
Korea,
it's a difference, right?
There was a fear that you could get it again because some people reported they had, but when they went and they checked, it was just like the initial test shit, they didn't have it, or some dumb shit like that. Yeah, the idea that you can be reinfected has not been published yet. If it has, if that was the thing, none of us would be arguing about it because it would be super well known. Because it would be a ton of people would be talking about it. Literally everyone.
Instead we should definitely be listening to the people, the head virologists and Twitch chat, that are experts on RNA viruses. Taking a break from their 500-pound deadlifts to let us know.
Wait, did I read it wrong? Are they both the same chat? Wait, I may have actually read that wrong, and it's not a good example. My example was meant to show that like it's funny how two people are certain it's two different things, but I may have just read it wrong. So hey, let's ignore that completely. All right, continue. I may have read it wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my bad, boys.
I don't remember what we were talking about before. Oh yeah, the conventions. Yeah. So the dude, the ones that really get you, PAX West is 4 days, and I'm like, holy shit, yeah. I'm fucking donezo, dude. Get me out of here.
PAX West was a lot.
By Monday, just, especially the people that run booths were just like zombies. They're like, I'm so over it because you're doing like the day shift, you're doing parties at night. I ran a bunch of booths at those things. It's exhausting. Oh my god.
Yeah, events are going to be. I think
Crangled.
after not going to events for so long, I mean, it's probably going to end up being almost a year without events, realistically.
I'm.
Good, what was the last big event?
Well, aren't they still going to have freaking CES? Isn't that still on?
Which is everything. It seems like everything is still on until it's off, right? Like,
well, no, I mean, they outright canceled South by, right? Like,
PAX
but
East
like
happened, yeah.
They canceled PAX West. They were planning to have it.
That's right.
I think PAX East was like the last one that was like, I guess like a more well-known one, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll probably wait until it gets a little bit closer for them to make an announcement. Nobody wants to like fuck up their whole booking and everything like beforehand.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it probably costs a ton of money to.
Dude, you know, DreamHack needs to come back to Austin. DreamHack being in Dallas was really bad. Like not as far as the event. The event itself was great, but as far as like
CS is canceled.
The DreamHack Austin 2018 was such a good event as far as like the people there, the streamers there, like at least like our majority of our friend group ends up showing up. More people will fly down and go to DreamHack Austin because there's more people going there that they know. I mean, we had Shroud there, Doc was there, Summit was there. Like it ended up being like a big deal, even though it was like DreamHack Austin wasn't considered one of the bigger ones. The road trip. Yeah, the RV.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like an old angry guy. It's like, oh, I don't like those conventions. There's too many people. Loud noises scare me now. I just want to be in my dungeon, grinding Path of Exile.
I always lose my voice at conventions too. 'Cause I feel like I have to scream over everybody because I'm so short that they can't hear me from way up there. You know.
Yeah.
Well, how tall are you?
I'm like almost 5'4". I'm almost 5'4".
Oh,
I'm tiny.
that's pretty tall, dude. You could literally fucking beat the brakes off me. I'm 4'11".
Wait, really?
Really?
How do you even function in crowds?
I wear giant boots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Amaranth, it's really random, but since we're talking about TwitchCon, I actually met you at the first TwitchCon I went to in 2018.
Oh, okay.
I was holding cup noodles, and then your chat kept spamming Noodle Girl, and that was the entire story.
Oh, it was you?
Yes, that was
Noodle
me.
Girl. It's Noodle Girl. I think 2018 was probably like the best one.
Yeah, it was the one in San Jose. It's the only one I've ever been to.
Yeah, that was a good one.
What was that?
Noodle Girl.
What are you doing, Destiny?
Was that my house? Wait, what was that?
No, it's just Destiny playing some video game.
Oh my god, that scared the hell out of me. Dude, I've been hearing some crazy creaking noises. Like, I've been sleeping. There's these things, it's creaking, and then things are hitting against my window, right? And I woke up and I realized it was the rain, but it was crazy. It was insane because there was a hailstorm. There was like a hailstorm, and I just hear these like knocks, and it's like incorporating into my dream. And I woke up and it was just rain and hail. It was crazy.
You woke up and you were like, "Oh, them some birds."
Yeah, it was insane. Like, I don't know why. Like in my dream, I dreamt that there were locusts. Because of that movie Hidalgo. Have you seen Hidalgo?
Yeah.
Where him and the horse eat the locusts. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. I just got done watching that, and I think I was dreaming about Hidalgo, and then the hail was hitting the window, and I thought of locusts because of Hidalgo. Crazy shit, dude. Yeah. Insane. Sorry. That was just
it's stressful times, buddy.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was insane. Hidalgo is just, that horse is so like nice. It's a really nice horse.
What?
I
what the fuck are you talking about, dog?
The horse is like it acts like a dog. It like knows. It knows you. It was just very cute. I can't explain. It was like it seemed so loyal and just nice. I can't explain it. It was very nice. I can't explain. Just trust me. I think some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Hopefully.
Dude, I want to get a dog.
Dogs are great, but you have to be ready for it.
But I don't want to get one now. Yeah,
You're
exactly.
in Austin. That's the best city for a dog. Do it.
Is it really?
No. Hold on. Amaranth has the wrong. No. Amaranth. These guys, they live. You might as well not call it Austin. Just call where they live the fucking middle of the desert. Okay, like it is not. Okay, like, it's not this green, nice area with a lake and people and city. They've moved to this area where it's fucking desert. It's like
no, it's not desert, dude. I'm telling you, it's nice.
No, it's desert.
It's nice. It's quiet. It's cozy. Mm-hmm. Like you don't got to worry about nothing. It's good.
The desert, yeah.
And also, what's wrong with deserts?
If you get a dog, we could do dog walk streams.
Your dog doesn't fuck around though.
That's true.
Fun. Which one?
I want to get. I want to get a big. I want to get a big
Bear.
dog. I want to get a. I think I don't know if I'll end up getting one of these, but I kind of want to get a Bernese Mountain Dog.
Do it. They're beautiful.
Huge. Wait, is Bernese the one that has that keg under
Bernese? No, Bernese was the one that was asking you for your money.
That's a Saint Bernard.
What's the dog with the keg? Oh, it's the Saint Bernard.
Saint Bernard, yeah.
So, do they come with the kegs, or is that just like a meme?
No, they come with the kegs. They come with the kegs.
They're born with that, yeah.
No, I meant is that something fun that like the owners before they like give you the adoption, they like put it fuck it, never mind. That's stupid. I'm sorry. Okay.
Get a big dog. You can have big dog streams.
Yeah,
I just think about it. Have you ever seen a Saint Bernard with no keg under its neck? Think about it. Right? So like my statement seems dumb, right? But if you think about it, if you think of a Saint Bernard, you think of the keg, correct? So how did this come to be? Think about that.
I had a friend named Bernard. Hated that guy. He's an ass. But he did not have a keg under his neck. Anyway.
Yeah. Who has dogs here? Slush, do you have a oh, I'm so sorry. Never mind.
I have a pet. Well, it's not my pet dog, but my family has
sorry.
a dog. So that's been nice while I've been home.
Destiny, do you have a dog?
Nope.
Do you have a cat?
Nope. I like animals. I just don't want to take care of it, so I don't get one.
Well, cats take care of themselves, don't they?
You have to clean the kitty litter. One room is always going to smell like kitty litter. They track it around the house. It's fucking. And then also like as streamers, like I travel a ton and shit, so I'd have to find.
I'm
like,
sorry
a
for that. Yeah, I'm sorry for that comment earlier. I totally. That's my fault. I'm sorry for your loss, Slosher. Around that time, I lost one of my best friends as well, so I feel you on that 100%.
Dogs are way better than cats. Dogs are the best.
100%.
I'll probably get another
100%,
golden
yeah.
retriever again if I get another dog.
100%. Yeah. Well, is there anything else that we should talk about? Bring some light to platform and. Is there anything else that went down?
You know, I mean, for this thing, I mean, I don't think you have to go over each individual case.
Well, I felt bad going over specific cases because I feel like even though some individuals, you know, might not want to come on, you know, like I still wanted to give that chance. I didn't want others to talk about their case for them. So I wasn't sure like what to do in that situation. That's why I wanted to do like more of like a general thing. But if you find it appropriate, you're more than welcome to.
No. I mean, I think the only thing maybe if you would want to talk about it, like, is the Summit's overall overriding thoughts on this, and the quote unquote cancel culture. Is that a problem? Is it all made up bullshit, or is this actually a legitimate concern? I mean, I have you know, in esports, at least with Henry G, that is a very contested in singular case, and I know that's been used a lot for like the quote unquote false allegations surrounding this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cancel culture is definitely a problem. I mean, like, there are times when people go way too fucking far, in my opinion, and we don't seem to have an agreement right now for what the punishment should be if you make a mistake, or what kind of mistake on some platform. Like, it seems to be a problem, but yeah.
I do think a lot of this is on the users. I mean, it's not like I don't want to hold these billionaire companies to the fire that are the owners of social media platforms, that being Facebook and Twitter and Google, because they have responsibility. They're the ones that have the highest market caps in the world. They have enough money to should be able to fix this. But in their defense, we're talking about hundreds of millions of people communicating all at one time and trying to gain this algorithm, which everybody is on all the time, which is whether it's Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or Twitter. So when something like this happens, Twitter is not a good medium to have very serious, in-depth discussions about things like racism in America or sexual assault. In general, it is not built to do that, and social media in general is not built to do that. But over time, women especially have felt more comfortable going directly to social media. And I'm coming at this with a journalist perspective. I talked to a journalist who covers you know, sexual harassment and assault in gaming entertainment quite often about this today. And traditionally, a victim will come to a journalist and tell the journalist a story. The journalist will vet the story and vet the person making the allegation. The journalist will then go to the other side and find out more information, and then he or she will do an independent investigation based on what they've heard, and the publication and the journalist will vet the story. But because social media has evolved the way it is, just like how people want to see YouTubers and streamers rather than read journalists, women feel, especially, or survivors or whoever, underprivileged people, feel that it is better for them to go on social media because they can get their voice heard much better. And for a large reason, they are correct. That, and it is easier to go and post something on Twitter or Instagram than it is to go through a journalist for most people. And I think that's a big reason why all of these statements have come out on Twitter and social media. So that is why it's happening. It's to allow people to feel like they can have a voice when they otherwise wouldn't without social media. Unfortunately, because Twitter is not very good for this type of stuff, you get like, once somebody posts something, you get 5,000 people coming to like say that they are totally right and I'm here for you and we love you. And then there's like 50,000 people that are then going to destroy or go against the other person. And this happens generally across the board for a lot of things, just based on how the website works. So it you know, we're in a larger problem this way. Users do have to take responsibility. People in the fucking world gotta relax. Everyone's gotta please just take a step back everyone's high in emotions right now. The world is kind of fucked up. Police brutality, racism in America, sexual assault, everything's really, these are serious topics. But I think people need to, people are part of the problem for why people get canceled. It is not just the responsibility of the platform to try to figure out how you reduce the algorithm and how it populates social media. It is people that are trying to cancel other people in a vindictive fashion, more aggressively than they should most of the time. Sorry, that was long.
All
right.
Have you considered doing ASMR? I'm not trying to be rude. It's just your voice is very relaxing.
I'm going to be starting an OnlyFans soon too.
Very good.
Yeah, so canceling is kind of like the most like purest form of like, I guess, I don't know if you'd call it like capitalistic market pressures. Basically, the way that it works right now is that like there's just so much fucking pressure on a company. If one person like fucks up, that like the company's hand is kind of forced and that they have to fire somebody or move on somebody, because if they don't, they're going to be destroyed on like social media, which is kind of shitty.
Yeah.
I mean, like Slasher said, I mean, it's unfortunate, it's pointless to say it, but he's right. Like, people need to chill out, but I mean, people won't. So,
well, there is that dark.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say there is that dark side. However, I think we can all agree that like it's really good that there is a system for women to come out and tell these stories, and that the system, like for the most part, works. Right? That like these people get out of these industries and they don't have the opportunity to come back and even I mean,
oftentimes I think it's mainly negative, because the reason why people are going to social media is because it's literally the last resort. Like they
but at least it is a resort. I mean, what are other options? Like, how do we?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better than nothing for sure. But like,
it's very. One of the things I've been trying to kind of figure out is like this is insane trauma for some women. Like, and with my personal experience that I kind of shared earlier in the show, it took me 10 years to realize that I was thinking about this thing every week. And something that we see really commonly in abuse victims is they will tell you about their abuse unprovoked and just kind of flippantly. Like they'll just lay the story out to you. And then 2 years later, you're going to hear about it possibly in a Twitlonger. It's like they're screaming for somebody to listen in some way, shape, or form. And one thing that I would really love to figure out is, what is that alternate method outside of the social media method? Because there does need to be a way to heal from these things. And sometimes that is not the right avenue, because these women end up getting attacked more after coming out and telling their story, and it causes them more pain than it initially did. So we need multiple options to help. And this is one method, but yeah, I don't know what the other ones would be.
Does anyone have suggestions? I think it's productive to talk about.
In my situation, I actually literally went on Facebook and found my abuser's like profile, and I was like, "Hey, can you call me? Here's my number." She called me. She thought it was literally nothing, and in a 10-minute conversation, a phone call that she will probably never forget that phone call for the rest of her life. I told her exactly how she made me feel and how it tormented me for the past 10 years and everything that it took away from me. And I got apologies. I got a myriad of apologies. And I took those apologies, and it's up to me to turn it into closure. So that is a method for me that I believe worked. But my abuser was a woman. I can't imagine some of these women calling up a man and him taking ownership of it. So, yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Still, that was brave by itself. Like, even if it was another woman, like that's still really brave. But yeah, I can't imagine like how it must feel like to have to call up your abuser. It's crazy for so many people, especially some of the more graphic ones that have been coming forth lately.
Yeah. I don't know. Does anyone have ideas?
Don't go to parties. That's what Mom always told me. But yeah, I don't know. It's difficult.
Is there something more that platforms like Twitch can do to like help curb this, particularly for broadcasters like all of you? Or
I mean, I think in general, people, it's hard to say that someone, especially women, shouldn't make this a public thing. And if someone really wronged them and abused them and harassed them or assaulted them, that they have the right, because they feel that they're in a position to make this public, that they do not need to have a private conversation and maybe go through the healing process in a private way. I don't think that there is a responsibility to be private, though I do think it is recommended that you talk. I mean, it is, you know, odd. Is a woman supposed to call their male abuser that fucked them up to try to make amends? It should be on the person that did the fucked up things to go to the person that they hurt and make amends. It shouldn't be the responsibility of a victim to reach out to get like emotional comfort to try to heal for the things that they did not do in the first place. Like, that is ridiculous in itself. But I do think in a larger way, you know, probably having a heart-to-heart conversation in private would maybe heal some people better than going through the entire public turmoil. Not that that is not an okay thing to do. I think I still support that route of going about things. I think that's fine. You have every right to do that. But it does make things different. It's different situations, I do think.
Yeah, I think just seeing now that there will be repercussions and people are actually getting some kind of consequence for doing something like that is at least comforting to know. And then there's obviously a lot of things people can do individually in terms of approaching whoever your abuser was, or trying to be more careful in a situation, or talking to your friends about it, or just feeling like you have allies. So I think it's helpful that there's a bigger cultural shift, and then trying to think individually what you and your friend group can do.
I think also, and this is so technical, but I also think pinpointing exactly what is going on in the person's head is really important, because the person that's in the middle of this trauma, we need to know what they need in order to give it to them. And believe it or not, for some people, actually what they need, or they think they need, is humiliation. They see it as an eye for an eye. You put me through all this pain for so long, I'm going to put it back on you, and that's going to make me feel better. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I think that's happening with some people. Some people want humiliation. Some people want an apology. Some people want understanding. And what I find so often is these women are so they're so wrapped up in their head. They're feeling all these things that have been repressed, and then suddenly it just comes out in a post. They don't really know what exactly they're looking for, and then some of them get it. And so I think that there should be a bigger conversation too of okay, great, you've accepted that you've been assaulted, you're ready to talk about it now. Talk with somebody first, really get deep in those feelings, and then figure out alternate methods to heal from that. But above all, they need to heal. They can't deal with this every single day, every single week.
I also think it's really important to continue to talk about. I know for me, and I mentioned a little bit before, that I have a different perspective of this by virtue of just the sheer, almost just getting it everywhere, right? It's like holy shit, this is almost every woman's story has something where they can remember something like this, feeling unsafe, feeling like there are abusers around them, having a weird, awkward encounter at a party, something like that. This is so prevalent. And by virtue of that prevalence, it showed me this is something that I need to be more attentive to. And I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm grateful that people came out with such volume, right? Just so that I think that alone speaks a lot to the severity of the issue.
That's really powerful, Devin.
Yeah.
I think it changed me, I really will look at this differently for the rest of my life. And I hope that is the same for people that are listening to this, that we've done an appropriate job of not just explain it and covering it on the podcast for our part, but also all these threads, and if you want to make it worse something, remember it and be that little bit of change in people's lives when this comes up and there's something you can do to prevent it.
Yeah, I think, I think in hindsight, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should have, no, back to what Slasher and Destiny were saying, possibly for the effect of things, maybe in retweeting that, it would have shown better effect to retweet other things to show my intention, now that you say all this, I think my intention mainly in that was what we talked about earlier in the podcast. We were talking about you know, the long-term credibility and how this platform for like victims needs to survive as long as possible, and why like for the much smaller cases, there needs to be oversight and accountability, so this platform doesn't like tarnish in credibility. I think that was like, I guess, a piece of why I retweeted that from that individual, was so that gets out there, because I think I preached that for almost everything, for any movement at all. And I guess that was it. So, but yeah, I think after everything that's been said, I guess I should have, or yeah, not I guess, maybe I should have, or I should have retweeted other instances so the effect was better understood, rather than me just retweeting that one thing where the effect could just be, that's all I have to say about it. So I can kind of see better with the way you just explained that, Devin, and Slasher, you just explained that as well.
That was a huge part of why I criticized Summit. I felt like, you know, you're going to not speak up on anything that's happened in the world in the last like 2 months or something, and this is what you're going to say on top of what he said. But that was a huge aspect of why I was, you know, frustrated with that statement.
Yeah. Well, here, real quick.
Dude, I have to say, this video...
I'm going to comment this real quick. Hold on.
Wait, what video?
The one you showed me.
Yeah, holy shit.
What video?
The DrDisrespect's last stream.
Yeah, I saw that. What was that?
What?
Dude, I'm going to post it in a second. So I didn't realize if Doc streamed today.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it was yesterday. I believe it was today, right? I actually didn't watch him, so not totally sure. But the end of his stream is extremely odd. The last 8 minutes, he's like rambling, and it ends weirdly. It could not be any more.
Can you explain more? Like,
not
what do you mean?
normal. Here, I'm gonna post it in a second.
Well, like he's saying like, guys, we're gonna get through. Like, this is gonna be a real tough time, but we can get through it or whatever. Like, and he's fuck, and then he cuts the stream. Yeah.
The last 5 minutes, he abruptly like loses focus. It looks like he is shooing somebody off during the shot for 1 second, which could very well be his wife. And then he like rambles and mumbles through the ending. The ending abruptly cuts off, and then he says "fuck" is the last thing.
Where can I watch this?
I'm gonna post it in a second, but there's an 8-minute video.
Does it look like he was like just casually streaming and then maybe read something like a text or an email, or does it just look like
yes, at the beginning of the final 8 minutes, he doesn't seem like he reads something.
Jesus.
Yeah, he like checks his phone or whatever. Anyway, well, instead of all of us watching that, what's up? Or is that what we're gonna do now?
We can talk about the mixer shutdown. That's a huge deal.
Oh,
yeah, dude.
Dude.
Shroud and Ninja made out like freaking bandits, dude.
Yeah.
Those guys, easy, dude.
Yeah, best deal in the history of all trade deals, dude.
Dude, my goodness, I was laughing all day, dude. That is so.
So are they.
It just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Dude, the pricing, $92,000 a day is what Ninja made on that website. When you parse it out, yeah, and you divide the total value of the contract by the amount of time he was actually on Mixer, and now he's a free agent. And that, like, what about all those people that are like, not dead streamer, by the way, Ninja just lost all his viewers? Like, yeah, oh yeah.
Dude, guy freaking wipes his ass with freaking Benjamins, dude.
Yeah. Holy shit. And Shroud too, man. I mean, the guy is neither of them are even. They're on like a little bit on the south side to 30, dude, and they're both just bringing it home.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Wow.
The mixer thing was really weird. A lot of really weird stuff about it. The first thing that's really weird about it is that basically no one knew. So like in the agency world, that's usually shit that we hear about way before it happens. I had no idea until the announcement. And,
wow.
And I couldn't find anybody that did know either. There was A lot of their AMs, a lot of people that are like just that work there didn't know until it got announced. It's really weird how Microsoft handled it. I still can't figure it out. Like in retrospect.
Well, dude,
it seems like it was.
I just feel like Mixer was like a black hole of money for them. They just threw a bunch of money into it and got no return. And
But Microsoft's the most profitable company in the world, and relative to like the expenditure that they put into other things, like it wasn't like it didn't seem like it was that kind of thing where you would just like shut it down in 30 days. I really can't understand it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, here's from everything that I've learned about all of that's happened. It was like, I mean, I even talked about on this show about how it was going to be maybe like a larger master plan within Microsoft to like connect it to the new console that's coming out and the new Halo that's coming out and like have it all work together.
Yeah.
So I understand that is all bullshit and that I am actually thinking way too smart for Microsoft, and they generally had no idea what they're doing. And that they bought this company that was Beam, then they had a bunch of money, and then they were kind of lost in what to do. And their brilliant idea was just to bring over Ninja and Shroud and like a few other streamers and hope that would be for the best. They did not have a long-term plan. They did not have a plan to bring over mid-tier streamers. They did not have a plan to try to get more viewers. They just thought, this is going to do it. Total, utter failure from all levels, you know, at Microsoft for how they handled Mixer. Nothing I've heard went well. Obviously, at the end, you had a racist executive be called out the day before they went under, and then you've had a multitude of both partners and employees that were not told, because I had information before, you know, the deal. Like, I got the scoop, but I didn't confirm it because I wasn't totally comfortable with it. And none of the I spoke to some people that worked in Mixer. They didn't know. They were like, what the fuck are you talking about, Slasher? I was like, okay, well, good luck tomorrow. And they had no idea that they were going to be fired. So Mixer had no loyalty to their employees. They had no loyalty to their partners. I mean, I understand the severity of the situation. They have to keep it secret at a high level. But they did not instill confidence or, really a whole lot of love for most of the people that they've screwed over. So Mixer has been a complete and total utter failure. I expect Facebook to be pretty similar. And it is true that Facebook offered almost double for Ninja and Shroud to move over to Facebook, and they said no, which would have been approximately 50 million for Ninja and 20 million for Shroud, somewhere like in those ranges.
I mean, at that point, they might have. I mean, maybe they're thinking like, well, I made my money. I'm just gonna go back to Twitch or maybe YouTube.
Yes,
I don't know.
Yes, I mean, I definitely think this is a huge part of it. They already have, because they said no to Facebook. They forced Microsoft to pay the buyout at midnight. They had to pay the full amount into the bank accounts of Shroud and Ninja and Loaded, who's a management company, when they said no to the Facebook buyout. So they got paid right away, as we spoke about. So they kind of won the lottery, and because they got all that money, the biggest thing that I do is make fun of Mixer. I'm not making fun of Ninja's viewer count, but of course his viewer count is way down, and Shroud's viewer count is way down in terms of relevancy. Ninja probably cares way more about that than Shroud. Shroud just wants to game and shit. Ninja probably cares more about the limelight and being seen as like still the number one streamer. So they do not need to go to Facebook. That would just be another cash grab, which they already got. And it would continue their downward spiral into no one watching them, because who the fuck is now going to watch Facebook gaming? What a garbage platform, just like Mixer. So it is not surprising that they both said no. I personally, and this is not a reporting, I personally think we will see Ninja go to YouTube and we will see Shroud go to Twitch.
100%.
For a variety of reasons, not the least of which is that Ninja and Twitch's relationship at the end did not go too well, in terms of the negotiations on him leaving, and then everything that happened after with the channel,
the redirect,
and the recommendation to the porn thing, and then everything has happened.
I think that's actually way less of a factor than just the fact that like Ninja has 23 million subs on YouTube.
He's so big on YouTube.
He was already exhibiting a bit of a decline on Twitch when he left. And that like was further exacerbated by those 8 months on Mixer. The thing about Shroud is that Shroud is a fucking government experiment. Okay, he escaped from a base in Nevada, and he is literally built from like some kind of like in like a box like in the CIA that like made like a fucking ultimate agent to be an FPS god. So that guy can go anywhere and get an audience, right? He goes back to Twitch. It's this huge hype event, hundreds of thousands of people. He blows up. He's right back where he was, except better. But like with Ninja, though, I don't think he gets that same type of hype. But if he goes to YouTube, he starts capitalizing on the Fortnite crowd that's on YouTube right now, the same type of crowd that's giving Courage JD 100,000 concurrent viewers. And I think that's the game.
Devin, weren't you talking in your last video about how you think people are sleeping on YouTube and they're like, what, 25-ish% market share right now, but you really think it's going to be going up over the next 5 years?
Yeah, I've been saying that for quite a while. I think
a lot of people have,
yeah, but the stats respect that, and I would love to have this one out with you if you'd like. I've got so much data on this. YouTube is by far, when you look at the data, is by far the most encouraging platform. Twitch growth is
stalled.
Yes. Yeah. It's stalled. It's kind of growing a little bit, but when you look at YouTube, there's just such staggering stats between the two. Like, I guess the one that I think, not to like bore everybody, here we go, analytics handy stuff, but the one that's like most crazy to me, right, is you've got around 15 to 17 million daily users on the entirety of Twitch. Okay, so that's across just chatting, gaming, everything. In YouTube gaming alone, you have 200 million. Right, so you look at a number like that, and you're like, how the hell does Twitch ever breach that gap? Right, this is a website with 2 billion users. There's just no way. So like that's why I think we're seeing these fucking crazy numbers get put up on YouTube. Like there are individual broadcasters on YouTube that have 900,000 concurrent viewers for Fortnite events.
Yeah, this really is their biggest strength. They do have a few games that are doing pretty well, and even things you want to think about like PUBG Mobile all the way in India and the Middle East, that gets, or South America, that gets like 500,000 viewers at one time. That is not a joke. Fire is a mobile game you've never heard of. Free Fire, and they get literally almost 1 million concurrent viewers on YouTube. That is really a thing. So besides that, though, Fortnite is by far the biggest game, and Fortnite has the biggest pull on YouTube by far. Not many other games like that, maybe besides Call of Duty, can really do that. So if you are a Fortnite streamer, and of course Ninja is, that is like supremely lucrative.
Yeah.
I mean, YouTube was garbage for a long time. YouTube gaming as a platform was terrible. They've done a lot to reboot the entire brand that is YouTube gaming in the last year, and YouTube Live to do stuff. They also bought the contracts for Overwatch League and Call of Duty League. They bought out Courage. They bought out Valkyrie. They bought out a lot of exclusive streamers. They've spent a lot of money to compete with Twitch too. Yeah, they're gaining a lot of market share, but they had to pay for it. They had to pay $150 million to Activision. They had to pay, $1 million to Courage and Valkyrie. So they are spending money, which they can do for sure.
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, from a streaming perspective, like I streamed on YouTube before I came to Twitch, and like the back end of YouTube is a lot better than Twitch as far as like
it's not even comparable how much better
dude, it is. The bit rate, everything, it's nuts.
DVR feature, the VODs.
And a lot of people sleep. I think the reason I say sleep on YouTube is because a lot of people, the number one argument they'll make is that, well, the UI is not good. Well, it doesn't look good to discover stream. But this is the easiest thing for YouTube to fix, right? The hardest problem to solve is getting users. And YouTube has that problem solved 100%. Right? Twitch's problem is, how the hell do we convert people that don't know what this website is over to this website? That, by the way, was the problem that Mixer had. It was insurmountable. You can't bring over users and educate them and get them up into the culture in any kind of discernible way unless you have a user base that you can pull from. And YouTube has that. They have a just massive amount of people watching gaming videos.
Yeah, well, like, and here's the thing with Twitch. The Twitch UI isn't really like, I know they just did a big like overhaul and they made some things look nicer or whatever, but like there's just everything. Twitch always seems to have some weird bugs. Like hosts don't work.
Clips to find somebody's fucking clips now. That's insane to me.
Yeah.
Like, why do I have to click like 5 times?
I think hosting is still broken. It's been like 6 months.
Hosting is broken. Yeah, for like a year it's been broken. Yeah, like if I want to go look at somebody's VODs, I gotta go click on his profile picture, which nothing tells me that I have to click on his profile picture. I don't know if VODs exist.
The trained behavior, the trained user behavior is clicking on like a picture of a page run usually just goes back to the same page or back to like the beginning page or whatever. Not that you would have to actually click that to access anything. That's really, really, really strange.
It's really bad. It's not. It is not good. because you go and then all of a sudden you have a schedule is really good. That's like about the only thing that they did that's good. Then you go to videos, and then I have to click again for clips, like filter by clip. It's just dumb. Like it doesn't make any sense. It's really frick. I'm annoyed. Okay,
dude, I'm reading this. I'm so sorry to derail you. I'm reading this like thread. This is like some Illuminati shit going on. Like, have you seen this thread regarding the video? Like, are you guys looking at this on the side here? Like, I'm not even sure what I can show and what I can't, but it's like people are saying that like he's leaving clues behind based on like what he's talking about after he's like aware of it.
You're always gonna get this shit when people don't know the facts. Like you're always gonna get these insane
internet,
speculations.
The internet being the internet. It's fine.
This is it's the 5G towers. They finally got together to get them. The sugar night didn't work. There was a gap in the shield. It's gonna be that kind of stuff, dude. Like all the time, of course.
I still don't. I don't know if 5G is safe. Like, what if it attacks us?
True. Okay. Yeah. Be careful.
Yeah.
Also, Train, I've been fighting a headache for a little bit now. I'm really sorry. I'm going to go to bed, but it's really been a blast being on again and listening to you guys. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you for coming on. I think it was like very good, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you reaching out and trying to get like a diverse set of voices on these topics. So good night, everyone.
No problem.
Good night, Alexandra.
Guys,
Thank you.
Please go follow Boats. It's Botez. You call her Botez. I call her Boats. If you call her Boats, you're gonna get banned by me and her. I only call her Boats. But then again, actually I should. You know what? Never mind. Botez, have a great night. Twitch.tv/Botez live, guys. Go check her out. Chess streamer. Thank you. I just realized by me saying me, it sounds very. Yeah. You know what? Let's just move on. Yeah. I think I need some like public speaking coach at this point. I've just grown weight. I just
part of the brand.
Do some media training. It's fucking awesome.
Should I get like hey guys, at 15,000 subs, I'll be doing something that I should be doing anyways, and I will do anyways. So sub anyways, but I'll do it anyways. Devin, what are your thoughts? Destiny.
I'm sorry, you're so fucking funny, dude. I love you. Holy shit.
Do you have any ideas of coaches?
Yeah, I have a lot of media trainers I could introduce you to, of course.
Okay, cool.
I don't know, Destiny, did you ever get media training? Probably not. You're just really well spoken.
Thanks. No, I just do my thing.
I needed a shit ton of media training, dude, so that I can like.
I got my media training in the streets. Okay, my current media savvy comes from being kicked off of numerous esports teams, having numerous scandals, having new.
He got trained in Protoss versus Zerg, or Zerg versus Zerg.
I was actually mainly a Terran player, dude. But Protoss was so elegant and beautiful, and Zerg was so OP. I mean, literally, if you're a pro Zerg player, it was such an intricate, complicated thing, but somehow you'd make it look so easy because in like the first like 2.5 minutes, somehow you'd like have this base where you can carry it over and everything transfers to there and you just destroy their base. I don't know what it was called, but Zerg was OP as fuck, dude. It was insane.
I feel like you had to play 3 times harder as a Zerg to do the same thing that Protoss and Terran did.
No, I feel like Zerg and Protoss were OP and Terran was shit, right? But there's some really good Terran players.
That's what every player feels like.
Okay, my source is that I was a master Zerg, and it felt so bad to play against Protoss. They're like, I'm gonna build Colossus and win. Like, yeah, it's just a terrible. I mean, I'm like, I'm trying to like inject like 8 queens at once, like simultaneously. I have like 3 fucking brains going. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
His sources, he was.
I mean, I think Destiny knows best about the game.
My research paper.
Who was actually the like? What was the best, most like? What could you like? Was Zerg the like? Am I wrong about anything I just said? Like, or is that like the?
I think what happens is we use words like overpowered and underpowered, and what we really mean to say is fun or not fun. I think that Protoss had a lot of very not fun things to play against. I don't know if Protoss or any race, like there have been times in StarCraft's histories where some races are overpowered or pretty underpowered. Like for the most part, the balance is pretty close generally, except for when you get to like the super highest parts of the pro scene where shit gets like can be really fucky sometimes. Like I think Zerg just recently had a pretty long spree, winning like almost every round of 8, round of 4, but
Dude, I played Protoss, and I would just go take the crystals and I put them in the enemy base and build a bunch of cannons around their
Wow,
base.
you're actually what's wrong with StarCraft. It's you. You're the one.
I was like 9 years old and I played with my friends.
Nice.
Try for a cannon rush. Like every game. Those work all the way up until like platinum and diamond. Like
what?
You could still cannon rush a person at like a very high elos.
What? I would do that like at 9 years old. Like I was just like an idiot, and I was like, I don't know, this is fun. That's crazy.
My God. So we were talking about method, right? Or sorry, about a mixer. Excuse me. Too many M's. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
well, they are both dead. They are both dead.
It's
so
true. They share that.
Kind of similar.
It really sucks about the streamers, man. So Commander Root did this really interesting. He's a dude that collects Twitch analytics. Did this really interesting thing where he took a whole sample of the Mixer streams. Believe it or not, there are Mixer streams on Mixer that are basically like what their titles say now about where they're going. And he looked for keywords. He pulled 820 streams, found out that 800 of them are going back to Twitch. Only 20 are going to Facebook.
Nice.
So the vast majority of people on Mixer are going to go back to Twitch, and I feel like they're going to go into the shadow realm. Like it's going to be so hard to grow.
I banish you to the shadow realm.
Yeah, they're gonna be in like the Dormammu's dark dimension, like trying to in an endless loop of having no viewers. It's like it's not a good plan. You wanna go to you really have to consider your platform choice. It's gonna be hard to grow. No one cares about that.
No, I mean, look, Facebook is really not an option for any big.
I think of when you said that was so funny to me. It just like
sorry, that was my existential depression. Like I was just realizing my own narrative. Yeah.
I mean, look, I would any of you streamers go to Facebook for a significant amount of money?
Yep.
You would
honestly like
depends on what when you say a significant amount of money. If somebody offered me like fucking $30 million, yeah, of course I would.
Well, no one's offering you $30 million.
Well, what? Then you got to be clear what you mean by a significant amount of money.
Yeah, I'm torn in that because like for what I want to do, I feel like Facebook's probably better for animal sanctuary and rescue streams. I feel like that would be a better environment just because there's more boomers with money who care about animals. But like as far as the culture, I would definitely miss Twitch just because I'm so familiar with it. So I'm torn. For the right amount of money, it probably makes sense. But it also like is difficult because I would miss Twitch.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was this like weird stigma that's been put behind like leaving for a deal, right? But I think that every individual that puts or that like attaches that stigma to that kind of stuff, they themselves would take it in a heartbeat. Like, for example, I give this example in my chat and most people like admit it to be true. You know, all the viewers that like talk about, oh, they're ditching their community, they're not loyal, this, that. I told them to imagine a situation where if they got accepted, let's say even just, even $1,000 a month, just to stop watching their favorite streamer that they're part of, the part of the community, they're part of everything, they're, it's helped them out. And most said, man, I do that. I do it for, $500 a month, right? So like it's easy to sit there and like do it, but like as soon as you put yourself in the shoes, like all of them admitted that hell yeah, I would take a lot less to leave. So I think most people just would do it. It's an easy thing to like tackle and like high road. That's why like when Ninja and them first left, I kind of I supported the decision. Like they made the decision, their actual community would follow and understand, and that's that, right? Like, and I think most people, if they put themselves in their shoes, would do the same thing. I think people who don't just, I don't know.
I also don't think that like Twitch is the only option for growth, and I try to talk about this a lot on my channels. And I know like some people are negative on Facebook Gaming. So to Facebook Gaming's credit, they've grown 300% year over year, and they own 8% of the market. That's not nothing. That's all, but that's not counting what might happen now that Mixer's gone. So I don't think it's like hopeless like shit website. Like I think that they've got a large endemic user base there, and there's a good shot that people can grow Facebook streams there and make a lot of money. And also, I think one of the big things is that you don't have to stream exclusively there, so you can broadcast on YouTube and Facebook at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about the method Mixer used, which is basically get big streamers versus Facebook was like, let's get a bunch of mid-tier streamers? Because it seems like Facebook's at least holding up. But they don't really
my original thing was I thought instead of getting 2, I thought they should have tried to buy out like a section. Like, yeah, I feel like buying out like a section of streams. Like, imagine if they would have been like buying out like all the chess streamers, like when that stuff started to grow, and that would have been like the home of a certain community. I feel like that would have fostered better growth. Obviously, you've got more overhead though. You'd have to manage, 100, 500, 1,000 streamers instead of just 2. But I don't know. Just getting 2 big ones never really seemed like a big path to growth. Especially when like all these guys' friends and shit are still streaming on Twitch too, right? Like, wasn't Ninja streaming with these guys, but like he's on another platform and they're all like still on Twitch.
Yeah, like Tim and Koki and everybody.
That's a really good point, because I feel like they could have bought out the entire Rocket League community.
Yeah, a mid-tier game, so like StarCraft or Rocket League or some game like that, and then make that like the home of that game is going to be on Facebook. Because then any new streamer or whatever starting on that like is probably going to start on that platform, right, to catch all the spillover and everything. But
yeah.
Jesus, sorry, I'm so sidetracked by everything, and I feel like there's so much that we're missing. So many things. There's so many things that I remember, but no. There isn't time. It's already 4 a.m. in the morning. Like people are tired.
Yeah.
Like,
what other big things are we missing?
Well, there's other instances that I think should be brought to light, and I think there is more things that we can dive into a little deeper to like further like open it up, and give people the correct understanding. But I feel like
we haven't even covered the man suing Twitch because he broke his penis, okay? And until we do that, this is not the Scuffed podcast.
We haven't had a dick discussion yet. That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
Let's talk about that.
I'm sad I didn't make the cut, to be honest. So
I'm
that's
sad.
all
Yeah, I
have to
actually
say.
feel bad for all the girl streamers that didn't get listed in the lawsuit. I wonder.
What the fuck?
I don't know why I didn't
Glad
get
that
it.
I'm not in the headlines, considering how much I stream. I'm like the most shameless one of everybody.
Well, I think you were on there.
Fuck.
You got to
I'm
step
like
it up.
Oh, the headline.
shameless streamers and just chatting. Yeah. Actually, technically speaking, if you want to actually get down to the brass tacks, the most shameless streamers of all shameless streamers, technically speaking, is actually me. That's actually the truth, right? Like, if you think about it, I'm actually the most shameless just chatting streamer there is. So technically,
11 subs away.
Right, but he
From
wasn't
11K?
fapping to you that we know of. Not
True.
yet.
That's
That
very
might be
true.
That might
But-
be another lawsuit for e-boys.
that's
I don't
that's
know.
true. That is
Tell
true.
me.
But him fapping, I don't think constitutes the most shameless. The most shameless is me, and I happily admit that. And that's why we're only 11 subscribers away from 11,000 guys. Absolutely crazy. And make sure to follow the channel as well. Yeah. And we're actually
He wasn't even following a single male streamer.
not one male streamer, 0 following of male, and then 689 or some shit of all female streamers. Like, just some like that was shameless of him.
Is this the professional plaintiff? Is it the same
Yeah.
guy?
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually scared. I think I deleted my retweet because someone told me that. I actually retweeted it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, I clowned on the guy, and I deleted the retweet because someone messaged me and said, hey, this guy goes around suing anybody, everybody, and anything, and he makes them show up. I'm like, oh, fuck, this guy's coming after me. If I say, I got real fucking,
Well, I will say he's been known for suing gaming companies for like the last 10 or 12 years. And the last time his name came out, he never won one time.
He's just like a meme.
Yeah.
There's a first time for everything.
He has sued like 100
That
different
means he
companies.
just hasn't
He's
gotten
never
his
won.
chance.
This whole case is that we're promoting his sex addiction or something.
Does he have money? Does he have a lot of money where he can do this?
No. He's literally like.
Sorry, Amaranth. I apologize for cutting you off. I was just wondering
No,
if.
it's fine. I'm used to it.
Okay. Get it up there, guys. I'm done. I'll see you guys on fb.gg.
D Live.
See you on D Live.
Oh, is D Live still a thing?
Yeah.
Is it growing or no?
Nope.
I mean, I think your previous statement showed exactly where it's at.
Hard to say. The people on that site get actually massive viewership, but it's hard to say if any of it is real.
How do you define views? Yeah.
Like some of the people get supposedly it'll show like 8,000 viewers, but I don't know if it's like botted and they count live views differently or something. Like it's just unique views and they just count them all as live views or what? You know?
Well,
I mean-
what is, there's a Chinese website that uses like it doesn't show view count. It shows like It's some other like arbitrary like thing that they made up that's not views. And because I remember
it's YY.
Which site are we talking about?
It's YY. He's talking about YY. YY is a website where they use like this weird like system of impressions to and it looks like there's like millions of people watching, but no one like quite understands
I
how.
haven't heard of this one.
Yeah, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but it's like if every time somebody clicks on the stream, that counts as like a view, and they just leave that as like that's your viewership, is how many uniques you're getting basically.
Wow.
But is that it? Because it was even like higher numbers than that. Because maybe I'm wrong, but I just remember looking at one stream and it was like some ridiculous number, and I was like, that's more than like what I would expect for like unique views in a stream. But maybe they just had a lot of viewers and we don't know.
Yeah, I think one time a Chinese streaming company offered me like an exclusive deal. It wasn't like I wasn't gonna take it because they had a bunch of fake viewer bots. You know.
I wonder if it was the same company that offered me. I actually got a similar offer from a Chinese company. It was actually a big one, and that was the one that people wrote an article about, and it was a good. And the offer was actually really good, and not in the like pricing, but they said all they wanted me to do was stream twice a week on their platform, and I could still maintain and keep partnership on Twitch and use Twitch as well. Like it was this crazy deal, and the numbers were like in a year it was like 1.2. You know, it was up there. It was like it was 1 million plus, and I could stream on Twitch, and it was only twice a week on their platform. It was this really reasonable thing. Yeah.
But apparently they had a bunch of fake viewers, so it's like, how do you monetize that necessarily? Like,
well, the monetization is in the offer,
in the contract. Yeah,
yeah, that's the monetization.
Right.
Especially if you could stay on.
I just mean, like, if something happened to them, you know, then it's like you're not actually growing a real viewer base.
Yeah, but
that's the thing.
It's also pretty difficult sometimes to collect your money from those websites. Oftentimes they're international, and you have no recourse if they decide not to pay you. It gets like really complicated.
Yeah. Well, the reason I didn't take it, I think chat's confused of why I didn't take it because it seems so good, is because if I took it, I would have had to give up partnership and affiliation. So it would have
yeah, because
Twitch won't let you do it,
which would have been worth it still, because because what they offered me was still more than what I would get from being partner. But like Devin said, there's a lot of things that you have to worry about, because if I give a lot of weird stuff to worry about, so it just wasn't worth it at the time. Yeah.
Well, do you guys know about Trovo? Tencent just launched a new American streaming service that literally ripped off Twitch's design. It's up right now. It's called Trovo. They have huge funding from Tencent, and Tencent, of course, owns all of Riot. Tencent owns half of Epic Games. Tencent owns some of Activision Blizzard. Tencent owns some of Reddit. Tencent owns
Path of Exile.
Yeah, they own that too. Tencent owns pretty much everything. So now, and they also own Douyu. They own half of Douyu, and they own half of Huya. And now they have a new English streaming site called Trovo, which is up now. You can go see it. It literally is ripped off from Twitch. The design looks like Twitch, and they have at least $50 million ready to go go into action.
The descriptor on
it just started.
It says Trovo is the world's biggest live streaming platform. Can they do that?
It says
it's Tencent. They do whatever the fuck they want.
If it's in China, then yeah.
But this is the American. This is supposed to be. I don't actually know where the headquarters is, but this is supposed to be the American, like try. Like they're not trying to do Huya America yet. They're trying to do Trovo.
Well, technically speaking, can't like certain streamers that are in this go to that site, since it's like in a different.
I mean, yeah, Method Josh was streaming on Douyu this entire time, so you can.
A couple of the Method people were supposedly, yeah.
Yeah, Josh and other Method streamers have been streaming on Douyu this entire time, so you can do that.
This company's tagline is
wait, hold on. Who was streaming? Who all was streaming on the Chinese website?
Method's rating team was streaming on the Chinese website. Method had a Douyu channel. Josh, because he was banned on Twitch, was streaming on Douyu
that channel
up until 4 days ago.
But was there other people?
Yeah, Sco. Like there is a Method channel on Douyu.
Oh, I missed that part. I didn't even see that part. I actually didn't know about that.
This company's like their tagline is bold as fuck, dude. Trovo is the world's best live streaming platform for gamers. Okay.
Well, what if they are?
I mean, like they're just flat out. They're like, here it is.
That's what I'm saying. Can they do that? Like, is this okay?
Have you seen the website?
Apparently, the website just broke.
This website is literally Twitch.
Crashed. Did
apparently
just crash the website?
Apparently, we just crashed the website. Yeah.
dude.
Excellent. Remember when we did that for what was that website where you could hire the e-girl?
Yeah,
e-girl. Whatever happened to that website?
Now.
They had to like rebrand and they had to like include men and stuff. I think somebody like some legal thing happened or something.
Oh, it's called ePal now.
Yeah, they had to
ePal.
rebrand. Now we're gonna crash that website.
Jesus Christ.
Dude. The entire UI, everything is ripped off of Twitch. The entire look of the website.
It's literally Twitch.
Jesus. I'm eating this chicken tikka masala right now, dude. It's so underrated.
That sounds so fucking good. Holy
Dude,
shit.
That sounds amazing.
That is good. I've had that. I used to get a frick. I don't even remember what it's called, but they used to deliver like the microwave food, and I would get the chicken tikka masala, and it was really good. It was like one of the like not everything was really good, but that one was really good.
Yeah. Show us. I mean, my camera quality is really. It's already bad enough. I mean, when you look at me, I look like I'm 65 years old. So when you see the food, it's going to destroy whatever image you have in your mind right now that I've given you by saying it. It's going to destroy it. So when I show you, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Trust me. Just leave it be. And I feel like I just did something bad right there. Okay, give me a second. Let me turn this camera on. Aww. You look so cute with that hat on. Looks like you're going on a little trip for your first time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, I saw your comment in chat. I think everyone missed it. When I was talking about the streaming site and how I need to stream twice on it, he's like, oh, well, you can do your intro on that site. And it was the perfect comment, dude, because he's right. I think the time allotted I needed was 2 hours a week, and that's perfect for my intro.
Yeah. Just 30 minutes of the black screen on there, dude.
That's right. It would have been perfect. Damn. So you're leaving back to Canada tomorrow?
Yeah, not right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Aww.
How long are you going there?
Could be 2 days, could be 2 weeks, could be fucking 2 years. Could be forever.
Whoa.
Yep.
Jesus.
Why? Is there some fucked up shit with visas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, it's annoying. You always have to go. Yeah, you always have to go back and then go back in. Always go back and go back in to get a new stamp.
Are you on a P1A?
Yeah, but nowadays they're a little bit more picky with 3 years. Right? They don't give them out like candy anymore. They used to.
Yeah.
Wait, is your visa under threat with the Trump work visa ban? Have you seen it?
No, because I'm cooler than like Engineer Andy's. I'm professional international athlete. You get me?
Oh my man!
I'm talking to an athlete, dude.
Wait, so is that not an O1 visa?
It's a P1A, and so the engineer like software development one is H1B, and so he's got a P1A, which is he's right. He's a literal international gaming athlete. Like that's a legit classification. Yeah.
So what is an O1 visa? Is an O1 visa better or worse?
O1 is exceptional person, or like it's really hard to get. Like get into O1, you got to like fucking cure a disease or some shit. Or have a lot of money and run a big business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you compete in World of Warcraft, right, an agency might be able to make the case that you could get a P1A visa. But like XQC said, they're much more strict than now.
Yeah. I mean, basically back in the days, they would like show achievements, current ongoing things, whatever, the government, and then they can do stuff like that. And they kind of like legitimate, like they made it legitimate when you're like a esports Sandy or whatever, not like a little bit like a pro basketballer or whatever, right? They kind of made the case that it's similar, and people were getting like 3 years easy, 3 years.
Yeah.
And nowadays it's more like 1 year, 2 year type of thing, I think.
Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, back in 2015, we were getting like we were just handing out P1As like candy. It was so easy to get them.
Yeah, but now it's like super hard for all types of visas, right?
P1As are still like a pretty like uncommonly requested thing because like not a lot of people request professional athlete visas, so they're still probably the most reliable way to do this. This is like an entertainment law question we can get into, but yeah.
So what were you guys talking about before I got in here and I interrupted it?
We were talking about Mixer shutdown.
Oh, yeah, what about it? Hey, some of us here could have gotten the lottery. None of us got shit.
Yep. That would have been dude. So wait, I actually have a question for this Because I saw a lot of mixed opinions, and I was under the impression that they did get paid in full, but people were saying they didn't. Did Ninja get his full 30 million or?
Yep.
Yes, they were both paid at midnight.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Not only did he get it, they got paid the full value in a day.
It's a lump sum. It's even better than lump sum. It's like a lottery, but better. It's a little better than the lottery, is it not?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, they looked at so hard. Like everything went so well for them.
Yeah.
So he just got a $30 million payday in one day.
Oh, by the way, I did say 30. It's probably closer to like 25. I was wrong on that.
Oh, don't worry. That mistake is so big. I'm so like shame on you. Yeah, it's only like 25 million. That's shame on you.
I mean, I feel fucking bad. You know, can't be wrong ever.
Shame on you.
Yeah, I'd be scared to like spend any of it or too much of it, because then it's kind of like the taxes roll in and like, yo, dude, hey, 15, you owe me like 15, 13 mil. Like, oh, come on, man. Like, you see that huge chunk in your bank account, that's just scary.
Yeah. That's just big.
I feel like I'd be okay paying 15 million in taxes on $30 million.
True. I'm with you on that. Yeah. I agree with that. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'll take a nice 30 million. I'll pay half of it. I mean, fuck, I'll pay 60% of it in the situation he's in. I mean, that's like a free, he's not even connected to the contract that gave him that. He can go wherever he wants.
Crazy. As soon as that money hits my account, I'm a felon. I'm gone. I'm in Europe somewhere. I leave.
Yeah, taxes are higher over there than in America. You got to be careful.
True.
Wait, I have a question. What do you guys think? Wait, you guys didn't talk about this? What do you guys think they're going to do now?
I think we said Ninja is going to YouTube. Shroud will go back to Twitch. Was where we were at.
That is my best guess, because there's so many reasons that Ninja should go to YouTube. There's like so many different reasons that I think it's going to happen. Not only that, I think Twitch, if they were to bid for someone, would be Shroud over Ninja. I really don't think they have a whole lot of love at the end of that relationship. I think Twitch is going to go after Shroud more than Ninja, and I think Ninja has a lot of opportunities at YouTube that it would make sense.
Yeah, I think my take is that his channel's kind of like going down. The director was going down, and on top of that, he kind of like killed his brand or like damaged his following by going to the Mixer. So all these like combined effects, when he comes back, it wouldn't be as big as Shroud, believe it or not. I actually think if they both came back, he'd probably end up being small after like a month or something.
For sure.
I think so too. I think Shroud is the bigger name right now. So
yeah.
Yep. Also, he's more flexible. Shroud is much more flexible in what he can do, and why people like. I mean, I'm pretty sure people still tune in if he came out to a bigger platform, like to the best aimer, like best player, and I think they're kind of right sometimes.
Wait, do you really think Shroud is more flexible?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I thought my understanding is that like Ninja is like a relatively entertaining guy all around, but that Shroud is basically like good at video games, but that's kind of all he can do.
Yeah, but Shroud is good at multiple games.
Well, shooting games, but still at the end of the day, like he's more just like a gamer than an entertainer. No,
yeah,
like isn't like.
You're as much as you're right. Shooting games have been rolling, and Ninja hasn't been like pushing his like personality, talking. And if anything, I feel like he kind of toned down or killed his own like sort of personality when he kind of became like, more like brand friendly.
Also,
he's totally right.
I guess to kind of play devil's advocate too, the Shroud's very good at the game, so his games are almost a form of education, which kind of is a form of entertainment for some people.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
I mean, really, to CC's point, FPS games have been carrying Twitch for the last, 3 years now. So if you were at the top of FPS games, whether it was Ninja or Shroud, you were fucking rolling. Tim the Tatman, DrDisrespect, all these people, Courage. You played for person shooters, RexQC, we're in a good position. And Shroud has more flexibility. Ninja is playing Valorant. He actually has a little bit of an advantage there, but Shroud's been playing it too. And Shroud is, because he came from Counter-Strike, is even bigger in the newest game that is going to be popular on Twitch. So Shroud even has an advantage in that category. Really, Ninja's strength is Fortnite. So the better that Fortnite does overall, the better Ninja is going to do. But because of the games that are coming out, and I've even heard of there is a new game coming. Spoiler. Scoop. But there is a new game coming. I hear it's pretty good. And it's gonna have major implications to some stuff. It's from what I understand, in terms of how it
leaked it?
Interacts. Huh?
Who leaked it? Throw him under the bus.
No, it's not. What are you talking about, Felix? You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, of course you don't, Mister. You signed NDA. See, I didn't sign NDA. Felix here, presumably, allegedly, probably signed an NDA to maybe look or play this thing, which has been shown off over the past week to many, many streamers and influencers.
Yeah, that
so
Pokemon MOBA looking litty.
Oh yeah, that's definitely it. So there are new games coming in. First-person shooters are doing really well. So if you're really good at the variety in that way, you're gonna fucking dominate. Ninja probably needs to expand a little bit. I mean, he plays Call of Duty now, and that's really good for him. He needs to be playing more Blackout because that's done really well. But Shroud definitely has more ability to reach out.
I mean, think about it. It's more like Shroud has like translated from PUBG to Apex, a little bit of Fortnite. Fucking not COD, just CS. You know, he actually went through like all the motions of like the different FPS, or whatever, and so he kind of like has like a track record that his ship still sails after like all these steps. But Ninja is like has yet to prove that to himself and others. I feel like. Yeah.
Well, I think I think what it is like Shroud is like the very first like. It feels like all these aim bots that are being created came from his DNA source code, right? Like that's why like that brand in itself, like, so sure, he only plays games like Destiny was saying earlier, or he only plays like a couple shooting games, but the fact that he has this insane, crazy aim, and as soon as he gets to any game, it's the same exact thing, I think that's what makes it so appealing. Whereas, like, you know, Ninja's also very talented. Ninja does have a personality, yes, like, you know, but, right, even though he's been streaming these for such a long time, I feel like his name is connected mainly to Fortnite. Right, so like, I think that's what he's referring to as far as versatility goes. It's not so much the flexibility and like personality and what he can do. It's like what the name is tied to. Whereas Ninja is Fortnite and Shroud is just all FPS. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yeah. At the same time, though, I feel like in both cases they both did what they had to do, or what what they needed to do, right? And it just so happens that Ninja had to stay in Fortnite, and Shroud was able to like maneuver around. Because I mean, put yourself in Ninja's position, like. He was rolling Fortnite, number one. Fortnite was rolling. It was off the charts. I mean, why would you, in that moment of hype, just like fucking switch to variety or fucking start playing another game in the middle of it? You know, like it's just the course of it.
Yeah, I mean, for Felix, like, he's a tank main, so for him to like go to these other games, it's been really, really difficult. So that's why variety has been kind of more his thing. Not Overwatch.
Sure, dude. Listen, I've been running my M out, dude. One day I'll prove you wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'll match up with the Titans.
Hey, does that what's that Kovacs? Is that what it's called? Is that is that any good or no?
It's good.
It is really good. I know Kovac the person. Like, the guy Kovac is an old school Quake player who's a developer and a coder, and then he made a video game that helps you train your aim. Like, he was a top Quake player for like, he played Quake World, and he was one of the best players for like 10-15 years. So he was really good at like training your aim, and then he figured with esports getting big, he would make a video game to help you train your aim, and now that's what Kovac is.
Kovac sounds like some sort of like that sounds like some
boss.
No, it sounds like the cousin of COVID.
Oh, okay.
You know
to me, it sounds like the insect boss of like some 40-man raid or something.
Kovacs. Yeah, I could see that too.
I feel like Kovac sounds like a Russian henchman to me.
Yeah, like
KGB,
like
in a Bond movie.
Some I feel that. I feel that. Yeah, Kovacs. Yeah, I feel that too. Yeah, I like all three of those. 2 of those, and mine 3. Yeah.
Welcome to the podcast.
Welcome
Evelynn.
to the podcast, Evelynn.
Just got my chicken tendies. What's up?
Welcome.
Man, I wanted to be here earlier. I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, don't worry about it at all. Apparently, wait, I gotta turn you up. I don't know why.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so quiet. I can talk closer to my mic. That might work.
Shit. I turned you up. I don't know why. Like, there's like certain words I just
So what kind of topics did you guys prepare, or go? You know, what was like the next course of combo?
I was gonna wrap it up, but fuck, if there's one more topic you want to discuss, I mean, I was gonna split into 2 podcasts. Realistically, I feel like we're missing so much and I don't want to feel like we're skipping like because if we skip out on like something, that individual might feel like it's not as important as the other thing. So I want to like go over everything, but there's no way we're gonna fit this into into this podcast, right?
Just keep going
It's
forever.
such a weighted week.
Oh, I got.
Don't stop now that I'm here. Gee.
I got permaban from LSF again. I'm so sorry.
What happened? Did you
Again?
DM spoilers again to everybody?
I spent so much fucking
I'm
time.
Nat dude just fucking hates me so much.
He is a shitty. I'm not a fan of him. I went
An
and I had
actual accused pedophile. I've heard actually, 100%.
Stop it. Stop it.
I'm just
Stop
reporting
it,
on what I've
Steven.
heard, Slasher. You know how it goes.
No. Okay. Tucker Carlson was found that he doesn't have to say facts at all. Are you like that too?
Oh, holy shit! I'll remember that one.
Don't do that. But I had to go like mediate like
Oh my-
Destiny and the fucking mods. Hopefully you're good now.
I'm not. I'm still banned. It's all good though.
Oh my god, hold on. This is the guy.
What?
HE Simp or CIMP. This is the guy. I saw him on like one of your Reddits saying that like you got banned because LSF is in my pocket. Listen, hey dickhead, Livestream Phil hates me. They absolutely like if I breathe the wrong way, they hate me. Both Greek and I have tried to get banned from there by like intentionally doing stuff and they still haven't banned us. And Destiny gets banned for doing nothing. Like it's like, listen, believe me, I don't want to be on there. It's a goddamn stress of its fucking own. These narratives created are insane. Like my chat knows I rambled at that motherfucking place at least 3 hours of streaming. My blood pressure's rising. You understand?
Most of the people here are from Legend Fails, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They are. Yeah, that's true.
There was 100,000 people on livestream fails
Jesus.
today after
Holy
Doc's news
shit.
broke.
Isn't it great promo though? Just so, like you can get more viewers.
It is for people. So like there's certain individuals right now that no matter what they do, like even if they like do bad or mess up, like it gets justified for them. They just constant like 8 months straight promotion. Yeah, it's good for that. But like if you're constantly like doing something and no matter what, it's seen in the worst negative light, the stress that comes from it and the hate messages you get is not
Doesn't
worth the
outweigh it.
temporary
Yeah.
500 viewership gain you get over a week. It's just not worth it.
Also, the quality of viewer is extremely
I guess
shitty.
mine are different because angry boys tend to have needs, but I guess it's different.
I could okay.
Perfect advertising. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, I guess in a way, maybe it's.
So Slasher, since you know all the juice, man, when is it gonna leak?
Which thing?
The big one.
You got three things now. You got this video game. You got DrDisrespect. You got where Shroud and Ninja are going. What do you?
He's talking
want
about
me not to
Doc.
tell you.
He's talking about
What do you
Doc.
want me not to tell you? I don't have a timeline. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's right.
I have this theory that you don't know at all. Like I have this theory because like I've seen.
You know what?
The reverse psychology.
There's anything that I'm known for. It is talking bullshit.
No, it's because every single person that's ever like told me things that like I shouldn't know, all of them were happily like telling me like, listen, I trust it, you're good, like I'll tell you. But then this one instance, everyone shut out and they all said, I know it, and they posted on Twitter they know it, but I can't,
No,
and they couldn't say
no
anything
one-
to anyone. It's just so
Okay,
weird to me.
The only other person to do this was Shannon Z Killer, and you can if you want to believe her, you are free to welcome to. Everything else is just me. There is no other source. There is no other reporting. Every other media organization is taking my tweet and put it in it. It's just fucking me.
So no one else knows but you.
I mean, you can believe Shannon if you want to. I mean, that
Wait,
is
she literally deleted her tweet because she said
and
she didn't know.
I'm not going to.
Wait, she deleted her tweet?
Yeah, she deleted it because it was dumb
Wait,
as fuck.
hold up. I don't want to instigate, but maybe did you guys talk about this? Sammy saw a video earlier, and we watched it, and it was really interesting. It was like how he ended his last stream.
Yeah.
Did you watch it? Was that
it
not
is
very
so
interesting?
Weird. It is
really
actually really fucking weird. I did just post it on Twitter. It is. I mean, I don't know if it's directly related. But it's.
I mean,
couldn't
dude,
be more odd of an ending.
You're so. You know what, Amaranth? I take it back. You and I aren't shameless. It's Slasher that's shameless. Literally, I was wondering why for the last hour when we're trying to bring it up, he's like, wait a second. I posted on Twitter first, and now he's like, by the way, guys, I posted on Twitter. If you're wondering, like,
I winked the full
shameless.
I winked the full YouTube. Okay,
Shameless.
So if you want to watch the full 8-minute video, you can go watch it.
Well, it's just because we rarely do that, but I'm guilty of this. Like I did this maybe like 3 times, where something happened on Discord, and I was looking at it on my second monitor, and I had a video, like I was doing like React Andy, it's playing in the back, and I'm just reading my Discord, and if it was playing, and it's a fucking trash video, right? And nobody gives a fuck about, right? And it's still playing and playing and playing in the back, and I'm still reading it, right? That's kind of how I felt with the doc, where he was like completely focused on something on the second monitor, and he has this completely unwatchable video on the main screen. He was fucking terrible, dude. This Roblox
he
trash.
does make an action in the last 8 minutes that was like that. He was trying to tell someone in front of him to wait a second.
Damn, that's pretty crazy.
Wait, say that again?
In the final 8 minutes of the video, I really don't know. I didn't see the video until an hour ago.
We're at levels of speculation previously thought impossible.
I gotta say, I hadn't seen the video, and the video was fucking weird. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if it's related. I really, honestly, do not know if it is related. It is just in itself fucking weird as hell. And he does for a second, like it makes it seem like he makes a gesture to tell someone to hold on a second.
Yeah,
I can find the timestamp.
Yeah, but then at the end he like stops and he's like, "We'll get through to something."
The last
like,
word is
holy
fuck.
Shit.
The last
Yeah, he
word
knows
is
he's getting banned 100%. Yeah, but he makes it sound like he might be back, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, when Twitch refunds your subs, holy shit! I think you.
No. So we've that's probably just a new feature Twitch has got. No, they've refunded subs before. That's not anything.
Wait, really?
Yes.
I don't
What
know.
if my subs didn't get their money back when I got banned?
No, there have been funds
maybe this is for
specifically
a permanent.
resubbed, like on Twitch before. Somebody was mentioning Mitch's. Somebody mentioned somebody else's before as well. Like
I'm almost positive that during my the person that I thought I got refunded for, I think may have been myself during my 30-day. I believe people got refunded for mine, for the subs of mine, because in my 30-day ban, I'm pretty sure I came back with like absolutely nothing. I'm not sure if chat can.
You just showed up as deleted user for me when I looked in my subscription tab.
Yeah, it was
I don't
something
know
weird.
if
I'm
it was
pretty sure it's
refunded.
happened before multiple different times. I don't know. Because I remember getting an email like this before. Like this email, like it didn't surprise me when I got it. Because I've gotten it before where it says you've been refunded this subscription. And for Ninja. When Ninja moved, I got refunded a subscription and I got added an extra subscription I can use later on. Did any of you get that? For Ninja?
Oh, probably, yeah.
For Ninja, I got refunded. It was Ninja. That's what it was. For Ninja, I got refunded and I was given an additional subscription that I could use somewhere else. A credit. That's what it was.
I wanted to keep my Ninja Pom, the Pom Pom. I wanted to keep that one, dude. I'm sad it's gone. His main emote?
Or maybe it was Shroud. It might have been Shroud. It's one of those two. I don't know. But it was one of those two.
I don't remember what happened with whenever because I was such a Shroud and I don't know. Do I have like a free sub just floating? Probably lost it.
I think I think you had a time period to use it in. I believe you had like a month, right?
Unless you put you give your free subs to bots. Because I think you get like as a partner, you get like 5 subs a month or whatever, and you give them to your bots, like a Moobot or Nightbot or Fossilbot or whatever.
Wait, as a partner, you have 5 free. Wait, where is this? You have this?
Yeah.
You know you have lifetime subs too. Do you know that?
You can give away to your channel, right?
What?
Aren't you supposed to give those to like your bots or some shit?
Yeah,
I don't have that.
Yes,
I don't have that.
No,
I
we
don't.
We just don't know.
Okay.
How they-
Yes, you do.
How do I do it? How do I do it right now? How do I do it?
Just talk to your AM.
Talk to them.
Just talk to your AM. Yeah, you have lifetime subs.
I have like 2 people that have a perma sub to me, and then I have like a bunch of bot subs.
Wait,
yeah, you can offer it as a feature if you want, to like a contest or something. You can give it to whoever you want. But I think it's 5 total lifetime subs for your channel.
How the fuck?
It's very low, but yeah.
How
They
am
don't
I
go to your sub count.
Wait, they don't go to your sub count. Then who gives a shit? Hey, boys, we're 1,000 away from 12,000. Make sure Twitch ranks tier 1.
Time you have to go fucking log into the bots and sub them manually all the fucking time. It was so annoying. And now you give it like a list to your manager or whatever, and then they're all subbed forever.
No.
It's sick.
Has anyone else gotten refunded though for like gifting your own subs in your own channel?
No.
Like gifting subs.
How does that work?
I have. I got a refund recently for that. Like I would give my chat like 5 subs and they gave me like a refund. I don't know if it was like my cut that they refunded or what.
Wait, really?
How would they refund it? Wait,
Weird.
what?
It said I got a refund after gifting my chat 5 subs.
That's some Skamash shit.
That sounds like a loophole.
Where am I?
Do any of you guys?
Why am I missing all this stuff? I feel like I'm getting.
I have
Twitch Turbo. Yeah, I do.
Yep. Do you have the thing where every single time you get banned from Twitch, your Twitch Turbo gets canceled?
Well, I don't get banned from Twitch.
Yeah, every time I get banned, my Twitch Turbo sub gets canceled. It's kind of annoying.
Wait, I don't.
It's the only thing I know of.
It's so crazy that happens so often to you that you had you know.
Yeah, I get really scared because
Yeah.
they got something fucked up on their end where my Twitch Turbo got canceled recently, and I thought I got banned again because I got the emails like your Twitch Turbo got canceled. I was like, fuck, what happened?
Oh my god, yeah. And he's like, I showed another butt. Oh no.
I feel like I've been on this site for so long. I'm missing out on so many things I had no idea about, and you guys all know it. How the what the fuck?
No, so sometimes you pick up because you're lucky. Sometimes somebody says it, and then you pick up on it. It's just I'm probably missing a bunch of things that you have, and I have things that you don't have, and Devin has shit that nobody has because he's fucking COND.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So they say.
So they say. I mean, look at Devin's hair. He has the alpha going on in the back.
What's
the,
it?
The alfalfa?
You never seen alpha? It's like way back in the day. There's no way XQC knows what it is. XQC, how old are you again? You're like 22, right?
What was the name of that fucking show again?
I don't
Without
know.
Alpha?
It was Alfalfa was like the kid with the
Yeah, he was the kid with the cow leg.
The name was like something Rich, like Johnny Rich. Richie Rich. Wasn't it Richie Rich? It was Richie Rich, right?
Or was that no? Richie Rich was something else.
That was Richie Rich was a cartoon, an old cartoon.
Yeah.
The number of people that judge me by my hair is too damn high.
Little Rascals, that's what it is.
I think
What was Little Rascals? Was that Baby Ruth?
they should channel that criticism towards Destiny instead.
Wow.
Yeah,
you.
I agree. I think that the growth of my channel is directly proportional to the growth of my hair. So I'm gonna keep this going. I was gonna get a haircut today. at 6:45, and this morning my fucking barber texted me. He got COVID-19. True story.
Jesus.
Yeah, dodged a bullet.
You dodged a bullet 100%.
I did.
Dude, I bet you that's probably one of the highest risk occupations for COVID right now.
I just went to mine today. So.
I'm so glad I have long hair right now.
I mean, I went to mine and she had a mask on. I had a mask on. Everyone had a mask on. Like everything was.
I mean, that's so little. Like the mask isn't like, oh man, saved. It's not like a freaking paladin bubble.
Well, it's better than what.
It's better than nothing. It's better than
what most of America's doing. That's no mask, interaction, partying, drinking, crazy.
It's really
shit.
stupid. Yeah, it's really dumb. But like my point is like, even if you have a mask and like if you're that close and you're freaking in people's hair and stuff, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah, that's true.
People should just order hair clippers sets, and they should just cut their own hair at home. They should learn.
Idea. I should do that.
Yeah, and if you're a streamer, you should do it. Stream content, learning how to cut my own hair. Boom.
Good luck doing your own extensions and moving those up and getting your ends all even with your different layers.
Yeah, that's something that like after I learned about, I realized like I understood why some women get haircuts like once every 3 months. Like first of all, the haircut's like $580. What the fuck's going on there? Second of all,
mine was like that much today.
Yeah. Second of all, it's like a fucking 17-hour process. Like what the fuck is going on? I go in there, I hop in and out. I'm like, hey, what's good? Hey, my man, thank you. I walk away. You guys are going there like it's a goddamn science experiment. Discovering some. It's insane.
It's like $18 normally.
Yeah. For us, it's like $18. They're spending $580 on it. Like the fuck. And the crazy part is, it's like to get like a centimeter removed. Like a man can't notice it. Like no offense, all men. Like, we don't even fucking notice it, right? It's like what the fuck. And then all like a centimeter removed was like $580. Insane.
Never mind, like dyeing your hair. Holy shit! Like dyeing your hair is like a day event. It's like going to Disneyland, but not fun.
Yep.
By the way, we do notice that was just a dramatic and for funniness. Yeah, we do notice. We do notice.
Thank you.
I always wonder every time I watch the show, what the fuck Destiny's doing, dude. You're always like doing some puzzles or some shit on your monitors, dude.
Doing some what?
There's some puzzles or something. I don't know.
Oh, puzzles.
He's going through emails, I think.
What are you doing?
Right now, I've got some Call of Duty Warzone going on.
Oh,
shameless.
Oh, so you're no better than fucking Greek. Come
Shut
on.
the fuck up, Slasher. Don't even start, okay? All you've been doing on this podcast is attacking people out of nowhere, okay? For no fucking
Okay.
Disney, do you actually read your emails?
Sometimes, but I'm usually on top of my shit, so I haven't had much to do today.
On top of your shit, you read all of them?
Do I? The important ones, yeah. I have somebody that like sends me. Basically, I have a public email address, and then I've got somebody that forwards me the important emails that I need to respond to my
Really?
Yeah.
Who do you even pay this guy?
Yeah, $400 a month, I think.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Why do you want to do emails for me?
Nah, I just go through them. I just go through them myself on the public one. Dude. It's fucking
Yeah.
cancer.
It is cancer. I started to realize I was wasting way too much time every day, like going through sweating shit.
I realized that too. I didn't think people were such complete assholes. Like they literally like have you guys seen those emails that start with, "Hey, I know this says business inquiries, but this isn't a business inquiry. I'm just wondering if by chance," and then it goes off into like a 16-paragraph essay of how like he really enjoyed my haircut and he's wondering in what time and what city I got it in. Like it's like, bro, listen, my goddamn Twitter DMs are open. Okay, you don't need to send me a fucking email. It just, I don't know. It's just hundreds of them.
If you try to, the thing I do, fucking like, because I do a lot of streams about educating smaller broadcasters and stuff like that, 300 emails a week, 300, and it's all the same. Hey, Devin, do you have any tips? I'm a small streamer. I'm just starting on Twitch. I'd like to know how to grow my viewers. And I'm like, well, you could have gone to my YouTube where I have this video, exactly how to grow your Twitch stream from 0 to 100 viewers. And they're like, I want to talk to you. And I'm like, great. Just hundreds
Mine
and
are
hundreds
just like
of emails.
marriage requests.
What?
Oh God.
What?
I'm like, God damn it. Like I'll open my email and it's just like, how much are you? And will you marry me?
Yeah, that's accurate.
How much
I
are
get,
you?
I get
Wow,
those
that
too.
is
I
get those
did
too.
a cringe DM reading this.
Holy shit!
morning.
You could actually make like a game show out of this, where you
I
have
did,
like
yeah.
you could get like no, you could show like here's 5 emails that this person got. What was the streamer that got them or whatever? Because my email usually like, hey, like my mom is some crazy Trump supporter. How should I debate her out of this position? Unironically, people email me shit like this all the time. It's like I don't know who your fucking mom is. So it sounds like we're all getting emails that are like in the like lane of shit that we did. That would be.
Oh no! You know what I get? I get high-paying opportunity job, and then I click on it, and it's just kidding. A big nose to this fucking stream on stop being late 7-7 shit like that.
Sorry, I'll stop sending those.
That's actually funny, dude. I get those like I have this like group. I'm not gonna have too much attention to it, but I get emails that like say Twitter, like Apple payment for Twitter declined. You need to update your Apple payments, so please give us your password and username to your Apple and your Twitter. I'm like, what the fuck does Twitter and Apple have anything to do with in common? Like, it makes no fucking sense to me. And I know people are doing. They're trying to like fish for my fucking information. It's the most shameless shit ever, dude. Absolutely shameless. Yeah.
The other day, somebody sent me somebody got me on this like list, which subscribes me to like thousands of newsletters. It's like, welcome to the Iowa Democratic Party.
I don't want to talk about this. Let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about this. People do this shit.
Someone's
fuck.
I was scared. I was scared that one day, like my email, like something would happen because someone signed me up to something called Cocky Boys. I don't listen. People are gonna meme that and say, "Oh, sure they did." Yeah, there you go, asshole.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. I don't listen. This Cocky Boys, it's like a pure male on male site, dude, and I just see pictures of jacked, huge men. Like I clicked on it to examine what it was. I wasn't sure.
But, I mean, the real question.
Subsections were offering totally unique content. It was crazy that I got linked this. Like, man, this page is even more insane. Like, you buy the 15 a month one, dude. You should see what the okay.
The real question is, did you unsubscribe?
No, I didn't. It's still there.
Yeah.
It's been there for about 2 years. Yeah.
I had this guy took my email to make a Domino's account, right? That he controlled for some reason. I don't know how to. And he would buy himself pizzas like weekly to his own house, right? And he would pay for them with his own card. And I would get like notifications. Order confirmation number, whatever. I could see his house, and he just kept buying them over and over, and that lasted for months.
Nice.
Holy
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I've had accounts open in weird things that like are actually professional. They're like professional sites, and like they're assigned to my email. I've never even seen these sites or knew they existed. But apparently, people love using all of our emails that we have on our platforms for their own like sign-ins. So fucking weird. Like I wonder if we recovered password and like do you think we'd see all their fucking information and their like credit card information and like their details and addresses? Like, I'm confused to why they even do this.
Maybe, probably.
It makes.
I mean,
no
that's
sense.
that's how people like hack people's accounts. is they find out their emails and then they basically just try and like, that's one way they do it, right?
If you have somebody,
they find out a bunch of
access
personal
to a lot
information
of
about you.
accounts. Mhm.
Yeah, they then find out personal information about you, and they think, okay, like, what could their password be? If I know their email is so and so, oh, I know their birth date. I know where they're from. I know this name. I know that name. What's something that relates to them, and they guess people's passwords like that.
Did you guys ever see this thing that was floating around Twitter a few months ago, and it had like 200,000 retweets? It was like, okay, guys, quarantine games, your high school mascot, and the last thing you ate, or something. And it had like 250,000 retweets, and I was like, do you guys not fucking realize this is literally like your Instagram security question? Nobody knew. I'm like, this is such a basic internet security question. So basic. And celebrities were retweeting it. I was like, you guys are fucking kidding me.
That's so stupid. What is your mother's maiden name? What are the last 4 digits of your social? Let's see if anyone matches.
The last 4 digits of your social and the last thing you ate. Post it now.
That's actually so troll. Holy shit.
I'm wondering if they did it on purpose at this point.
Oh, they did. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think high school mascot is one that is like, it's a very common like secret word question.
Is it?
Out of all my secret questions, I've never seen high school mascot ever.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I've never seen it in my life. I've never seen it in my life.
Oh,
the street you grew up on.
What kind of websites do you go to, Esfand?
Yeah, seriously.
High
school mascot. I've never seen that.
High school mascot.
That was like that was one of the secret word for college thing, I think. For college.
Oh well, none of us go to college here, so.
Well, I did.
Cool. I went to college.
Oh no, that's right. You have an
turn your camera
analytic
on.
philosophy degree.
Well, it's not called analytic philosophy. It's just philosophy degree, but yeah.
Train, we turn my cam back on.
Oh yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know why it's allowing me to.
People keep telling me to turn my cam on.
Your cam is broken for me.
Wait. So what kind of diploma does Disney have?
I don't know. It's called Dropout. I don't have shit.
Oh man, me too. It feels bad.
I thought you had a music one.
No, I went to school for music, but I didn't finish. I was working too much.
Yeah.
I never went to college.
Well, actually,
wait, Slasher, hold on. I have a question for Slasher. Slasher, what do you do now to sustain yourself?
He's implying because it's clearly not journalism. Holy shit!
I ask myself that question every day when I wake up.
God.
How does Slasher make money?
Holy shit!
I do actual consulting. I do make. I do all right.
No, I didn't say how much. I was wondering.
No, I do.
I see all your tweets. I'm like, you can't really monetize. You know what you should do to Slasher? Listen, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a secret. Okay, maybe this is public or not. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can monetize off Twitter, but you have to make videos. So you can do whatever you're doing, but do it with your voice instead on video, and you can definitely make a good living off of it because you have a good engagement.
Can't you get Twitter ads? Twitter ads would pay you money.
No, that's the Twitter ads are pretty dog shit though. Like,
wait.
Okay, look.
You get Twitter ads?
Yeah, there's
yes,
Twitter
you
ads.
can.
Yeah.
But if listen, if you want to have, we're gonna have a CEO Andy talk here. Okay, what you really should do, Slasher, is have a Patreon.
Yeah, I hate that whole concept though. It's why I've never done it.
That's what you're gonna make. So, like you say, like do some kind of edgy
money
fucking
from big corporate company than take money from the users.
Why can't it be both?
I know that's how like the entire Twitch like platform has evolved. Where give me $5 is how how everybody makes their living. I've never loved that approach. I know it's how the internet has evolved. I should just make people give me money because they want to or whatever.
Yeah, it's optional. I mean, like
I've never liked it.
I would subscribe to your OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I would have.
Yeah, like you post like a message and make it like super edgy. Like, hi, like I am creating special secret journalism that nobody knows but me. I don't know. You
get like the first scoop, you know?
Yeah.
I would maybe get the leaks an hour.
There is a reason why. Yeah. I mean, you know. There's a reason why you have this cocky, dickish tone to you. It's either, hey, really, hey, you know what I mean? I'm about to find out. So you do it. I'll be the first one to subscribe.
Dude, make your Patreon $100 a month, but put all of your unconfirmed leads on your Patreon.
Oh, that's so good.
Dude, if you put the doc thing right now on page, dude, you get like 10 million subscribers and make an easy $5 million. Oh my God.
Yeah. We're trying to.
Oh my God.
I actually am trending in America. I got 20 to 29th. It's not very high.
And by the way, you
That's
were
pretty
originally
incredible.
trending in
It is pretty
gaming,
funny.
and then you were trending in the United States. Congratulations, Slash.
It is
And,
pretty funny.
and imagine not putting you live on the Scuffed podcast. Shameless.
Well, I have a
Oh yeah.
Well,
True.
what was I gonna ask? Yeah, are you allowed to do like OnlyFans, but like post like fully clothed, like everyday normal
Yes.
fucking life pictures, like you doing the laundry,
have to-
doing the dishes, like
Yes.
There's a lot
You
of people
can
who
post
do
whatever
that.
the fuck you want.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
You could actually make a cool $5 million, I think, if you leaked what you know. Like, obviously, you'd lose every contact
Yeah.
ever, and you'd probably never journalism again. But realistically, a cool $5 million, fuck it. It is what it is. So you let me know. I'll set up the account for you. I'll take a nice, cool 90% of it and give you 10.
Okay.
Yeah, will you actually use my referral link?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Journalistic integrity
Yep.
is greater than any bribe.
Nope. Give me all the money. I will sell out.
Oh, never mind. I was trying to say some cool shit, but I guess not.
Has any major news outlet like Fox or CNN reached out to you to come on for this stuff going on or no?
I was even speaking to Varney.
What is that?
With Fox Business.
It's a big
But
purple dinosaur.
It is. They were. I have spoken to some people. We'll see what happens when everybody wakes up in a little bit. It is 6 a.m., but it's Saturday. I actually don't know what.
Wait, is it Saturday?
Yes.
Yeah, because we postponed the show. Remember?
Slasher, what if you upgrade your career, dude? What if you like cut your hair, shave your beard, makes it like look like beautiful, dude? You get some suits and shit, and you're consulting and like live on the news, like fucking jacked out the wazoo, dude. And
Hey, I've done all right.
He literally
I had
did that.
some plans.
yeah, but he looks scuffed as shit, dude.
Okay.
Maybe
fair,
even
fair,
like
fair.
name change, because I feel like Slasher sounds like some medieval serial killer that was caught and became famous. You know?
Yeah, but I feel
Not
like
wrong.
it's like this guy knows what he's doing, so you get to make all the money consulting for suits. Like they just trust you.
They do. They do. I don't know why. I've thought about using my last name, just Breslau. I like it. I like my last name. Maybe I'll do that some. I'm in negotiations with some companies, trying to work some stuff out. I mean, I'm doing stuff in the background.
I think you have a good name, Rod Breslau.
See,
Like, I think
I
it's actually
find
good.
out all the leaks. No one will ever find out anything that I do. Like when I launched ESPN Esports, no one fucking leaked that shit. No
Hold
one
on.
found out about that
Give me 1 second here.
because they couldn't. Because
Yeah.
I was the one that knew about it.
We
And I know
just
how to make sure
spent-
other people don't leak.
We just spent 15 minutes dealing with S-Fan's fucking camera, and after a second of being up, he just turns it off. This is just a story of my
That's-
life with him on.
That's
Story
the
of my
discipline.
This is the story of my life with S-Fan on the podcast since day one. Absolutely shameless. Continue, Rod.
Shameless.
I'm gonna
I don't know.
normalize.
I don't give a shit about talking about myself. I don't care. About
I'm gonna normalize calling you Rod. I think Rod's a good name. You know, like I think you should go with that. Rod.
I like rods.
I like Rod. Rod Breslau.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Oh, how about me? That seems a little sexist of you to disinclude me and say thank you.
I didn't even hear you when she was talking.
Oh, even more sexist. Oh, what's going on here? Some sort of correctiveness where you didn't hear me at all? You had to tone the man, you had to mute the man out of it? Shameless.
It was kind of more natural.
Oh, even worse. So you're a natural sexist. Awesome.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I can't joke about that. Sorry, guys. Everyone give me some fake laughs and let's move on quickly.
Hey,
Thank you.
I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, I had to turn off a cam for something.
Oh no, not again! Our second victim for the day.
No, I'm good. I just had to. turn off
You're
my
about to
cam.
get trending.
I
Wait
don't
for
get
what?
it.
Just forget it.
I just had to turn off my camera.
I'm looking at my second monitor. You are trending. Wait, no, you're like number 2 for me.
Yeah,
Wait,
well,
he's number 2.
Twitter changed the algorithm so that what you see on the trending page is not the actual trending. It is.
Is there-
You'd
It's
have to load it
curated
on
for you.
incognito to see like global trending. or
Yes,
something,
you have to.
probably.
No, you have to go to the trending section. Like you have to click
Or a
you have to
third
click
party
show
website.
more. You have to click show more and then go to trending to see what's actually.
But
trending.
is there a general one?
Well, for under what's happening, the new algorithm takes who you're following and what you're
Oh,
liking,
okay.
and gives you your own personalized trending.
Dude, this guy underneath you with the name Slasher, he's like getting free publicity from this. Do you see this? It puts people and it puts you and then it puts him. Since his name
I'm above
is
Lele Pons. That makes me feel good because she's terrible.
Also, I have a question. There's this new social media trend on Twitter. I mean, I say social media, but it's kind of Twitter because Twitter, honestly, lately the trends on Twitter have been absolute cancer. but this one thing. It's always like people like doing like a mob mentality, canceling shit.
It is over party.
Yeah, but as soon as you click, it's like, guys, fast, post your my fan cam. Fucking, we can get a lot of views, and it's a bunch of like K-pop shit. I don't know what that is. What the fuck is that?
I mean, there are two things. One, the gaming, the Twitter algorithm, even from like a large perspective, is very easy. I've been able to get things to trend in a marketing way through my consulting to trend on Twitter without much of a problem because I know how to game the algorithm. And that's where a lot of my consulting is. I've known how to game the algorithm on Reddit. I know how to get the front page of Reddit. I know how to get the front page of Twitter. It's not too hard to game the algorithm if you know what you're doing. And the second, the K-pop fans are so big and they've been gaming the algorithm for so long. There's no better community on Twitter that knows how to game that shit more than them. So they'll take entire hashtags and just use the hashtags for the purpose of the promotion and the marketing, and then do memes inside of it. And
but then I click on like the cancel thread or like the over party. I click on it, and it's like a K-pop singing dude, and then it's guys, might as well post all your fan cams now. It's time to get the views. And then they link it more. And then there's a legitimate response about the cancel. I click on it. First response, fan cam. Guys, do the fan cam. And it's like, boom, 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 boom. Like, what the fuck is that? Did they get money for this? I don't know what that is.
No, dude, that is how like rabid their fan base is. You only fucking wished, all of you fucking wished you had the type of fan base for your fans that K-pop does. If you had someone going on Twitter every single day for you, their life is for you to post your fucking fan cams on Twitter, that is a real fan. That is a dedicated fan.
They do the fan cam and they repost the fan cam.
Yeah, it's all fans who love BTS so much. They think about BTS 14 hours a day. They think about Luna 14 hours a day. All they want to do is support fucking K-pop. All they want to do is promote
you have to take
fan cam views.
There's the other end of that too, though, where they have the absolute worst anti-fans in the entire world too. There's a reason why. Like people have talked about like suing like fucking anti-fans and shit in Korean culture. Like those people are fucking insane. Like there is good, but there's also bad. Like the fan bases are rabid in both directions.
Like in Korea, there's an entire term called netizens, and those are the real crazy people on the internet, and that is like transferred to America. But no one fucking beats the netizens in terms of insanity.
A lot of people didn't realize why at the time, but you remember when Eve from Slayers, I think it was Jessica, was talking about like filing a lawsuit against some of the anti-fans, and she had like printed out like fucking accounts and shit from them.
Yeah, I mean, she's married to Boxer.
Yeah.
Know that. I'm sure no one even knows who the fuck that is.
Love Evelynn. Do that with your cam. Do that like that, and then do this, and then do that.
Hold on. Wait, it does it sometimes. Sometimes, like I might have to just like leave. Sometimes.
No, it's
usually it's because it needs to be wiped off, right?
No, it's
the autofocus is.
It's because
it's focused right here.
It's because there's something on. There's like, what did you do new in your frame? Like, is there a light or a like color that changed in a main?
No, it just does this shit. I might turn off a light though.
Is your chair new?
No, nothing's new. Hold on, let me see.
I really don't pay attention. I thought the chair was new. I don't recognize that chair. I feel like I forgot so many things. I mean, I feel like Bose is in a completely new place, and I feel like the chair I've never seen in my life before for Evelynn.
You know, I don't even mind that much. Like, I don't like the K-pop stands that much, but I don't mind it that to an extreme extent because at least they post about something that they like, even though sometimes they channel it in weird ways. Because we don't see a lot of people on Twitter right now that are posting things that they like, that are passionate about, that they admire. It's just mostly just trash and trashing and destroying and shit they think is on fire.
Okay, Felix. I will say I saw your take on this, and I don't really agree. I understand that because the world is currently in a chaotic form, that using social media is very hard. But you're making it seem like people and victims being really brave coming out on Twitter is supposed to be like a negative thing in the way that you're describing it, when it's just supposed to be them.
It had nothing to do with the victims of the sexual stuff, dude.
Well, no, but you know, the social media is consumed with like Black Lives Matter and protests and police brutality and coronavirus and this thing, and it's made social media a really hard experience. But I think a lot of the examples, let's say the protests, they were good in the end. Like these things were a positive force in the world, even though it's made social media really difficult to view kind of for fun. There's not a lot of memes and shit posting because everyone is like really, you know, attentive to serious things that are happening.
Okay, I gotta wrap it up. Dude, it's not even a take. It's just kind of like, dude, can we get something out that is like isn't just trashing, like, you know, like simultaneously? I just feel like it's just been so like overwhelming.
He just wants to add some positivity to the world.
That's on you, dude. You do that. Like,
I'll do that. I'm gonna post the pictures that I like right now. Okay.
You should be the fun one.
I think you look so cute in that hat. Like I can't explain. Like it looks like you're a tourist from like France or like somewhere, and like you have like, hey guys, hello. Like I can't explain it, dude.
Yeah, I'm a tourist.
It's very cute. The hat just makes him look so like.
Look at that.
Yep. Have a good trip. Bye.
We're gonna miss you. You got to come back to America. You got to come back to America, Felix.
Yeah, I'm going.
I mean, he's probably leaving at a perfect time, right? America's imploding with coronavirus. Canada's at least somewhat like, you know, better off in that sense. So he's in a way, you know. Anyways, have a good trip. See you guys. Bye. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
See you guys later.
Well, it's about time.
I mean, in all honesty, Canada has less deaths than America. The healthcare system was way better in dealing with coronavirus. So,
the European Union was debating banning travel from all of America to the EU soon. I don't know where they're at on that right now, but
holy shit.
Yeah, fuck.
Wait, that actually affects you a lot, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty shitty. But
yeah,
it's fucking out pretty hardcore right now.
Wait, but what happened?
The European Union was considering banning travel from the United States for a while because of America's like inability to handle our shit. I don't know if they actually went with it or not. They might have.
I mean, if they have to do that, right?
They should. I mean, listen, like I think as a whole, I mean, with everything that we're learning from everything else, I mean, America needs to learn a lesson as well as overall. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, how the hell has everything gone up exponentially? Every other country's has declined. Ours has gone up exponentially. We're not just talking a minor increase. This shit's like as if it's day one and we just discovered it. Like, and all the leaders, I don't know if they're giving into some sort of capitalistic need and they want to make more money. They're pissed everything's shut down. So they open it back up at the, like, it's just like, I feel like we have children running our fucking goddamn government. It makes no fucking sense to me. How the fuck is this happening?
Everything in the United States has become so unbelievably partisan. It's like really hard to have a conversation about anything without like people feel like the coronavirus and everything related to it is like a political issue. Yeah. So people are like turning it into like masks are political issues. You're turning us into Muslims and crazy.
You're limiting my freedoms.
Yeah. Basically, people are just going crazy because we've been.
I saw a lady. She was claiming that it's our God-given right to breathe without a mask on, and like they were in court like arguing this point, and I just
Jesus,
it's just
they vote.
Bad shit. Yeah, they're bad shit.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's actually crazy, man. It's fucked. It's really scary.
Yeah.
So remember to vote this year.
Yep.
Well, make sure to stay 6 feet apart when you do vote, please, and have a mask on with gloves, and make sure to wash your hands when you get home and sanitize at all times. And please, please, please take every precaution for hygiene. It is very important because the virus is actually very fucking dangerous, and a lot of people, from what I've seen and what they've reported, it's a lot of long-term damage. So please, please, please take it seriously and be very fucking safe. Do you understand? Be very fucking safe.
Dude, one of my viewers messaged me saying that he got corona like 3 weeks ago, and he would like message me all the time, and he hasn't been in my stream for like 3 weeks, and he hasn't messaged me in Discord, so I'm kind of like worried about him.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he would always just like message me and like, hey, like, you know, appreciate your stream, this and that, and he messaged me, he's like, hey, I'm going through a rough time right now, I got corona, it feels really bad, all this stuff.
It's not talked about as much. Yeah, it's not talked about as much. Like, there are people that if they did like survive, and well, you know, they did, you know, they have to have an inhaler for a very long time, if not the rest of their fucking lives. Like, there's so many things that aren't talked about and brought to light. And this is like for normal people that with no conditions. If you have like a pre-existing asthma, pre-existing athletic asthma, you know, bronchitis, past pneumonias that have already scarred your lungs, there's like so many fucked up things that make it even 10 times worse. And the fact that this isn't being taken serious is so fucking disgusting to me, because I don't know. Like the fact that
it's like we stopped caring about it.
Yeah.
Like we just kind of like gave up. Yeah.
I went on a fucking walk because like everyone was urging me to because I haven't been out for like 3.5 months. So I went on a walk finally, and I put my mask on, you know, long sleeve glove, like everything, right? And I walk outside, and
Nobody has a
to
mom.
my fucking surprise, it's as if we have never even heard of this disease in our fucking, or this virus in our fucking lives. Everyone is having dinner and lunch so close to each other. The only people with masks on are the fucking waitresses and waiters, which I understand the logic of that. The people coming to eat need to eat, so the mask on is a little ridiculous, right? But like everyone's walking around. I see parties happening at the pools. Like, what the fuck is wrong with America? Like even if this was a 1-year thing with masks on, like how like spoiled do you have to be to see that as a bad thing and not something that's for the longevity of our humankind? Like I feel like it's just so shameless. I don't understand the logic in that. It's like children. I don't get it. And I'm a fucking man-child too. Go ahead.
Their logic is that their friends can't get them sick. Like they're that stupid, dude. Like
yeah.
Well, you know what it also is, and by the way, Train might be your best take the entire time. It shouldn't be all politically involved, but it really feels like, especially here in a major city, I'm in Manhattan, I'm still wearing masks, but like I'll go out now and like, you know, there are bars open and it's like, what the fuck is happening? Around me, it's okay, but it's still kind of concerning. It feels like in all the major cities, because of the protests and because of everyone coming out, it gave like the incentive to people who didn't care about the movement to be like, oh, well, if the protesters went out there and they were out there for a few weeks, well, then fuck it. I don't give a shit anymore. It's summertime in America. It's really nice out. I want to go outside. And it shouldn't be, people, I can't believe are looking into that way, but it doesn't seem like a lot of people were saying that people went to protest despite there being a global pandemic to fight for their rights, and that most people in the protests were actually wearing masks. Most people that went to the protests were doing like a pretty good job of displaying social distancing. And there's a whole other group of people that are utilizing this to fuel their own, well, fuck it now. One, fuck the protesters, and two, you know, because that everyone else went out and then gathered, I should be able to go have a beer or go to the park or whatever.
Yeah.
I think everybody's stupid. That's what I think.
It's
people dumb, dude.
People dumb.
Yeah.
People dumb.
I don't know.
Crazy. It's like everybody's just acting like there's not even a virus, and we are like at record levels, and like governors are trying to, like our governor in Washington, who's been pretty harsh on this, is like now threatening to fine people $2,500 if they catch you with a mask outside.
What's crazy is like you can really see why the people in this situation are the children, and here's why. Like obviously our governor has not been intelligent at all and has made some of the wrong decisions, but based on what I've been seeing, it seems like he's been pressured to make the decisions to open up Austin and Texas in general and stuff like that. And then as soon as it went wrong, the same people that pressured him to open it are now trying to cancel him for opening it. It's that kid, you know, it's that kid that like his mom says, don't go out with those friends. They're not your friends. Mom, you don't know me. Those are all my friends. And they go out and the friends fuck them over and say, well, why didn't you tell me that sooner? Like, you know, they blame the parent again. Like this is what the people of America are doing. They're like pressuring their fucking leaders to open shit up and have stuff going again. And then as soon as things go backward, they want to cancel the leader for listening to them. It's just the weirdest thing I've seen. It's so fucking weird. It is terrible, man. I don't know what is going on in this world right now.
I think they just closed the bars here again, too, just because of how bad Austin is.
Really?
Don't defend.
Dude, this is I actually
wait. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Someone said don't. If it's not like I was defending him, listen. First of all, I don't know. Listen, I just moved to Austin. I'm not defending him. He's a complete fucking idiot for listening to people that he should know better than to listen to. Right? These guys are absolute extreme idiots. So I want to make it clear I'm not defending him. Continue, Esfand.
Hold on, somebody check something. No, God, I got debated. So you guys were talking about DreamHack 2018 earlier when Asmund was here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The story about the guy.
Yeah.
So people were saying that like you guys couldn't remember the story. What happened? Is that true or what? I don't know. They kept telling me.
He was saying that you could elaborate on the story a bit more because he wasn't sure the exact details and stuff.
So basically, there was a story about what happened was there was a guy because DreamHack 2018. There was a whole bunch of people there, and everybody like we had like different groups of people there because we all knew each other, and then everybody just kind of assumed if we didn't know somebody, it was somebody else's friend, right? So we ended up having this massive like 20-person group. Was this story told, or like how to what extent was this story told?
It wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't told a lot.
Okay, so there was like this massive like 20-person group with like me, Train, like it was in and out, right, the whole time. Like Fandy was there, everybody was there, right? And there was this one guy that everybody just kind of assumed was somebody else's friend. So what eventually happened was it was the end of the night, and they all go back to somebody's hotel, and some people don't have this guy doesn't have a room, I think is what happened. And again, I'm also, this is so long ago and that I'm kind of like shaky on it. And he's like trying to like sleep in the same bed as one of the other girls, and like was kind of like coming onto her. It was like super weird. Yeah, it was like super weird. He was trying to like sleep in the same bed, and they like didn't know each other, whatever. Which I mean, like it's one thing if it's like, okay, we don't have enough. It's just they don't know each other, right? So it's weird. Or they just met that day. She ends up like staying awake like all night because she's like, I don't know if this guy's gonna like try and do something or whatever. Yeah, they just kind of like dealt with him being there. But whenever you're posed with that situation, I think some of these people get so like scared, right? That they're like, I don't know what to do. Like, what if he tries to like forcefully do something or whatever? It's just you don't really know what's gonna happen until you're actually in that situation. And I don't know what happened to that guy, and nothing ended up happening, but it's because she stayed up all night, right? Like she just made sure like nothing weird was gonna go on. Yeah. So yeah, that's basically what happened. It was because nobody knew who the guy was, and everybody just kind of assumed, and he was just kind of following us around, and it was all girls. He was just trying to, think whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It was really weird.
Yo.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, just people kept telling me to tell that story because.
Oh my god.
I mean, I really.
Train, do you remember this?
Very subtly, I remember.
I think you left before the end of the night. You had something come up.
Yeah, all these.
You
things.
and Aspen, yeah. Yes.
Who the fuck is SFan Radio? They just hosted me.
Some douchebag. He just like restreams my channel and stuff.
Oh yeah, but yeah. Anyways, Asm brought it up, and I could. All I remember at Dream Man. Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not sure. Like I want to ask you questions, but like the things I have to ask you, if it ends up not being it, then it's gonna bring names that aren't even involved. So I have to like clarify with you. I think I remember a few things. I'm not sure though. I think I left before all that, but I'm not sure. You could be. I have to clarify because there were some weird ass motherfuckers at that event. There was like four different kids that were following us, and they were claiming, and like to me they were claiming they were Asmon's mod, and then to Asmon they're claiming that he was my mod, and then to you they were claiming that it was Asmon's mod, and then to Asmon it was your mod. Like weird shit, and they would tag along no matter where we went. It was very weird, but I'm not sure.
And I didn't know anybody get that. I literally I was just friends with like you, Asmon, Soda. Like it was like a handful of people that I was friends with at that point because I that was like
This seems really random. Have you ever heard of like the creepy pasta subreddit?
What is that?
Oh, I love those.
Yeah. Is that the salad?
Evelynn, did you ever read the one with the goat man?
No.
Oh, it's like one of the most popular. What you guys are describing is literally exactly that. But sorry, keep going.
Wait, that's so creepy. Why did you say that?
Because it's exactly what they're describing. The goat. I'm not gonna tell the whole spooky story.
I don't like
basically,
the goat man.
The abridged version is that like kids go, out hiking or like out camping basically.
Oh my god! So
and they learn this story about a creepy guy. I don't want to tell us like a scary story.
I'm getting so.
But
I'm
they learn
getting
about a scary guy
goosebumps
called the
already.
Goat Man. And what they learn is that he just sneaks into groups of people. And then that night they realize, like, wait a second. Once they woke up, holy shit, there were 9 of us here sleeping last night, but there should only be 8 of us. It's like 4 friends in each group. Like, what the fuck? Like, and that's like the horror story. It's a like really well known creepypasta. But I'm sorry, that just sounds like you guys are.
I have goosebumps right now.
Instead of the goat man, it's the neckbeard man.
I feel like we're around like a campfire.
He was like a good looking, like normal, attractive, like I mean, just like not like I wasn't attracted to him, like objectively. Like he was like the you know what I'm saying? Like he looked normal. Yeah.
I don't know.
There's 9 of us right now, dude. What do we do? There's 9 of us. right now.
Who's the goat, man?
Well, right now, based on current lighting, I have to say Slasher's looking kind of goat manish. That lighting is like orange and reddish, as if it's like devil-like. It's super weird.
It's the sun is out. I usually do. I show you the sunrise.
Yeah.
I haven't done it, but it's fucking owning me. Yeah. I mean, with how white I am, like the light makes me look invisible.
Well, yeah.
Just
Well, I think we have a lot more to talk about, but unfortunately we can't fit in this podcast. The next podcast, we can continue it for Scuffed Podcast number 99. And then Scuffed Podcast 100, we have a nice celebration anniversary edition for all the OGs and a couple new people we're going to be introducing on, which I'm very excited about, and hopefully should be a good time. And then after that, we'll move on. So next week, I say we continue, because I think there's a lot of cases that we need to bring light to and talk about. And I don't want people to feel like, because we didn't bring them up here, that they're not, you know, like as important as the ones we brought up today. So I think that's unfair. So I say next week we continue on, and we get other things set up. And I want to thank each and every one of you for coming and staying this long. I know a lot of you usually bail out a little earlier, but I'm happy you guys stayed this entire time, because I think some of you, no matter, you know, whatever the reason is, still like having you guys on for clarifications, educationally, and just responsibly stuff. Like, I appreciate that. And yeah, huge shout out to Amaranth. Thank you so much for being on here. I really do appreciate that. Bose, Destiny,
Thanks for having me.
You know, Esfand, Fandy, Evelynn, you know, if it was a short time, but next week we can have a longer time. Slasher, as always. And then also, let's read some reviews real quick. For those of you that I've seen a lot of messages in
only
chat.
5-star reviews. We only have, and we only
read all of them.
Thank you, Slasher.
We only read the
post
5-star
reviews.
Yes, we only read the
We
5-star
salute
reviews.
5-star reviews.
Exactly.
You guys are the fucking shit out there.
Yes, I saw a lot of people messaging in chat about how they could see the beginning of the podcast or they missed a part. The podcast, there's obviously a VOD on my channel, and you can also do ! podcast that's available on Spotify, Apple, iTunes or Apple Podcasts, and like 16 other ones that I don't know the names of, which is probably not a good look, but whatever. So yeah, I'll go ahead and read some things. I think, is that the link for them to go review? For us to read 5 stars? Devin, in chat right now? Is that it right there?
I'm sorry.
What is this? Oh, no, sorry. This is the podcast links.
Those are correct. If we go to here, I'll DM you in 2 seconds.
Holy
Just
shit,
stall.
it crashed. Everyone clicked on it, it crashed.
It always crashes. Just stall for like a second. I got you.
Yeah.
So I mean, I just want to add. I just want to add real quick.
Go ahead.
Devin, thank you for coming on to the podcast, man. You know, just I want to say thanks.
Are you showing me?
Just chat was saying forgot Devin the whole time.
I think he just assumes I'm here. He just does that.
No,
yeah. It's either that or he makes fun of my hair. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Well, Devin's
I'm gonna be ready to come on a lot more after I'm done ranking after next week.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I'm like, yeah.
Okay, trade link in your DM.
Yeah, Devin, let's go ahead and see if we have room for him as of when he's ready. You know, it's been a while. He's kind of been moved from original guest to now too cool for us. So we'll see if we have room. You know, me, Destiny, and Devin will get together. We'll see if we have room for you.
We'll have our people talk to our people, and
but let us know. Yeah,
we'll put it to a vote.
Let us know. We'll send Slasher to you. He'll give you some inside scoop of whether you're invited or not. And
yeah, he'll give you an interview.
We'll discuss further.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, just let me know.
No, I know. I was day one, of course.
Okay, so
I sent you a DM.
Let's read some of these 5-star reviews, and then we'll give everyone a little shout out.
These are so nice.
Very nice reviews I see here. We have a 5. Oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, guys. The website is being spammed in chat to do the reviews. It helps us a ton in the search rankings for the podcast. The podcast right now is getting 40,000 downloads a week. That's really, really good. So we can keep that up. It's going to help get Train sponsored, help support his channel in like some really real ways, and it's also going to help get this out there. So it makes a big difference if you guys do these reviews. Thank you.
Wait, how many downloads a week did you say?
40,000.
Damn, nice.
It's pretty good.
Wow.
Those are big boy podcast numbers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Devin. And thank you to the comment in chat that says not even 50K. Thank you so much. Realistically, 5-star review from Edwin. Edwin says, best podcast for any time/place. I love the podcast. I listen to it at work and at home. Love Train's chemistry with all the guests. Devin's always right. I don't know why people argue with him. But anyways, are you fucking kidding me? But anyways, it's great content either way. Maybe one day I'll catch the live stream, but I always find time for the podcast. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
I'll be sending you a check soon, reviewer. Thank you.
That's some bullshit. We have 5 stars from Tommy Lindsay. My eyes are getting blurry at this point. My contacts are drying out. Best podcast, incredible podcast with great chemistry and humor. Wish I could understand a problem if you don't know about Twitch culture, but I personally find it amazing. Wish I could understand a problem if you don't know about what? I mean, thank you for the 5 stars, man. I appreciate it. Trainwreckstv and Devin Nash do a great job hosting and keep the podcast flowing and entertaining. Thank you, brother. Flowing and entertaining. Let's see here. 5 stars from Fails Green. Scuffed, 5 stars. Scuffed podcast is scuffed at the end of the day, but just like Twitch, it's scuffed as well. Wow. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that.
I'll take it.
5 stars from Jake. Top notch. Domi and a great group of people talk about life, video games, internet culture, and happening, and many other things. I recommend this to others. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you referring to me as Domi and the reviews. 2 more, and then we can wrap this up here. I think it'd be fun if each person got to choose one review to read themselves in their own voice. Like one of these days, if we implemented that, that'd be super fun, wouldn't it? Like I would love to hear Destiny.
Next week.
I would love to see Destiny pick out a review based on his tastes and read it out loud. Like I think that'd be hilarious. You know, that'd be absolutely great. Or Slash reading in his monotone evil voice, like that'd be even better. Okay, Scuffed, I think I recognize this guy. He gave us a 5 star, but you might need to time him out. I don't like this. He just spammed 5 stars from LolAndy7, and you just spam try hard. Yeah, Scuffed, I think we know this person. Just give him like a 2-week timeout, please. But thank you for the 5 stars. I appreciate it. 5 stars from Duffelbag. My lord, the podcast smells of swag and cocaine. It's a good time and place when train. It's a good time besides when train talks. Thanks.
That's the best review so far. 5 stars.
It's the best time besides when train talks. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh.
That's fucked up. Okay, last one. Let's see here. Let's see. Is there anything that you're seeing here, Slash, that you think should be read out right here? Girl chemistry, gang. Very nice views, guys. Thank you. Is there anything? Let's see here. Like I could tell based on some of those reviews they want it to be read. It's like a donation, you know. It's like a free donation being read out loud. So I'm trying to find ones that, like, you know, a couple of them, like they wrote like a couple of words. I could tell they're just being supportive. But I think there was a couple that wanted their message read out. So I'm trying to like find those ones. Last one. Let's see here. Who the fuck is this? All right, we'll just read this one. 5 stars from Ariyoshi. For weird, host stalls and goes on long rants that don't make sense. Will make you fall asleep better than any prescription drug. And I think we read that last week. That was last week, right?
I haven't heard that one, but maybe.
Oh, you didn't hear that one?
Mm-mm.
I could have swore I heard that someone said that I make them fall asleep when I speak.
Well, a lot of people say that, so you're probably just thinking to multiple people.
Do you consider doing ASMR?
Yeah, Amaranth asked you if you want to do ASMR today too. Yeah.
I'll join you in a collab stream, Amaranth.
I would pay to see it.
We'll get one of those ear microphones, and you whisper in one ear, I'll whisper in the other, and we'll call it the. Yeah, that sounds perfect.
The tingles.
I'll have my manager talk to your manager. So that's Devin talking in the mirror, right? Something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll have Devin reach out to your Devin. Okay. 5. Okay, last one. Seriously, let's go. Let's see. Wait, what the fuck is it? Wait, Zach Camp, 5 stars. Awesome podcast with great guests. Thankfully, this podcast has a great host who keeps it on track. I wish Train would learn from him. Love you, Devin Nash. P.S. Always have Destiny on, please. Okay, well, thank you for the 5 stars, Zach Camp.
These are some really good reviews, I gotta say.
Is this a podcast review or a Devin Nash review?
I don't know what that was, but anyways, thank you for the 5 stars, guys. We'll be reading more of those next week. We'll probably pick up 10 of them. I usually switch between 5 and 10 on the week, and I read. We go back and forth. I look at old ones, you know. So don't think just because yours is at the bottom and I skipped it the other weeks. I go back and I mix it up. So there's different dates I read it.
every week. I'll try.
Honestly, the more 5-star reviews, shitting on Train, praising everybody else on the show would be really incredible. We will read out those.
I'll read those out happily. Yep, that's right. And maybe during the week where I have each person read one review of their liking out, it'll be even better. You know, some reviews can be targeted towards certain people for fun. Anyways, huge shout out to everybody, guys. Mods, please spam a big block of everyone's channels. I know some of them, you know, are humble and they don't care. They don't want it to be read out, but we're going to do it anyways. Twitch.tv/Amaranth. Please go check her out, guys. She does ASMR and different streams, art streams, good stuff. Please go check her out. IRL, gym, all kinds of stuff. Twitch.tv/BigBossBose. Please go follow her. She streams 1 day a week, but it's better than no days a week. That's on Mondays. So please go check her out on Mondays. Twitch.tv/BigBossBose. Twitch.tv/Destiny. He reviews and does a lot of political stuff, social. What do you call the other one? Social something. Social periscopal. Social
things.
Parasocial.
Social periscoping.
Whatever the fuck. He pretty much anything and everything. Hey, just go over there. You have questions. He'll educate you on a lot of different things, and he'll have conversations with you, and it's some good stuff. So please go check him out. Twitch.tv/Destiny.
And really hit because he's banned now from the live stream fail. I will give Destiny prompts for having maybe the best commentary over everything that's happened this past week. Really diving into each of the individual cases, and I've even seen several women watch his analysis of what they wrote, and they were really comforted that somebody else out there could understand how they feel. And I think Destiny did a really good job of connecting the Twitch culture and the user base by doing that.
Second, I've been watching it. Super good content.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Guys, for those of you that are tagging the Squad W bot, that is not a person. It is an actual bot. It is not human. I don't know why you're telling me to stop spamming. It is not a human being. Yeah, but yes, kind words and yeah. So twitch.tv/Destiny, guys. Please go check him out, follow him, and give him your support. Twitch.tv/Devin Nash. He does one-on-one interviews with all kinds of personalities, different streamers, different athletes, different boards, officials of board, whatever the fuck. Everyone and anything relevant to what's going on will be on his show. So please go give him a follow. He does everything. Twitch.tv/Devin Nash. Okay, go follow him. Twitch.tv/EsfandTV. You can go over there, check out some awesome World of Warcraft streams and awesome cooking streams and IRL streams, and everything in the field of laughing is at his channel. As far as educational goes, you probably want to stick to EsfandTV as well. No, but anyways,
Dude,
go
my
follow
channel
him.
is very educational.
Yes, it is. Twitch.tv/EsfandTV. Go follow, guys. Twitch.tv/Fandy. Please go follow. Are you going to be going live soon?
I don't know. It's like 5:30, maybe. We'll see.
Well, Twitch.tv/Fandy, guys. Her and I will be doing a advice stream soon with a couple other guests. I don't know if Esfand's free. He seems to be a busy guy, but we'll figure something out. Him or Canute or somebody. But her and I will start that and cooking streams again soon. And go check her channel out, guys. She's awesome. She's cool. She's she has a little community that she's very close with, and it's growing. And I think she deserves all the exposure she can get. She's good at Apex too. As far as Call of Duty, I haven't seen anything, but Apex she's good at. Twitch.tv/love Evelynn Claire. She actually does really nice paintings.
Wrong.
Oh no, sorry. Twitch.tv/official Evelynn Claire. That's right.
Yeah, you don't even have me in the bot spam.
This is your Twitter. Scuffed, is she not in the bot spam? Add her to the bot spam, you fucking sexist pig.
Why does this happen? Everyone hates me.
what do we pay for?
Try.
Official Evelynn
Thanks
Claire.
for having me.
Twitch.tv/official Evelynn Claire. Scuffed, please add her in there if you kindly would. Thank you so much.
Scuffed needs to nuke himself, dude. You gotta be
that's absolutely shameless, Scott. There it is. Thank you so much, Scott. I appreciate that. No, that's my fault. Yeah, I put your Twitter handle on your Twitch. I apologize.
Oh,
excuse me. Yeah, but she does some awesome art streams. She actually is a good artist. If you look, she has some of the things. Do you have any pieces there? Yeah, right there. She's actually a really good artist. It's absolutely insane. So please go check her out, guys. Very cozy streams. Twitch.tv/official Evelynn Claire, and her Twitter is twitter.com/love Evelynn Claire. And then for Slasher, he doesn't have a Twitch, but he does have a Twitter, twitter.com/slasher. Everything is there. Every leak you can think of. Fuck, he'll tell you what you're eating for dinner before your parents will tell you. So go over there and check it out. And it's that simple. Sometimes he's a dick, sometimes he's an asshole, but at the end of the day, he is Rod Breslau. That was good. Holy shit, that was actually good. You like that? That was good shit, huh? All right, guys. Thank you so much. All right, guys. It was a great show. Thank you so much. I love you all. Is there anything else you guys want to say, or are we done?
talk.
We're good.
We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Good stuff.
Thank you everybody for coming
thanks
out
for
and
having me.
also for supporting a really important issue. Go forth into your communities and add a little bit of positivity. What you do matters.
Yep. All right. Love you guys.
yeah.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye bye.